Welcome to the In Season podcast, rated R for language.
None of us are doctors or neurologists. The things you're about to hear are opinions of people living with epilepsy or seizures. These are firsthand experiences. Epilepsy can cause speech problems, and the medications are hard to pronounce. So please bear with me.
Epilepsy can cause bad memory, so some stories will be repeated. I'm Pookie. Get ready. Surprise, I have kidney stones. I've been on zanisamide for like 5 years now, and it's been decent on me. Very few breakthroughs, but I'm chronically dehydrated. I have autism, and unfortunately, it manifests in a way that my self-care game is rough. I forget to drink water, forget to brush my teeth, forget that I need to eat, etc. One thing I'm good at, though, is taking my meds, luckily, but out of nowhere, I developed kidney stones. I went to the ER for something. I went to the ER for something else and got a CT, and they said, oh, hey, by the way, there's kidney stones. Well, I went to my neurologist, and he casually tells me, you got to drink more water than the average when you're on zanisamide. Otherwise, you might develop kidney stones, and I'm just so butthurt about it. LMAO. Like, why couldn't you have told me this before I started taking this? This has been a lifelong problem. I actively try and still don't have success. Why would it suddenly get better? I lost about 27 pounds after a huge diet shift that I'm maintaining, and now I have to battle a med change and hope I keep it going. I got switched to Vimpat, which I have no idea how it's going to treat me. How do others feel about it? Any problems with weight gain? Any advice on how to face these changes? I can start. The weight gain did that. My weight is all over the place all the time. I lose 20, gain 15, gain 20, lose 30, stuff like that. My weight is all over the place. And it is the medication, and we're not even on the same medication, but it's the appetite problems that cause it for me just not to eat. But then I don't understand how I don't eat. I don't go anywhere. So I'm not burning calories, but yeah, I don't understand the concept, but it's the medication. It just, I lose weight out of nowhere. Like, I'll have pants that I can't fit, and 3 weeks later I can fit them perfectly, or they're too big. Yeah, so don't worry about that part. The weight loss part is just something I don't think we can prevent it unless you're just eating more than the average a day. Just so 3 times a day, eat 4 times a day. I don't suggest it, but yeah, I don't know how my body just decides to gain weight massively out of nowhere, but it happens.
I go by the Hobbit philosophy.
Hobbit philosophy.
Pookie.
Yes.
Hey, Hannah.
How's it going, sweetheart?
It is
11 small
going
meals
pretty
throughout
good.
the day. Or is it 7? I don't remember. But basically, you snack through all throughout the day.
Snack throughout the day?
And then one big meal at night.
For some reason, I can't do that. Snacking
Okay, well,
throughout the
I'm
day.
a toaster.
I have to
So.
be hungry, so being hungry is
No, the
there.
thing is, I am only hungry enough for like tiny amounts.
I have a
My
serious
dad can
coffee
pull.
addiction. I will drink coffee up until like 3 p.m. I'll have like 2 pots of coffee, and I won't eat anything for the most part. And then I have like 3 meals at once for dinner. For some reason, my body just likes to eat 1 time a day and then just gorge and stuff myself until I can't eat anymore, and then just restart for the next day.
Oh, don't get me wrong. I can chow down, but only once a day.
My dad got me tacos, and I'm not hungry right now, but like hell, I'm gonna let these things go to waste.
Exactly.
I understand what you mean. I got food in the microwave, a plate that has aluminum foil on it in the refrigerator. I think my sister made something that's on a tray in the oven. So there's food all over the place, and I gotta eat it, or else there's gonna be the problem of I'm wasting food. So eventually, I gotta get to that. Um,
I live with 3 men. Food does not get wasted in my house.
um, I didn't go with the icebreaker, but we can go now. The icebreaker today would be: what's the most depressing thing someone casually said to you?
In what regard?
I'm trying to think.
In regards to like epilepsy or just
Overall, in life.
hmm.
Uh,
Um it's a long
and Rick,
list.
Anne or Rick, you guys have an answer for that? What's the most depressing something? What's the most depressing thing someone said to you casually?
I guess mine would be getting to know one of my best friend at the moment. She had a really hard life, and when she told me about her situation, and that it was super depressing to hear that someone can be such a wonderful person and it doesn't matter that they would be stuck in that situation anyway. Um she Her dad is a millionaire in LA. She grew up in LA, and then once she was 18, she was kicked out of the house, living on the street. Sort like she had all sorts of family with all sorts of money, and then she was living in her dad's backyard because the cops wouldn't kick her out of the backyard. They would just kick her out of the house. Because the cops felt bad for her since she was 18. And then she just moved and was living in tents all over until she moved to Dallas. And she got an apartment here because she had a job. And then she lost that job. And yeah, just hearing stories from people like that, knowing that that's the way the system is set up and that so many people are struggling like that, that's probably one of the top things for me. I've had plenty of depressing things happen in my life, but luckily I've had the support and resources in order to get it addressed, and not everybody has that. So having that reminder that a lot of people have these issues, have all sorts of problems, and the majority of people don't have the
This
resources to deal with it. Just that reminder is, I guess, what I would say in general, as a generalized answer.
There's a lot of people out there who don't have this. Jeff, you had something? Oh, go ahead, Hannah. What do you
Yeah,
have to say?
I didn't know that anything like this existed.
A lot
I've
of
had
people don't.
epilepsy for years. I grew up with the idea. I was told 11 years old, live every day like it's your last, because you can die at any second. Like, there were doctors that would look at my EEGs, turn gray, lose all color, and then walk out of the room and say, sorry, we can't help you.
Um,
I was living with that for years, never met anyone even similar to my situation, and I'm so glad that I have this group now.
I was having seizures for 20 years since I was 16, and I never even knew other people had epilepsy. It was just, I felt it was so uncommon. I'd be in the emergency room so much with seizures. I never heard of anybody having seizures other than me. Um, yeah, unless it was like somebody famous and they had to say it. Oh, this famous person had a seizure today or something like that. Other than that, it's not talked about for a long time. It's like, is it just me? That part is depressing. Um,
Do you hear? Have you? I'm sure you know about it's like a famous Disney actor. He was like 15 years old and he had epilepsy. and he had RNS and all that, and he died at a friend's house in the middle while he had a seizure. And that was like one of the most famous people with epilepsy that I heard of, and it terrified me, especially knowing that I had the same kind of epilepsy that he does. And that was like traumatizing. The whole, just the idea that this Disney kid, he died at 15, just a couple years after he was diagnosed, and I had just got diagnosed at the time, just a couple years before. So that was terrifying for me. I can't remember what his name was. He was on anyway, I can't remember what his name was, but that terrified me.
Didn't you tell me something about they said that you were psychogenic or something like that?
Said that I have psychogenic seizures on top of my regular seizures. Because they have, I mean, they definitely have evidence that I'm having like the tonic-clonic. They have an EEG of me having 20 seizures in one day. So they knew that my seizures were legit, but whenever they were trying to do the testing for an aura, that's when they said, okay, well, you also have psychogenic seizures. And then they gave me the bullshit like, well, because you're not on an EEG, we can't tell if your seizures are real or not. And I'm like, you've got to be fucking kidding me. And they just said that my auras were psychogenic.
How long ago was that?
That was maybe 2 years ago. But what happened was they pretty much just told me, okay, so we're going to test for auras. I know that you've been having weird side effects from my medications. And they're like, if you feel weird at all, press a button. So I pressed a button. I didn't know what I was supposed, and the side effects I was feeling tired from the medication and things like that. So, and I didn't know what they're looking for. They're like, okay, well, you press the button and you didn't have a seizure. So you have psychogenic seizures, which is also a type of seizure on top of all the other seizures that you have. And then that became a whole issue with my insurance and them trying to say, well, I know you said you had a seizure, but we don't know if that's a real seizure or not, sort of thing. And eventually, now it's not going to be a problem because they have that RNS device in my head recording my brainwaves, so they can't say shit. But
yeah, I have a friend going through, well, that went through some similar things. Eventually, I'd like you to talk to her. Hey, Jocelyn.
Hi.
The icebreaker today is, what is the most depressing thing that someone has casually said to you? I'm going to say mine first. Somebody told me, you can't be depressed. How does that make sense? If you're taking antidepressants, you should stop taking that.
God.
And I take antidepressants, which is Lamictal, lamotrigine, for seizures. It's working for the most part. I'm not having them every day. So if I'd stop taking them just because it's not stopping me from being depressed, then I'd have way more seizures. But that person felt like they were right, and they casually said it like, oh, hey, you should just listen to me. Like I read this.
I don't know if it was depressing. It was just very dismissive, a family member, or I guess this is going to be out into the world, but I just said it. But a person said to me, when I was getting diagnosed and going through it all, the person said to me, well, you don't have epilepsy. And this person didn't know anything except they were just so sure of themselves. And they said, you don't have epilepsy. And of course I do. I was getting diagnosed. I had been having multiple seizures for months. I had two floppy fish fall on the floor, pass out seizures. And of course I was getting diagnosed, and this person was very, very sure of themselves. You don't have epilepsy, Jocelyn. And it was just very frustrating. And so I don't know if it wasn't depressing, but it was just very frustrating. So that was,
Sometimes I'll say that's the same thing. Frustrating, depressing. You get on my nerves either way.
yeah. And I'm just like, you don't know anything. You don't know me that well. I mean, it is a family member, but you don't know me that well. We don't talk very much. And what do you know about my medical condition? You've never researched this.
Talk about it.
Yeah, like we've talked for like maybe 10 minutes about this. Like you've gotten some chats about this. Oh, we've texted about this, but we've barely ever talked about it. And this person was very sure of themselves. You don't have epilepsy. There's no way. There's no way you
That's
have epilepsy.
that's something I didn't understand. I'm like, we never even talk about epilepsy. So how do you know this? Like, is this something
Yeah,
you Googled? Did you talk to a neurologist?
yeah,
Or this is something you just
yeah.
thought it worked and
I prefer not to have epilepsy, but I have it.
right.
I had a doctor, actually it was a nurse practitioner, when I went to and that was like 2 years ago maybe. And it was right after I had that diagnosis for the psychogenic seizures. I had a seizure in a pool, and my husband scooped me up like Superman and got me out of the pool and got some of the water out of my lungs. And then I started coughing up blood. And then I went to the hospital, and I had a nurse practitioner. Once I was lucid, she walked into my room and looked at my chart and immediately said, "Oh, she has psychogenic seizures. So she needs to talk to the psychologist or the psychiatrist because there's no way to tell if she tried to kill herself or not."
What the hell?
Yeah,
Man.
that icebreaker, there's so many different things. So many different things that can apply to that
Oh,
that
I have
statement.
another one, and it was the first neurologist I went to see. I got assigned to one after I went to the hospital, in an ambulance after my first floppy fish seizure. And so it was a neurologist. It was not a neurologist doctor, it was a nurse practitioner, neurologist person. And so I go in there and I had a friend with me. And I'm obese, right? I've lost 65 pounds, but I'm still obese. Yeah. Woohoo. And so we go in.
As I'm eating my tacos. Woohoo.
Jocelyn, you're
Asked,
frozen, I believe.
oh yeah. I had to stop her and ask her about seizures before she would talk to me about seizures. And then at the end of the meeting, at the end of the appointment when we're leaving, she says, Jocelyn, if you put cinnamon in your water, I think it would help you to lose weight. Now, granted, she like had not looked at my chart. I had been anorexic as a teenager, another bout of it in my late 20s. I know how to lose weight. The unhealthy way, you just stop eating.
Cinnamon water?
Yeah, put cinnamon in your water. What I
No,
wanted to do was go back to her in the second meeting and say,
no.
hey lady,
Cinnamon.
I made a mistake. I accidentally ate cinnamon donuts instead of putting cinnamon in my water.
Cinnamon belong on latkes and snickerdoodles,
Should
Exactly.
have
not
asked her if
And
she
what I
in
passed
wanted
the
to
water.
do is also
pharmacology
be like,
class.
oh, I see some fat on your belly. You should put cinnamon in your water. She dismissed me. She saw fat lady. When I had my second seizure, I messaged her through the message board on my chart and I said, I think I had a seizure. Here's some pictures of all these bruises. What should I do? No answer. I had a concussion, nothing. She missed things in the MRI. My new good neurologist, the third one, he went back and found things. I had the hole in my crib form plate. She missed things. She totally dismissed me. So that was it. There's the story.
I'm glad you can smile about it because that would mess me up.
Well, as a fat person, this stuff happens all the time, and I don't mind describing myself as fat. I am fat. But it's infuriating as a fat person. This stuff happens all the time. And so you eventually just like expect it and laugh at it.
And you're just
It's
going to
horrible.
the doctor to be like, hey, I know I might be a little fat, but I'm pretty sure that most fat people don't have seizures. Can you help me with that part?
And people talk to you like you don't know you're fat. Like, oh wait, what? Fat? You're telling
I'm
me.
sorry.
Never knew.
Sorry, but you know your body best. You know your body best.
Yes.
I
To
learned
go
really
see a
early on.
neurologist and have them start off the meeting by talking about weight loss. it's fine to talk to me about weight loss. Let's talk about the seizures first. Then you can tell me to put cinnamon in my water.
That part sucks. Like cinnamon
Yeah.
water, really? Like I tasted cinnamon because I seen it. Well, it's on Cinnamon Toast Crunch. I was like, okay, cinnamon tastes good. And for some reason, I was like, let me try this cinnamon. And I coughed, powder everywhere. I thought cinnamon was supposed to taste good.
Okay.
Cinnamon Toast
Like you
Crunch.
put it, like you
Cinnamon
put it.
challenge.
I think
Okay.
it does have beneficial qualities, but you put it in things like oatmeal and stuff. To put it in, she was just like, she might be this great nurse practitioner for neurology. She treated me horribly.
I thought cinnamon was supposed to be sweet, how it tastes on cinnamon toast.
Yeah, if you add
Sounds
sugar,
like she failed pharmacology.
yeah,
You know that they only add like a tablespoon of cinnamon to a whole bunch of sugar to
yes,
make cinnamon sugar.
to make like where you sprinkle it on the bread with butter and you make cinnamon
Yes.
toast. Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
So,
There is so much more sugar than cinnamon on that.
yeah.
And it is so wonderful.
Oh, it's really good with cinnamon toast. It's wonderful.
I
But
have
she treated me horribly. The next one was kind of bad, was pretty bad too. She's the one that wouldn't test the nose drippings from the CSF leak and told me that there was no way I had a CSF leak unless I had a cracked skull. And anyways, my new
remember that.
neurologist is really good. We have a similar last name, and so I think it's really cute. So, anyways, he's really, really good. I like him a lot. He's a good neurologist. I feel very pleased and lucky that I have him. So,
Hannah,
anyways, there's my
when I
story.
was listening to you earlier, you said something about swimming. How deep were you
Yeah.
swimming?
So I love swimming, but I never swim unless I have either my husband or my dad out there with me. And I was swimming with my husband and his best friend, and from what he told me, I was hanging out, part of the conversation and laughing, um and then I just kind of slipped under the water. And after a couple seconds wouldn't come out, he realized what was happening, and that was before I started. That was the tonic part before I started the floppy fish, and he picked me up and got me out of the pool, got the water out. And when I wake up from seizures, I'm like the happiest person on the planet for some reason. Like sometimes there was one time I was singing the Hokey Pokey like nonstop for 20 minutes. I'm just like the happiest person ever. So I woke up laughing, but I couldn't breathe and coughing up blood and just like, oh, like I took a shit ton of fentanyl or something, just like on top of the world. And they were just sitting there laughing at me, and they're like, hey, so you're coughing up blood, you just had a seizure, and you obviously have some water in your lungs. So do you want to go to Medical City, which is closer, or do you want to go to UT Southwest? I'm like, yeah, take me to UT Southwest. They have the good drugs. So that's what happened there. But what I was trying to say earlier, what I've noticed with neurologists or any sort of neuro specialty when it comes to epilepsy, especially the complicated cases, most of them will just look at it and be like, sorry, that's above my pay grade. At least for me, I think I saw maybe 6 or 7 doctors before getting to UT Southwest, which has the research hospital in it, and they're like the level 4 or like the epilepsy center, EMU or whatever. But I went to so many doctors, and there were some of them that just walked in, took one look at my EEG, and was like, "Sorry, not doing it." And then there were the others that were like overly confident, and you could tell after just one appointment that they had no idea what the fuck they were talking about. So, but I ended up at UT Southwest, the research hospital, and they're excellent. They're hard to get a hold of the doctor for sure. like outpatient, they're kind of hard to like, they're great with creating a plan. But as far if anything goes wrong, getting a hold of them is kind of a pain in the ass. But when it comes to inpatient treatment, there's nowhere I'd rather be.
Yeah. I have a friend who likes to swim. How deep was that water that you were in?
It's in the short end of the pool, so it was like maybe 4 feet.
Oh, okay. My friend that likes to swim is here, Lufa. Um, but she likes to swim in the extra deep. But
Yep.
she's I wouldn't say an Olympic swimmer. I forgot the word she used. She swims really good.
I met Lufa. Hi, Lufa.
Hi.
What's up, Chica?
Nothing much.
Lufa even rides jet skis.
Yeah.
She's pushing the barrier for us. She's showing us it's possible.
Yeah,
Um,
I'm doing shit for fun.
I feel you.
YOLO.
I'm really excited. I'm going to Costa Rica in
Don't get
in
trapped.
November. And because I only swim or do anything like that, take a bath when my husband's around. But I feel fine hanging out or like being in the pool if he's there because he knows to watch out and he's already saved me from that before. So I'm really excited because I don't really get to swim that often, and we'll get to go and be in the beach. We're gonna go jet ski, see some
I just swam.
monkeys.
Hey, yeah, it's fun.
I'm excited.
Nothing.
So, how's riding planes for you? Because I heard you say Costa Rica.
Love planes.
I love planes too, but I hear a few people say like height bothers them and stuff.
No, I love planes. Although I'm really pissed off because my Chaz, my husband, he decided he hasn't ridden planes very much. I think he's ridden them once. And so he's like, okay, yeah. When he booked our tickets, he booked the emergency exits without the windows because he was like, oh yeah, well, it's extra space and we get free drinks. And I'm like, Chaz, if you're on a plane, you want to look out the window. And he's like, yeah, but isn't the free vodka worth it? I'm like, not really. It's gonna be 10 a.m.
Yeah. The icebreaker, Lufa and Mark and Jeff
I'm
also.
gonna break in and just say, just so everyone remember or someone remembers. Yeah, someone remembers. I don't know who. Um, Annie just left. She's having trouble, so you need to check on her later.
Will do. Um,
Okay, go
the
ahead.
icebreaker was, what is the most depressing thing someone said to you? I forgot the rest of it.
Casually.
Yeah, what is the most depressing thing that someone casually said to you?
Do you want the funny answer or the sad answer?
We can get them both if you'd like.
The saddest thing I've ever heard someone say to me is, "We're out of cheese."
Mm. You like
Yeah.
cheese?
Yeah. Okay, I guess it wasn't as funny as I thought. Never mind.
I mean,
Well,
when
I mean,
you're
it's
when
funny
you're
if you really
having a
like
burger,
cheese.
that's really kind of an emergency situation,
Yes,
right?
it
Is it
is.
even possible to eat a burger without cheese? Like
No.
these are important considerations.
I
I
laughed.
think
I was just muted.
Thank you. Okay.
yeah, me too. I'm sorry. I
No, 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 you're
should have.
good. You're good. You're good. I'm
I
still
read.
figuring out everything. And yes, I'm also hungry. Um,
What's the funny
and
one?
oh, what's the funny one?
I mean, the depressing one. You said there was one funny and one that wasn't funny.
Okay. One that's not as funny is middle school. I am a very, very, very proud horse girl. And in art class, I drew the best horse I had ever drawn. And I walked up to my art teacher, who I loved and admired. Miss Riley, Miss Riley. Yes, I'm calling you out. Um, and she looked at it and said, "This isn't real art." Yeah,
You're a child, right?
I'm a child. I'm in middle school.
That's very
I'm
sad.
going through puberty. Everything hurts. Every word hurts.
Yeah. It's
She
rough.
comments from a bitch wouldn't be depressing from me because, you know, they're a bitch. They're gonna say some bitchy things.
Right.
Well, and it sounds like she wasn't a very sensitive teacher, and she's teaching
Oh
middle
no,
school.
she was a horrible teacher.
Yeah, that is horrible. She should have
was
been more
like-
At
sensitive.
that point, trust me, this actually happened very early on in the school year, so my love of her died very quickly,
I can
if
imagine.
that makes any sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can imagine
Yeah,
as a teen how
art
your love
teacher
died.
and
Yeah.
Well, and
my
you
art
wouldn't
teacher
have
in
wanted
high
to open
school.
up to her anymore.
I was best friends with my art teacher in high school, and she was actually I did pottery. And back then I was really getting hardcore into weed. And so I asked the assignment was to build a teapot. And I went to my art teacher and I'm like, "Hey, I know it's the assignment is supposed to be a teapot, but if I made a bong that looked like a teapot, would you take that?" And she said, "As long as it looks like a teapot." And I made but unfortunately it didn't pull. But
That's right.
she was cool about it. She's like, "Yeah, as long as it looks like a teapot."
I like how she thinks. Mark
Yeah.
and Lupa. The icebreaker was, you guys remember what it was? Oh, what's the most depressing thing someone casually said to you?
I mean, I'm honestly having trouble thinking of something someone's casually said that was depressing.
Mine was somebody told me that I can't be depressed because I'm taking antidepressants, and if I'm still depressed, I shouldn't take the pills, and the pills are actually for epilepsy. So I was just like, you don't know what you're talking about. I'm taking these.
Maybe something that someone said really like ignorantly and they didn't realize what, you know, it's a very vague very, very vague icebreaker.
Leaves the door open for a lot of answers.
It does, Pookie.
Because mine was like a family member said that I didn't have epilepsy when I definitely did.
My
Luca, how
first
about you?
Well, I guess in that vein, the one time I ever put myself out there and tried dating, the girl I was dating kept insisting that I did not have Asperger's syndrome when I had told her that. And I don't know why, but that was just one of many things that were troublesome with that relationship. But that was the big one that really kind of, it's like that was the one thing that finally explained uh, me. And now you're trying to tell me no, then that just means it's all me that is the problem. So,
glad you're out of that.
I was going to say the
yeah.
same
No
thing.
kidding. People that
Yeah.
can't accept us for who we are, they need to just go away.
Lufa, you there?
Casually said
Casually said, just said it like
something hurtful.
opposing something they said, just like it wasn't supposed to hurt your feelings. And it was just like, oh, I'm just saying this, like careless, a careless opinion, I could say. You want to come back?
I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, I understand this is a broad one and it could take some time. We can come back to you.
Sorry.
It's all right. I'm not gonna forget though, so think about it. I'm gonna come back to you. Might be an hour or two. I'm coming back to you. Got something here. It says, I'm still not diagnosed. Should I give up? I had epilepsy from a baby to age 14 and discontinued meds because of liver damage and absence and tonic-clonic were under control. I didn't know about focal seizures until I was in my 30s, started researching because of what I was feeling. Then I was like, wow, I am having those. But nothing ever shows up on an EEG, despite having episodes while hooked up. My epileptologist told me about PNES and FND, referred me to a site evaluation and OT and PT for the walking and speech issues I get when I have my episodes. I am waiting to see a therapist. I have seen a psychiatrist already. My episodes are getting more intense, and so, for some reasons, sensations moving to the other side of my body, more ringing in my ears. I get disorientated. Haven't driven in 4 years. Maybe I should just give up on trying to figure this out. Anyone have this experience? I was in high school. I was just told you have epilepsy. The second time you've been to this emergency room, we're not even gonna talk to your primary. You've been here twice for a seizure. You have epilepsy. Basically, how I felt about it. I was just like, damn, that sucks. And then I left because I didn't even know what the fuck epilepsy was. Just like, okay, all right, thank you. Take out your pills up front.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
It was just a comment. You said you didn't know what epilepsy is. Who the fuck does?
Right. I didn't either back then. Like no one, like I said, I was diagnosed. I was 16. And I had them I had the first ones, I had them at school one day, and then 2 days later I had another one at school. So my mom had never actually seen one for like 4 years in. I was having them at school. Maybe not 4 years, I'm a little exaggerating. She's gonna see this. But there was a long time that she didn't actually get to see one because I was having them at school. And,
Absence at school?
Huh?
Like the sit and stare?
No, I'm having full TCs.
At
Someone
school
told
and nobody
me,
fucking said anything?
no, they sent me to the hospital, and my mom would pick me up from there, and they'd be like, "Oh, you had a seizure." And then the second one, where she picked me up, they were like, "Oh, your son has epilepsy." So then we were just like, "Well, all right." And then for a while, I was just having them at school. So she never got to see one for a while. But yeah,
School's stressful. That makes sense.
I don't
Yeah.
understand how a little kid has a tonic-clonic seizure at school, gets sent to the ER via ambulance, and they don't set him up with follow-up neurocare.
Nope, they would just like talk to your primary, let them know you have
Fuck.
epilepsy.
Welcome to the 90s and early 2000s.
They
Right.
should have gone straight to neuro, like as soon from the ER. They should have sent him straight to neuro.
But
Talk
I
to
If
do.
your
I was
primary for what? The primary is not going to treat it.
right,
That's
if I was thinking like I do now, I would have went. But I was 16 and
Yeah.
nobody really knew what epilepsy was, and nobody cared because, mom, you're watching this, but this is how I felt when we left the hospital for epilepsy. I got my pills and I took my pills on a daily. There was no conversations ever about it until shit. I don't even know if anyone, we still have conversations. But back then there was no like, you should do this, this, and this, so you shouldn't have seizures. You should do this. No, there was none of that. They were just like, take those pills, you won't have seizures. Was not true because obviously I was having them. I was having them. I was having them in the streets, and I'm telling my friends, don't tell my mom. I was having them at school, and not all of them they would call in. But yeah, recently, which is 30 years later, I had a friend tell me the last time he seen me. It's like, the last time I saw you, you were kind of tangled up in the chair in the desk. And I was crying next to you. He was like, I was the first person that seen it. I screamed to the teacher, and he told me the teacher had actually ran off. The teacher went to the office to get the nurse instead of calling. So much could have happened in that time of just me sitting there with students crying and in panic.
just like the neighborhood you live in. Like people aren't really. They don't. It's that just blows my mind.
Well, it's been 30 years. I mean, there's been so much research in a lot of medical areas. And so 30 years ago, medicine was very different. And
I guess it's just because I all of the seizures I've had, I've always had someone there on top of it to take care of it. I always got proper care, and I'm so incredibly grateful for that. And I guess that is one of the most depressing things, Pookie, is a lot of people have these problems and not everybody has the resources and gets the same level of care and support.
it's also not just resources. Like I threw my back out when I was 12, and we never, in the 90s, I never went to the doctor. And I've had back issues ever since. You know, we had health insurance. We just never did anything about it.
Yeah, like
Because it's so fucking expensive they can't afford it. But Pookie, forgive my intrusion.
that's all right.
But how, from what I've heard about your family, your sister just calling the ambulance instead
Hey,
of
hey,
just
hey,
trying to
hey.
take care of you, I'm just, how is your relationship with them?
Uh,
That wasn't that, but that's what
I was just
prompted the
looking back at this
question.
bed, trying to think
Only
about how
if
many
you're
hours I sit on this bed
safe.
in here. 16 to 18 hours a day in here. So put the pieces together. Doors closed. I'm in here. Think about it.
Okay. Understood.
Yes. So
That must
this.
that must have been hard. Because growing up with it's almost you depend on other people with epilepsy. You have to.
Yes,
That's one of the main things about epilepsy. It takes away all your independence.
I lost all independence. I was told, I wasn't even told by my job. I was told by family, you're not going to go to work again. I wasn't like told, I was never fired for having seizures, none of that. I was kept on for having seizures, managing places and full businesses and stuff. And it's a good check. So stayed on. Like I had a seizure at work one time and I'm at the cash register. Um, I've seen people leave for like headaches and migraines. I got up from a seizure and she's like, you want to finish your shift? You got 4 hours left. I was like, sure, why not? I need the money. And I stayed.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, like no one knew anything back then. Like they said, it's the early 2000s. That's when we just got the internet. So everyone was only telling me, but when I finally started having seizures outside of school, people were only telling me like, oh, you shouldn't have it. You shouldn't be in front of this TV because of the lights, or you shouldn't do this because of this. And those were the times where no one knew anything. Oh, we heard that bright lights can make you have a seizure. We heard that. someone was watching a cartoon and it was on there. Bullshit.
How many of you guys are triggered by lights?
Um,
Can you raise your hand in this meeting?
you
Let's see
could,
what we can do.
but no one here does. It's like 1% of the epileptic population that has photogenic seizures. So you're not gonna find one here. It's gonna be rare. But we'll
She's
read
not the
questions.
only one here. I know that there's a couple of our friends who are.
Yeah, sorry, it's dark in here, guys. I just have a killer headache because I had a seizure on Friday.
It's all right.
And it hasn't gone away, the headache, yet.
Yeah, she was if you guys didn't know, she was 7 months seizure free. I was like, lucky you, but
That has never fucking happened, and it just like really fucked with my psyche for a minute. I don't know. It's such a bizarre thing for that to happen, just like out of nowhere, and then it really fucks with your psyche.
Yeah, back when I first got epilepsy, it was mostly told about stuff that no one researched. We heard this person say you shouldn't do this because you could have seizures, and you shouldn't do that because you have seizures. But we didn't have, what is it called? Like something that tells you basically what's spam and what isn't. Anyone was able to put something on the internet and you would search it and all of it would pop up and all of it would be someone who thought something. None of it was it called, spam check? I forgot the term they used. Huh?
Sorry, I'm trying to follow along. I'm just not understanding.
Yeah. These days they have things that'll tell you this isn't real when you're reading a post or some shit like that.
Right.
These days, when
Like
we
emails and shit.
when we first got the internet, there was none of that. You were believing everything you see. Someone could have jumped off a roof and had a string connected to them. You didn't see the string. You're told they
Or
were
you
going to
believe
jump in and just
nothing
gotta
you see.
believe it.
The extreme flip side is you believe nothing you see.
Yeah. Right.
People are so goddamn stupid.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was saying, Mark. It's crazy. Someone, like I said, you can see a video of someone jumping off a roof and bounce back up. And just because we didn't see the string, they're gonna be like, oh, well, he was bungee jumping, then he hopped back on the roof or some shit. You just gotta believe it because we didn't see the string. No way to prove it. But yeah, that was also what I was gonna say.
Definitely not like that anymore.
It's coming around. They're coming around.
Oh, people definitely still believe without evidence, like just blindly believing, but at least they have more ways to confirm now.
Yeah. So.
Oh.
Oh, hey, Raven.
Shut up now. Sorry about that.
I forgot you were there, Raven. The icebreaker today was, what was the most depressing thing someone has casually said to you?
Okay. Yeah. My mom told me that I needed to get my life together. And that was like, I don't even know, 8 years ago. I'll never forget it. And my life will never be together. And she just kind of said it in conversation like it was no big deal.
Right. My life will never be together either. It's in a bunch of pieces on this desk in front of me. Just won't happen to fix itself. But
right.
I understand.
Hey, Raven, I'm curious how together your mom's life is.
Extremely. She's neurotypical and like I'm not. So she's she's like a machine, and you know, I was diagnosed with a disease that eventually left me primarily bedridden, and it took a really, 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 really long time for her to get over the fact that I'm disabled. And she's like super supportive at this point in my life, but at that time she was in heavy denial, and it kind of was taken out on me. Nobody wants to see their kid be disabled, and I think she kind of
Right.
grew up with tough love and thought, oh well,
But
if I
again, you
just
don't take it out on the kid.
no, I think she just kind of thought, oh, if I am a tough parent enough, then maybe she even felt like she failed as a parent because I was not able to thrive on my own. But she's, like I said, she's done a total 180 now, but at the time that was by far the most depressing thing anybody's ever said to me, and I will never forget it.
Yeah, I understand why that could be depressing. I understand why if you wanted to avoid that person. Personally, I would, but that's just me. Yeah.
Yeah, it definitely damaged our trust and our relationship for a long time, but we've been able to rebuild that, I think.
Okay. Good. Good that you're progressing. It's getting better. That's always
Yeah.
a good thing.
Just shows how strong you are that you got through everything that you went through pretty much on your own without as the support that I mean that just it's admirable.
Thanks. It was definitely lonely for a while, but uh, we move on. People are always like, "Oh my God, you're so strong. You got through it." But I mean, the alternative is to not be alive anymore by choice, right? And so I think we all here know we just have to deal with the hand we're dealt.
Yep.
Something
I
you should
was
be proud of that you worked through it like that.
Thank you. I appreciate
Shows
you.
your strength.
You're really sweet. Thank you, Hannah.
yeah, Kepler was the only one that had me feeling like I'm gonna do this voluntarily, do it because I want to. And I never think like that. That was the medication. I was a kid. I don't know why I was thinking like that. Gave up on a lot. Like, damn, I had a seizure today. Today's the day.
You had those thoughts as a kid?
Yeah, I was taking Keppra.
Oh my God, I'm so sorry you had to go through that.
Yeah, yeah, it's all right. Then as an adult, I believe, well, no, not I believe, I was told that I threatened to jump off a second story balcony. So I woke up in a psych ward, connected hand cuffed to the chair.
Wow, that's traumatizing.
By both hands, left and right hand, cuffed to the chair.
Jesus.
But also, I'm in a room with maybe 30 other people cuffed to chairs, both hands, and we're about 2 or 3 feet apart, so we can't touch each other, of course, because we're cuffed. And then some of them are coming down, so they're screaming, and some of them are supposed to be at the psych ward, so they're screaming. And then there's other ones who are screaming because telling the other ones they should stop screaming.
Oh my gosh.
And then there's this one guy sitting behind a glass. He's just like, he's just watching, making sure everybody's safe. But other than that, he could have been there on his phone, on TikTok, or anything. He was just back there. You couldn't scream to him because everybody else was already screaming. So if you scream to him, he's just thinking you're just one of those guys screaming. Sat there for like 4 to 5 hours, just sitting there, just constant screaming. I was wishing I had a seizure. I was like, I need to have a seizure so they notice that I get the fuck out of this chair. But that's where I woke up at.
Oh my God. The craziest stuff, the craziest memories, like from when you are taking those meds that really fuck with your head, like the ones where you get those psychiatric side effects and you're doing all that weird shit and feeling like just crazy. And the memories I have from that time is just like a bundle of chaos. Like you can't really pick. And then I only remember like half of it, and half of it is other people telling me what happened. And it's just like, but it's so bizarre.
That's so scary. I haven't had epilepsy long enough to have experienced these things, but I know they're probably going to happen eventually to some extent or other.
I tell everybody, prepare. I mean, expect the best. Expect the best, but prepare for the worst. All you can do is have hope. Hope gets you so far these days.
I have a complex case, and it's the drug resistant kind. That's the drugs are the scary ones because it's the side effects. The seizures I can handle no problem, but the side effect, it's the in between part. The and half of it I think is just affects the seizures I've had because like how severe and how bad they were and how much I was having them. Like I was having 20 seizures a day, 5 minutes. Like they couldn't get me out of it. So, just the effects that has had on my body and the side effects and all the meds that I took that I reacted poorly to. But if you're not drug resistant, then it shouldn't don't anticipate your seizures to be bad because that's just a way that's just gonna hurt you and stress you when you don't need to.
Hey, Angel. The icebreaker.
Hello, everyone.
You might need a few seconds to think about the icebreaker. But how you doing?
I'm good. Just got on. The ex-copper's kicking my butt. Hi,
Oh
new
yeah.
family member. Where'd she go? Oh, Hannah.
Hi.
Yeah.
I'm on
Hey,
it sober
Twisted.
too.
How do you do it? Because he's all worn out. I guess he's on his titration process, so he's still building up.
Yeah,
But Angel, the
Monday.
icebreaker today.
I
The
go ahead.
icebreaker. Go ahead, you first, because somebody has to talk.
I was gonna say Monday I go up again.
Oh, okay.
What?
Isaiah. Hello, Twisted. How are you? Can you hear me?
Um, the sound is fucked up,
I can
and
hear you.
I'm gonna have to restart it.
Okay, I can hear you and see you though. But Angel, the icebreaker was, what's the most depressing thing someone has casually said to you?
Um, the most depressing thing said or texted?
Someone had said casually, like it was just supposed to be the truth. They're just like nonchalant about it, then yeah.
I gotta try to remember this.
Let me give you an example. Mine was someone told me, how can you be depressed if you're taking an antidepressant? If it's not working, you should stop taking it. But I'm taking an antidepressant for seizures. So either way, if it's not working, I still got to take it.
I guess on the same lines is someone telling me like, hey, you got control over all this, not knowing how the medicine really affects us, like that's the most thing that I can think of recently.
It doesn't have to be recent, but
I get what you mean.
whatever comes to you, and I understand what you mean too. Sorry you're going through that.
Man, Pookie, with that as an icebreaker, we've made this convo really depressing.
We'll get back to the more depressing stuff. Give me a second.
If you need an example of something depressing, just pick out one of our
Oh yeah.
I mean, so far we've been really down there.
We'll get it together. We'll get more depressing as we go. It'll get better.
I'm looking forward to it, Pookie.
Me too.
Yeah, I got
Twisted,
some
you there?
depressing texts.
Twisted, can you hear me now?
Yes, but I don't know if
Kind
I
of
can hear you.
finicky.
I can hear you perfectly.
I
Stop
can
bragging.
I can hear you all, but I don't know if you're collectively smoking weed.
No.
Not all of us.
No, I mean no offense.
Yeah.
But I can hear you all slowly.
The sound is delayed, slowed down. Yeah.
Is it better now? I closed my window.
Think it might be your connection.
Yes. Nah, but I don't care.
That was a good idea about the smoking weed. Maybe we should collectively try that.
The icebreaker was, what was the most depressing thing someone has casually said to you?
Wait, is it my
Say that again?
Wait, is it my turn?
Yeah.
Say that again?
What's the most depressing thing someone has casually said to you?
The most depressing thing someone has ever told me was that I was fat. That I looked fat when I wasn't.
Okay, yeah, that is depressing. I can understand.
G comments from a bitch.
Yeah. So I got a
That from a female that was fatter than me.
that sucks.
I'm just saying.
Yeah.
No, but
Yeah,
I am
hilarious.
fat. I am fat now than I was before.
I've always wanted to be fat, and I've never been able just to put weight on. I always want to get like 200, 220, then get toned up or something. I can't get over 175, so.
I used to be an athlete, and then I gained weight whenever all the seizures and side effects started to hit because I was eating, and even with like the Zonegran, they told me I'd lose weight. The VNS, they told me I'd lose weight. I never lost weight.
So you have the VNS or RNS? Both?
I have both. VNS, RNS.
Never heard of that. I mean,
Oh,
you're the first
wow.
time me hearing that.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's why I didn't want to scare anyone with my story of my seizures. Like, don't be scared. It's okay.
You're not gonna scare
Wish I
anyone.
came on sooner.
Yeah.
No, we have people with VNS and RNS.
Yes, quite a few.
No, but honestly, the devices, they work so much better than the medications ever did. And I didn't have any side effects, and honestly, whenever I got the VNS on it, when they would stimulate it and they're like, "Oh, well, tell me if that's uncomfortable." When they would stimulate it, it felt like a drug reaction, like almost like, "Oh, I feel so good now." Like not just normal, it's almost like a high. I'm like getting high off of my VNS because it's like relieving the stress, it's stimulating the vagus nerve, and it felt so good. And just over time, like it has helped my seizures so much that it's been so much better. I was all for it when they were like, "Hey, we're gonna give you the brain implant too," and I'm like, "Fuck yeah, let's do it."
Okay.
It works so great, at least for me.
So they have you taking pills and the RNS and the VNS?
Oh yeah, I'm on
Once upon
200 of Xcopri,
So was there once upon a time where you
and then
had
the
the
med
VNS and
sys.
RNS and no pills, or you just been on pills the whole time?
I've always been on I've never. This is the first time that I've only been on one medication. I used to take 4 different medications, like, maxed out, and then, um, like, it was a struggle just getting me down to 1 medication, which is why my side effects were so good, and now just being on 1 medication and, it just and for when I didn't have seizures for 7 months, it was just so bizarre that I didn't have seizures, and I started to feel almost like what you would think normal is, and it was just a real crush to my psyche because I was getting shit done, man. I was on top of it. I was working full time, doing school full time during those 7 months. I had gotten everything turned in, so, like, my everything done, my entrance exam to nursing school, like, everything was done. I had gotten it all taken care of, and then I had the fucking seizure right after everything was done. And I had never been that functional before. At least since, because I was diagnosed at, like, 11 or 12, and I think I was okay from, like, 13, 14, and then it just went downhill from there. So just as an adult, I've never been that functional. So it's just blowing my mind. It was just a real gut punch whenever I had that seizure in the middle of my fucking entrance exam for nursing school. Granted, I was trying to retake it to get a better grade, but it was a gut punch.
I feel you. Those that come out of nowhere. All mine's are breakthroughs. I really haven't. I don't think I've done things to like cause seizures. Like I stopped smoking stimulants and so on. Still having them. So I'm just assuming these are just breakthroughs that are just gonna happen. Um, but I'll get to this next question. It says, I'm not waking up to my alarm. I had an absent seizure today for the first time since they got me on this medication 8 months ago. Went from having seizures multiple times a month to none, and things were going great. Unfortunately, this morning when my alarm went off and I snoozed it, I snoozed it. It's a bad habit, but sometimes I just need a bit to wake up. Normally, not an issue, but today I got up and got ready and just completely missed a dose of medicine. It's not the first time I've done it in these past few months, and normally it doesn't lead to anything, but today I had a seizure. The idea of this turning into more and possibly having another grand mal has left people around me upset at the fact that I simply missed a medicine. I don't know how it happens, but if you were to ask me before I had my seizure if I took the medicine, I would have confidently said yes. I don't know why, but I just can't remember what happened this morning. I have really bad memory from my epilepsy, but my brain just tells me it's fine. I'd like to say that I could just be a little more attentive and just make sure I don't ignore my alarm. But even if I do wake up sometimes, I'll just end up not doing it. And I don't know why. I don't know if anyone else has this problem. If so, what helps? If there's an app or some kind of method you use, what is it that helps? Am I being irresponsible? Um, you guys got an answer for this person? They're really lost, it sounds like.
I mean, nobody's perfect, and it's nobody's business that they missed a dose, honestly. I wouldn't have.
Yeah,
been
that
okay with
that
everything.
story I heard. I am human. I made an oopsie, and my family needs to chill.
Yep. And there's like apps to help you remember to take your meds and to mark off whether or not you took them and all that. But at the
Yep.
end of the day, like sometimes we're gonna miss a dose. It happens.
I like
Yeah,
the pill organizers, and then I have it on my bedside table, so I know if I look at the pill organizer and it's I can see whether I've taken it or not by the end of, and I take mine once a day, so it's pretty much like just make sure that this is empty by the end of the day.
yeah, I turn my pill bottle upside down. So in the nighttime, I wake up and then when I take it at night, I just turn it over. So I wake up and it's face up. And then when I take it in the morning, I
I
turn
do
it
the
face
same.
down.
Smart.
And it's sitting on my desk. And like this person, I will snooze it until the alarm allows me no more snoozes. And then I'd be like, did I take that? And it's still over there upside down or something of that sort. And I have an alarm on my phone. So yeah, snoozing it doesn't help. I snooze every alarm. Um, yeah, that works. Turn it upside down because unless I knock it down, it doesn't really give me a chance to miss it because I can make, oh yeah, it's right there. Mark, go
Can't
ahead.
fucking stand alarms. I just can't. I would not be able to have that alarm on my phone every fucking night. That I would just be like,
2 times a day.
Can't do it.
2 times a day, 12 hours apart.
2 times a day would be a luxury. I've got 4 times a day I gotta stop and go swallow something.
Yeah, mine's is
but
at 10 a.m. and 10 p.m.
yeah,
I
because I've
remember.
got the
Yeah, I
Vimpat
got 3 times a
twice a
day.
day, 12 hours apart, and then the pregabalin 3 times a day, 8 hours apart. So I can line the two up exactly one time each day, but then I've got to stop like 3 other times to take it. But I use the watch alarm for the pills, and those are alarms that I do not allow myself to snooze. And then like for wake up and stuff, that's the phone alarm, and I snooze that one. But yeah, I've got the little pill thing, and it just, yeah, if it's empty, then I know I'm caught up. But yeah, I've got the same sort of problem where I
You
kind
guys
of,
are really impressive. I feel like a bad patient. I would just be like, take them. I'm like, oh, did I think did I take my meds? Kind of. I would
Take them
just like,
again.
yeah, just kind of, yeah. I took them. I always took them, but I never set alarms for how many hours apart or whatever or anything like that. I was just happy as long as I took them. I was happy.
have you had more than one time daily though? Didn't you say yours is once a
Yeah,
day?
I used to take my Vimpat. Like I would take my Vimpat when I woke up at like 7 a.m. and then I would be like, take a nap, wake up from the nap. Okay, I'll take it at 2.
Oh, okay.
Like,
Well,
just as long as I'd take it once in the morning and once in the evening, but I wouldn't take it 12 hours apart. I would just be happy if I took it.
yeah. Well,
The alarms annoy me.
I think that's the point though, like to annoy
Yeah,
you into action.
Yeah, but I don't want to spend my day irritated.
understandable.
Yeah, I have alarms and I use the Epsy app to remind me that it's pill time. So, but sometimes I will put, all right, dose taken on the Epsy app, and I'll be like, did I take my pill? And I have to check my pill organizer to see if I took my pill or not. Still, sometimes.
Been there. Yeah.
Think I should give more of a fuck, but at the end of the day, as long as I take my pill, I'm all right. And if I don't, it's an oopsie. Move on. Take it the next day, you know?
Yeah. How many times have you ever double dosed? Like, I think I took it. I'll take
Probably.
another one just in case. One of the comments here says,
I do not double dose on the benzo and the Excopri. I am not double dosing on those.
I would hate to double dose on the Excopri, but if I just had a seizure, you can hand me over those happy drugs.
Yeah, I earned an extra benzo if I just was convulsing, I think. Just don't tell the neuro.
Yeah, I don't feel bad about it at all. I wouldn't feel bad about telling the neuro either.
one
You
of
see
the
a seizure,
comments,
they're gonna dish out some benzos. They don't care.
right? And it's not good for
Yeah.
you. You're not supposed to take benzos. Mark already knows that, but you're new here. You're not supposed to take benzos as an epileptic. It's not for us. But I got a comment here.
What?
Go ahead, Mark. What'd you say?
I'm sorry, I'm confused. Not supposed to take benzos.
What's the reason? Why do you say
think
that?
I think Pookie means Benadryl.
Yeah, it lowers our seizure threshold.
Oh. Yeah, Benadryl. Yeah. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah.
Benadryl. I'm not talking
Benadryl.
Benadryl. I'm talking Klonopin and
Yeah,
midazolam.
Yeah.
they prescribe us that.
Those are the ones
Okay.
that stop seizures.
I'm not a
Yeah.
doctor. I'm not a pharmacist.
It's okay.
Yeah, those are the rescue meds.
I've worked in the pharmaceutical business for the past 6 years.
Oh, my
So
sister.
Yeah, I got in trouble with my neuro yesterday because I told her that my Saturday seizure, when I got the nasalam, um, I asked for Klonopin as well because my eyes were still doing that jittery jumping thing, and I didn't want another jolt of midazolam just to stop that, but I didn't feel like it was completely done. So, yeah, she didn't like me taking clonazepam on top of midazolam. Um, so I asked about, I kind of out loud kind of wondered, what about which one has the stronger binding affinity at the GABA A receptor site? And the nurse practitioner confidently jumped in and said, "Oh, it's that one, the midazolam. The clonazepam has 4 times the binding affinity of midazolam, so I'm not convinced that my current nurse practitioner
she
is."
sounds like she doesn't know what the hell she's talking about. Midazolam is 5 milligrams, the
Yeah,
nasalam,
5 to 1.
and you're only supposed to use it if the seizure goes on a couple minutes because it's 5 milligrams, and that's like a really high dosage. But the clonazepam is not meant to. That's for in between, like if you feel a seizure coming on, and it's 0.25 milligrams of uh of Klonopin, and Klonopin is not as strong as midazolam. So it's not even in the same ballpark in the dosaging. And that's why you're not supposed to use that. That's like it's a rescue medication. But
Yeah.
for epileptics, Klonopin is not just a rescue medication, it's a preventative. So she doesn't know what the fuck she's talking about. You need to get a new doctor.
Yeah, I take 1 milligram of Klonopin a night.
Daily?
Yep. Ever since that
Wow.
cluster.
Have you ever heard of the medication clobazam?
No.
The
Clobazam is I'm blanking on the brand name now. Yeah, it's a daily.
Bazam is the brand name, but it's pretty much Klonopin, like
It's a
long
different
release
operation of the
Klonopin.
benzodiazepine, right? Because isn't
It's a
Klonopin
benzo.
a try something? It's yeah.
It's a benzo. It's a
Klonopin and
long-term, it's the only
alprazolam are
long-term benzo.
really?
It's a long release benzo,
Oh,
clobazam,
oh,
and that's
long release.
why
Okay.
that's one of the medications. That's one of the and I think Katie said that she was on it and she took herself off of it, which that's one of the medications where you can kill yourself taking yourself off of it because it's something you have
Yeah.
to like
Even
when I had to
non-epileptics can
take
go into
when I
status epilepticus just jumping off of a daily benzodiazepine.
Yeah,
because a
it will
benzo withdrawal can
Yeah.
kill you.
cause seizures and
Yeah. So when they took me off of clobazam, they put me in the hospital, but my point is that benzos, they're not just rescue medications. That your doctor, I mean, if it even is a doctor, I mean that is something I have Klonopin. Um, my doctor gives me the 0.25 Klonopin just um as well as my medication to take as needed, like if I ever feel like I need it. And I thought that was normal for epilepsy. I didn't realize that that wasn't like standard.
It should be normal. I don't know. Just my opinion. I had to fight to get mine increased up to a level that was actually effective. I needed a 1 milligram clonazepam tablet to really relieve the symptoms when I've had actual focals. And they wouldn't give me more than 10 half-milligram tablets for a month. So, if I have 5 focals early, few days apart early in the month, then I'm like shit out of luck for the rest of the month if it's, because they only write it as a 30-day supply. So, um,
Mark, I really hope that you look for some other doctors at like the bigger research hospitals, the bigger facilities, or I mean just doctors that know what they're doing. Because from your seizures and the description of them, it sounds like if you were on the right regimen and with doctors that knew what they were doing, you could get that under control.
yeah, well, I don't know. I'm pretty happy with the practice overall. It's a level 4 epilepsy center. I think it's just a newer nurse practitioner that I'm seeing right now. Um, Everybody's got to start somewhere. I'm just, you know,
Makes sense.
not gonna take her word for it, but I don't see any reason to really try to jump ship immediately. I just got dropped in her lap actually because the other nurse that I was seeing was got a different job and left the practice. So she's basically catching up on like the past year and a half of the whole EMU stays and medication changes and everything that the other nurse was responsible for that whole time. So, um, yeah, she's got some catching up to do. And this is the first big seizure that I had while under her supervision. So, she hadn't changed anything in the lead up to that seizure either. So I think it was just stress. There was a lot of stuff going on. So,
Breakthrough. Yeah.
yeah, I mean, shit happens, it's not always the provider's fault. So,
I think we should make that the group mantra. Shit happens.
wish
Yeah.
it was just shit happens.
I
Some of
vote
these
yes.
doctors.
But one thing that did bother me about the meeting yesterday, she said that she was hesitant to call what I experienced last Saturday a seizure, because it's, as she put it, it's an extremely unusual presentation. The nystagmus, the eye jittering going into the aware clonic, um, I guess the right frontotemporal seizure that they recorded at the EMU, um, is not really consistent with those sort of symptoms. Um, so, I mean, I can understand that, but if it wasn't a seizure, I kind of want to know what else it could have been. Um, or, you know, I mean, I just um, insisted to her that, just because those seizures started in the right frontotemporal lobe doesn't necessarily mean that all seizures that I have start there. And that's when she agreed to do another EMU stay. But this time at the EMU, she doesn't want to take me off of my medications, which I I don't really get that. If they're trying to provoke more seizures, don't they want to try everything they can? But I guess if the seizure that I had that they're trying to recreate had occurred on the medications, is it possible that that would suppress certain focal seizure activity? And
Might have wanted to get a baseline of what your EEG looks like on the medication.
yeah, but they did that this morning. They had me go in for like the 30-minute or hour-long like baseline EEG appointment. They don't need to send me 5 days at the EMU. I mean, they're gonna do all the like the sleep deprivation night and the strobes and all of that stuff, hyperventilating. So it's not like a true
Yeah,
baseline. I I don't know. Do you
kind of
guys
sounds
think I
pointless
should push
then.
her to take me off of my meds next week while I'm there and kind of insist that if they're going to try to record a seizure, we should really get serious about it? Or, um, because as much as I hate the whole EMU process, I'd rather go through as few of them as possible, but make them as torturous as possible, if that makes sense, you know?
Get as much out of it as possible. The question I
Right.
have is how much are you comfortable with the medication you're on? Do you have any side effects? Like, are you okay with the medication you're on? Because if so, then there's no point in trying to get that EEG without it if that's what you plan on taking for the rest of your life. Because this shit is expensive, you know?
Yeah,
If you're not okay with it, then yeah, get a baseline and see what we can do and work from there.
yeah. Well, hmm,
But that's up to you.
yeah. Well, thank you. You've given me a lot to think about this weekend.
It's my pleasure. Oh
See,
yeah, Angel,
why
my
we're here.
mom decided to become an EEG tech because of me, and she's doing it at the hospital that I go to. And that hospital, like, they know me by name. Like, everyone on the floor, even the ER, anyone on the 8th floor and in the ER, they all know me. and they know my mom, and every fucking patient she has, she's like, "Oh yeah, my," and she uses it as a because she works on the epilepsy floor, and she's like, "Oh yeah, my daughter, you'll get through this because my daughter has epilepsy and she had her surgery done. You couldn't have picked a better place." And she loves kind of like making that as part of her job, and I'm just so tired of hearing about it.
I hate the glue. I hate carrying the ambulatory around,
Ugh.
especially the ambulatory. Oh my God. You're
I've
wrapped
never had
around
an
like you just
ambulatory.
been.
No,
Oh
actually,
my God.
I've had one or two, but most of the time they just put me in the hospital.
No, I got sent back home and they wrap you around like you just came out of an accident or something. And then I was working in a warehouse then, so I was like, I'm definitely not going to work. I'm using my pay time off.
My thing about the EMU stays, all the people there loved me as a person, but they hated me as a patient because I was the one that tried to sneak like weed vapes and nicotine vapes in, and they have you on camera and they're constantly watching you on camera, and the nurse will come in and they're like, "Dude, we told you to cut it out with the weed. It's fucking with your hospital, like your thing. It like we can see it on the EEG, we can see it on camera. Cut it out with the weed." And I'm like, "Okay." And I didn't stop. I never stopped. And so cuz if they want a true baseline, shit. Sorry.
They got to let you be you.
You
But that was the most irritating thing, was being on camera, not being able to do my things.
are you from the South?
Why? Can you hear it in my voice, sweetheart?
Yeah. That sounds like something that'll happen in the South.
Dallas.
And also, yeah, your voice did, but I didn't want to assume that.
Oh, you're from Dallas?
Yep, born and raised.
I just
Dallas sucks.
They do not have any nature in Dallas.
yeah.
I'm just saying that because I'm an Eagles fan.
We have the worst football team on the planet.
Yes. I hate
You
the
guys-
Cowboys.
You got the Cowboys and the Texans.
Yeah.
You
We're
don't
not
like
very
neither?
great in sports.
Oh.
What about you guys?
Texans.
Where are you from?
I was in high school, but not very great at sports these days. Actually, I could run. I could play basketball still.
Texas has some
You
really
could be the
mean
next
volleyball,
Kobe
though.
Bryant. Pookie.
No.
Volleyball, we have some real good volleyball players over here.
Yeah. So what else is I gonna say?
I am from Texas, South Texas. South Texas.
I was born and raised in Dallas.
Hmm.
I'm from California. I'm from the Bay Area, San Francisco Bay Area.
My best friend's from LA.
Oh,
Born and raised in Philly.
nice. Philly is the spot.
Orlando area here, Disneyland.
Ooh, Florida.
Never trust a driver with a Mickey Mouse sticker on the back of their vehicle. They are the worst drivers. Like,
You
watch
those
kidding?
the
out.
I
ones-
wouldn't trust anyone in Florida.
Well, I mean, there's a baseline of distrust, but the Disney pass holders take it to a new
Those
level.
are the asshole symbols.
Yeah.
Here it's pickup trucks.
Oh, I own a pickup truck. So
Pickup
Oh.
truck in Dallas, that's where you get the assholes for sure.
The pickup trucks with the
Or the
wheels.
Jeeps.
Pickup trucks with the tires taller than me.
Yes.
They're lifted.
Dallas drivers are so bad. Dallas drivers are probably the worst drivers in the country. Only Houston is worse.
I've been to Houston.
Driving in Houston, like, be careful.
Okay. That's good to know. Sushi on the way. I got something. It
Oh,
says
you're having sushi?
definitely.
Man, I want some sushi.
Me too.
That's what I was thinking. Oh, Annie just texted me.
I'm having Whataburger.
I haven't had that. Sounds good.
It's great.
Kind of. In and out. Sort of.
Oh, okay. I can understand now.
Like Texas answer to In-N-Out Burger.
Love their taquitos.
um, I've never known a burger spot to have taquitos. That's
Breakfast
rare.
taquitos.
Breakfast taquitos.
They have the best bacon, egg, and cheese taquitos.
Okay, I gotta leave
The
California
only
often.
bacon, egg, and cheese taquitos, maybe? I
Yeah,
have
but they
never
only
heard of
have
it.
Whataburger in the South.
Yeah.
I gotta leave
There was
California.
one in the entire Orlando area like 10 years ago, but it closed, and that was a sad day.
Whataburger is everywhere in Texas. Absolutely. You even in like places if you're driving through Texas and there is like completely rural areas where there's not even a Walmart, you'll see a Whataburger.
Is that your favorite restaurant in Texas?
Yes.
It's the most common, definitely not my favorite.
All right, so I got something here. Somebody on Ficompa and Xcopri and Tegretol XR says, safely sleeping alone with seizures. Advice, please. What devices or monitors do you have to stay safe if they have a grand mal at night when sleeping alone? I do not have grand mal seizures very often, but over the 10 years, I have had a significant other sleeping in my bed with me to monitor my seizures. I am currently on my own and sleeping at my sister's house. She has a pad that goes under me to alert her if I seize. But what do I do to safely sleep alone in their home?
Get a camera.
Um, yeah, get a camera.
I had
Mine
a
just
big problem with that for a long time. I couldn't sleep alone. They have on the Apple Watch, like on those Apple Watch things, and they have those watches that'll detect whether you're having a seizure or not, and it can call for help.
Oh yeah, a friend of mine has that. She might be here later, but what was I gonna say? Oh
You
man,
do have to pay for the like the service.
yeah.
Whether it's the Apple Watch, you have to pay for the app, or there's a couple watches that all they do is just detect seizures, but it
Yeah, so
definitely
like
works, but
dedicated medical
that was a big problem
devices.
for me for a long
I
time.
always sleep alone.
Yeah, I have a camera right here in front of me, it's like right here on my windowsill, and it keeps texting my phone that something's moving in front of it. But I'd rather it do that than not do that, and
I sleep
let
on
me
my
know when I have a
side.
seizure. Even though it just sends me messages even when I'm talking and stuff. Like the detection is really good because I'm not moving, but my lips are moving, and it'll send me a message something is moving.
I
But
just
yeah, I
sleep
turned the sound detection off because the sound detection, it'll hear everything and keep sending me messages, and we're sitting here talking to each other. But
Yeah.
yeah, get a camera. I suggest it. When you're asleep, turn the detection high, turn the sound on. It'll hear everything. I suggest turning your notifications off at nighttime for it because it will ring and ring and ring every time you turn over it just for no reason. So I suggest that. Anybody else? Any suggestions?
Sleep.
Lufa was saying something, I think.
I'm
Did,
just gonna stay to sleep on your side or something.
Yeah, I
The
try sleeping
Apple
on my
Watch really
side.
works. That Apple Watch, just that app, it really works. And it's so easy and it does not go off unless you're actually having a seizure. Except for one time where I was like, I fell really hard to the ground just because I was clumsy, and it was like, do you want me to call an ambulance? But it like I actually did fall to the ground.
Someone else told me that. She told me it has the fall detection. She told me, but one time she
Yes.
fell and she couldn't get to tell them in time, don't call, and they just called the ambulance. Said she was fixing her wounds. I think she hurt her arm or something like that. And she was like, in that
It was
time,
easy. That didn't happen to me. I was able to turn it off.
yeah. Yeah, in the meantime, I
You can
think
turn off the fall detection and just have that seizure app going, and then it just detects if you're like having the clonics.
good to know.
So that would be my recommendation. But I don't, that used to be a big problem. I was afraid to sleep alone, but now I have my husband.
Okay, we're gonna go to the comments. One comment says, nothing. I'm home alone a lot, both during the day and at night. And if I seize, I'll notice a day or three later that my tongue is bit up or I have weird bruises, etc. I'm sorry, that's not the best advice. Just don't do nothing. It's like, hey, I do it. Why don't you do it? No. Another comment says, I guess I should get something since I'm alone and suffer from TCs when I'm asleep. I didn't realize how dangerous they were until I was choking up vomit last week and I still didn't wake up. Sorry to hear that. Another person says, nothing. I live alone. I have a CPAP mask, so that may prevent suffocating.
No.
Most of people with SUDEP, or that have died of sudden death of epilepsy, it's a seizure in their sleep when no one's around. That was my biggest fear, like growing up, and it still is. That was the Disney star I was talking to you about, Poogie, earlier. That Disney star that had the RNS. He died, and he was actually at a sleepover. He had friends there too,
That
and
sucks.
he had a seizure, and it just kept going, and he died. So, doing nothing is the absolute worst advice.
Right.
Just
Move on.
fuck around and find out. By the time you're not going to find out, you'll be dead.
I was gonna say that you don't want to find out.
So sorry to be so like horrible on a support group for epilepsy. Like
It is all
might
right. This is what
sound
we
like a
do.
bitch here, but I just letting you guys know. I'm just trying to be blunt.
That's what we do. I got something else here. It says first seizure. A little backstory. I've had an incredibly stressful few years, let alone a few days. I had to take my cat to emergency surgery yesterday. The owner of my company has been working with me to death, and my clients have been awful to me. I got pulled over for the first time in my 24 years of life today, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Long story short, I have been super damn stressed. Drank coffee plus energy drink today to keep me focused and alert throughout the workday, as my line of work involves me meticulously and precise. After getting pulled over on my way home, I got in the door and packed a weed and tobacco bowl. I went on my back patio to smoke on my tanning chair. As soon as I exhaled, I began convulsing and started blacking out. I was sitting, but I could feel my body falling forward as I was standing. I just lost full control of it and eventually slammed front first onto the ground, convulsing, taking the chair and the bong along with me. I remember just laying there, unable to control my body, thinking, I need to call my mom, and thinking, what the fuck is happening? And just having to accept the fact that this is happening and there's nothing I can do about it. It felt like forever, but I'm sure it wasn't as long as it felt. Eventually, I stopped convulsing and was trying to drag myself over to the phone. I got myself back inside after a while of trying to gather some strength and call my mom. Luckily, instead of hitting my face, I landed on my elbows and knees. Now they're so fucked up, but all things considered, I'm pretty lucky. I have super bad whiplash, and my full body soreness from the convulsions. I'm just so traumatized right now. I don't even know what to do with myself. I want to call out of work tomorrow, but my mom seems to think that it's a bit dramatic. But she's also just like that when it comes to work. So I'm not the best writer ever, and I'm explaining myself is hard right now because I feel so weird. I feel so out of it, but I just needed to get this off my chest and get the best advice from the best people and not my mom. Um, hey, Kevin. I see you don't listen to your mom. You guys?
Yeah, what did he say he was conscious during that seizure? That's horrible.
Yeah. And
Oh my goodness. That's one thing I'm grateful for is that I've never been conscious during my seizures. I just feel the after effects of them.
I have.
Yeah, I
Someone told
was
me it's
conscious
called.
last Saturday.
I have to. I have been conscious through it, through
Yeah.
a 6-hour one.
Mark, you said what?
I was conscious through mine last Saturday.
Oh,
It's horrible.
yeah. Someone told me it's called a complex partial. The one where I was conscious, it was like basically I had the seizure, and imagine whichever direction you're looking in, and you're not in control. So wherever direction I'm looking, I can see, I can hear, and I can feel myself gritting my teeth and squeezing my hands and the convulsion or whatever. But then the part that when it got worse was when I kept hitting my head against the ground and I couldn't stop it. And I could feel it. So I'm just hitting my head against the ground and I can't stop it. And then that's eventually when I blacked out is I guess from pain deprivation.
That's
Could
wild.
have went worse from pain deprivation, but luckily I just passed out eventually after.
'Cause I have complex partial well, I used to have complex partials and then I just developed the generalized ones where I pass out and everything, but the partials I used to have, I would just sit and stare and it wouldn't be painful, like, no that's why nobody noticed for a long time because it kinda just sounded like I was just skipping over my words or something like that. But as far as the advice for his mom saying that that's if he pushes himself, stress is like the biggest cause of a seizure. If this is something that he's going to be dealing with now, he needs to take the time to work it out and take care of himself more than normal people have to. We have to take care of ourselves and listen to our bodies and really understand and listen to our bodies more than normal people have to because if we don't then we have the consequence of a seizure or our brain just like it can be unhealthy for us. So normal people telling us not to listen to our bodies, that's because they are ignorant of our situation.
Right. Also, I was gonna say like that
And
that part of not being able to stop what's going on when I'm hitting my head on the ground, it gets bad. Like I'm hitting my head on the ground, I can't control it. So there's tears coming out of my eyes. I'm crying, I can't stop. That's how bad it gets. And the shit is painful. But also, hey champ, how you doing?
Can't imagine.
We call Kevin the champ because he hasn't had a seizure in 6 years, so he's
I
on top of it.
appreciate that. It's good to see you. Good to see
Oh,
everyone.
how's
Champ,
it going, champ? I'm
I was
assuming
in
no
your club
seizures.
just until Friday.
Yeah, she was 7 months free. She was almost. But yeah.
7
Get
months
up and
free
start
out of
again.
nowhere.
Every day is a new day. One more. 7 months is good. It's good, really good. But
If you
Yeah.
like an AA meeting.
I got nothing to add.
Yes, I am a couple days seizure free. How about you? And we'll be passing out chips.
Is it still on your mind, Kevin? Like I still have epilepsy, or
Yeah, all the time. It was on my mind today because it's really hot in Philly today, and it's like I didn't join in right away because I like it still bothers me. Like it's like I get dizzy spells sometimes, and so like I'm always cautious of stuff. I can't, you know, you know, I just don't jump into stuff a lot.
Evan, does your brain buffer like mine does?
Uh, what do you mean exactly by buffer, or is that what you said, or?
That sounds like a focal.
Oh, okay.
My
No.
brain just buffers when I'm trying, like I'll word finding and things like that. It'll
Oh,
just be
yeah.
like
Okay. Yeah.
my
The
those moments where you're just trying to be like,
trying to
I
find
call
words.
it brain buffering.
Yeah. All the time.
Yeah.
I just did it right now. I was trying to find a word and I couldn't find it. Yeah. Yep. Loss of cognition. Yeah. All
Join
the
the
time.
club.
Hmm.
Yeah. So what was I gonna say? Kevin, she also has the VNS like you, and
Oh, okay.
she was telling me, that she was going so long, 7 months, and she stopped feeling like a patient. Um, but you can give her the experience of you still feel like that every time, every day, even though it's been
Yeah.
6 years.
Yeah. I mean, it never really feels gone. So, I mean,
Yeah.
Okay. And
I know it for me, like I still feel the what's the word? Give just a minute. This is yeah, it takes a second. I still feel the effects the seizures have had on my body and the way that my brain works. I still feel that all the time. And I did whenever I was seizure free. I felt that. But I didn't feel for some reason I wasn't feeling the as much fatigue or the other side effects that I usually felt, but it was just for 6 months that I felt like that. 6, 7 months, and they said that I might feel better because when they insert the wires into my brain, it kind of stops some of the connections between my parts of my brain. So it's harder for the seizures to spread and the seizure activity to spread. So they said I would get better for 6 months, and then as I started to heal, as my brain started to heal, it would get worse, and it's exactly when they said I would have a seizure was 6 months after, and they haven't even turned the RNS on yet, so that's what they're gonna do in a couple days.
Oh, you have the RNS.
I
she
have
was
both.
close.
I
Okay.
have both.
All right. Oh, you have both. Okay, great.
Yeah,
Okay.
that one and that one. But the VNS I've had for 2 years. I absolutely love it.
All right, great. Good to hear.
Someone else had a different opinion about the VNS and RNS. A few people, they said they kind of give it to you like a sales pitch, and they don't tell you what's gonna happen or whatever the case. And he was like, if I would have knew I'm still gonna be on pills, I would have never got my head cut open.
That is true. They do try, but they don't explain the medical side, but I went and did all my own research.
Chat
That's
GPT.
no. I went and looked at all the clinical data, all the testing they've done, and the reports that they've put out. So I went and read through all those, and it works. It doesn't work immediately, so you don't feel an effect until way after. So the longer you have it in, the longer it's active, the more it helps because your brain kind of gets used to it, and it helps. It's like training your brain almost. So it doesn't work immediately. It just over time starts to help. And that's what it did for me. Like at first I was still having seizures, and I just kind of recovered a little bit quicker. Like I wasn't post-ictal as long, and then um a couple months later my seizures kind of decreased a little bit in severity, and then I started having less frequent seizures. It was really just like a marathon to get there. But it's the thing that's helped me the most, because I used to have 4 or 5 different medications, and they told me I would never be on just one medication, never in my life, and after 2 years of this, they were finally able to get me down to just one.
Yeah, I think I would get it if they had like really high percentage of like, you're not gonna have a seizure again. But I don't know what the percentages are. Never looked it up.
I mean, it's good because right now I'm like the worst seizures started getting less severe. I mean, once the grand mal stopped, then the myoclonics were getting less severe, then less severe, then they went away. And that was the best thing. Then we started lowering medication. So, and at every goal,
It's a marathon.
yeah, right. It's yeah. You try to
But it
meet
did more
goals.
that VNS did more for me than any medication. Any medication.
So you get a better sales pitch from people who have it instead of doctors.
Yeah.
But another thing is, why do you have epilepsy, Hannah? I have it because I had brain trauma. I got hit by a car, so I have encephalomalacia, which is soft brain tissue on the right side of my head. Everyone, why do you guys have epilepsy? What happened to cause you to have epilepsy?
Mine is idiopathic.
What does that mean?
That means they have no idea why.
Oh, that sucks.
Pretty
That
sure
over 50% of people with epilepsy, it's idiopathic.
Idiopathic.
I don't know why I have it either.
Yeah, I'm also an idiot.
I'm on that idiopathic path either, and I don't even care why anymore. I'm just gonna live with it.
Yeah, that sucks.
I'm with you.
I have it because of my brain tumor.
Kevin, what about you?
This idiopathic is that like I don't really understand this. I'm learning something
Idiopathic
new.
means no known reason.
Would that include JME? I mean, I have a diagnosis, but
Idiopathic means that they've run all the tests, like your CT is clean, MRI is clean. There's no known reason why you would have seizures, and that they would have done all the genetic tests to see if that's like they've done all the tests, but there's still
Yeah.
no known cause.
yes, I have a reason for it. I mean, like I said, I have a diagnosis, but
What's your diagnosis? I'm a Google.
generalized juvenile myoclonic epilepsy.
Did
The
you say
diagnosis of epilepsy, but that's not a diagnosis of why you were what's causing the
Why you
seizures.
have it? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I
So most
assume.
likely, if they didn't tell you, you're idiopathic.
Like Sailor Mom knew why she has it, and it's because of her head. Pookie knows why he has it.
she has brain trauma just like me? I have soft
Yeah.
brain tissue. She has a scar. Yeah.
It's not from an injury. It's not from
Right.
anything else. It's not that anything that I know of. They just gave me a diagnosis and ran off.
I did not know how common that was. I didn't even know what idiopathic was, but that is really common now. Mark, you got
Crazy.
something?
That's been a big fear of mine, especially with having children, because they say it's not genetic, but they have no idea how I got it. So
Right.
that was one of the things that I talked with Katie in the one on Wednesday. It was terrifying. I have no way to know if I have a child, if I will be passing on this horrible disease.
Um,
Take
Um,
the genetic test.
I've
another
done all
thing
the
is,
genetics tests and they were clean. They said it's not genetic, but they still have no idea why.
Oh wow.
So it's scary, but it makes me feel better. It was nice to join on Wednesday and talk to all the moms that were there and all of the people that had kids and all their kids were okay.
so
And yeah.
Lufa, coming back to you now. The icebreaker time. Did you think about it? Kevin, did you get the icebreaker?
Yeah, I'd like to break some ice. That's cool.
Okay, the icebreaker was what's something depressing that someone casually said to you?
Pressing. Oh.
I would say probably just to get a job.
I don't like the passive aggressive stuff people do, anything passive aggressive. That's like either you're gonna say something negative, say it out loud,
Mhm.
know what I mean?
Yeah.
If you're gonna say shit, say it out loud, That makes sense.
Yes, it does.
My last appointment with my doctor, when I told him I was seizure free, he said, don't worry, they'll be back.
Oh,
What?
What a jerk.
How does that
That one was
conversation
a
come
little
about?
rough. Huh?
How does that conversation even start?
Well, because
A tool.
he's my epileptologist. And this was post-op.
He doesn't need to be a snarky jerk
Um,
about it, though. God.
well, over the years, he has really gone like when I first met him 5 years ago, he was super like sweet, looks like just really energized, just really excited to be there. And over the years, he just looks like a sad alcoholic.
Oh.
But it's just from the stress of being there. Cause that office that I go to, it's a huge facility and they have so many patients and he's just super stressed.
Um,
Well, he sounds really jaded at this point, and like he does not need to dump that on you. I'm sorry.
Oh, it's all good. I just thought of that example for depressing comments.
yeah,
That
sorry,
is
you
one.
guys.
That's
I didn't take it personally. I think he was just trying to keep me realistic.
I would have taken it personally. I'm sorry. Um, I got something
yeah.
in.
It's hard not to.
Yeah, I got something. It
Cookie, is
says,
Annie okay?
is Ann okay?
Yeah.
I think I got a message from her. I'll let you know when I read the message. But I do have something
Okay.
here. It says, brief periods of unconsciousness. My question is related to an atypical symptom of unconsciousness. At least according to my neurologist, it is such. Does anyone here have something similar to this symptom? They last 1 to 2 seconds, and I am unable to function the whole time. I feel a kind of buzz in my head as if I were waking up or someone was flicking a light on and off. Sometimes that feeling comes in a series of several in a row. Most often, there are only one. Such a symptom may come only once a day or several times throughout the day. Sometimes my outburst is a precursor to a tonic-clonic seizure. It causes anxiety in me. I have recently had a proper VEEG study where seizures I described were finally recorded, and I can no longer be called a fake patient, and I am no longer being given completely wrong medications. One after the other, originally, my diagnosis is my teens were generalized. Technology has changed, as have doctors. I haven't received any summary yet, but is it it is though it is thought to be focal frontal lobe epilepsy spreading to both sides. I'm still waiting for a 3T MRI in the fall. Despite countless different AED trials, I have never been completely symptom free. The options are already limited. I'll wait to see if they suggest anything evasive, but can you please let me know, is this only me? No, I had those, but I'm thinking what I was thinking was maybe I was kind of sleepy because sometimes I get sleepy and I'm just like, oh, was I asleep? And it'd be like a few seconds. And then I'm like, okay, yeah, I need to go to sleep now. Those are what I thought mines were. They aren't like regular throughout the day. They're either throughout the night or when I'm laying here, sitting here just editing and I'm bored or some shit like that. But other than that, no. And I believe my food's here. Anybody else go through that? Thank you.
I
Go
don't
through
relate to that at
the
all, honestly.
It's sushi.
what the blanking, the quick switch flip on off back on kind of thing, or because that whole process, the 3 Tesla MRI, that all sounds pretty standard.
I feel like
For
everybody with epilepsy has had some sort of issue getting doctors to believe them or understand them because there's such a wide variety of seizures and not all of them are so obvious like the tonic-clonics. And
yeah,
not everybody really knows. Sometimes my sit and stare seizures, I had those for years and I was telling people I didn't feel good and I got sent to detention for like a whole year in elementary school because I was having seizures and my teacher just thought I wasn't listening. But there's such a wide variety of seizures that I think everyone with epilepsy, so she's definitely not alone there. I think everyone with epilepsy has felt like that at one point.
Sorry. Yeah.
Angel, what has she taken?
It does not say. I read everything. Yeah.
So she's taken Xcopri. What has she taken?
It doesn't say.
Is there a way for you to find out?
I'd have to message her, but being that she's in the epilepsy subreddit,
She's on the beginning of her
there.
titration. She's on the 12.5.
Could be an adverse reaction on the beginning of her. She needs to find like an urgent care or an ER.
That's what I'm trying to tell her.
She needs to, that could be an adverse reaction. She at least needs to find someone nearby that can help her, can help get her help.
I may just text her daughter.
Yeah, if you can, go ahead. Because if she has an adverse reaction, there's no one there to get her help. That can be really serious.
Wait, are we talking about the subreddit? What I'm reading?
Annie.
Talking about in the chat, Angel, this girl who's having side effects of Xcopri and she just started the medication. That could be an adverse reaction, whatever she's having. That's something that she needs to get help for.
She is. I don't think you know Anne. Yeah.
No, I don't.
If you know
I just
Anne,
saw that. I saw red flags.
Yeah. If you get to know Anne, She got this. So let's move forward. This one says, had a seizure while driving, trying to make sense of it all. Not really sure what I'm hoping to get out of this posting, but I guess I just need to get it off my chest. A few days ago, I had a seizure behind the wheel. I ended up damaging 5 other cars. Somehow, I don't say that lightly, no one was hurt. Just a sore nose from the airbag and some seatbelt whiplash on my end. I don't know if it was God, the universe, luck, or some guardian angel, but I keep thinking this could have gone so much worse. They put me in an induced coma so they could run tests because I'd get aggressive while in the altered state. It's not my first seizure. I had one December 19th, another in July 2020, and then nothing for a whole 5 years until July 2025. I genuinely thought I was done with this chapter of my life. I was even tapering off meds. Now I feel like I'm right back at the start. But this time I have a wife and a toddler at home, and the fear is hitting different. So I guess I'm asking, besides the meds, what's helped you keep your seizures at bay? How do you live with the fear of hanging over you every day? I really appreciate anything, advice, routines, mindset shifts, whatever, just to find out, just to find a way forward right now. Thanks for reading. Any advice? Thank you. I think about it every day. I take pills twice a day, and I think about it every time I take the pills. So I don't quite forget I have epilepsy. And then I'm thinking, oh, I hope it isn't the day. What did I do today? I ate, I drank, and so on. And come to find out, I haven't ate or drank today, but I just got food and I need to go get water. But you guys, they're asking for help. They're crying out for help, you guys.
I don't know how you can just like get over it unless you choose some intense inner acceptance.
I
Well,
don't know if you
the way I
should
look
just
at it
get
is
over
that
it.
it's not something that's going to go away. I mean, there are certain things in life that we have to deal with. Some people have to deal with more than others. Some problems have solutions. This one, the solution to this problem is just to manage it as best as we can. And as far as the existent, I mean, you can only worry about a problem once it is a problem, or else you will just destroy yourself with worry. I don't worry about a seizure until I've had a seizure, and then I worry like, okay, we're gonna adjust my meds and then live my life. I'm just you can't go and look for problems. Just take things as they come. Like the group motto, shit happens.
It really does. Mark, were you trying to say something earlier?
I mean, I guess kind of in a similar vein. I don't think that it's necessarily something that we should just get over and just push aside. It's part of life, and it's important to remember that. It's something that takes work to accept, though, but it can come with time. Um, it's
I'm sorry, you guys. I thought the conversation might have kept going.
It did.
I was going to agree with Mark there that this is this is kind of a lifelong trauma, and it's not about getting over it. This is more or less finding ways to cope with it. You know, on
Get through it.
yeah, finding the little things that are getting to you and dealing with them. You have to, you know, the little traumas that are setting you back and coping with those. I think you have to that anything that's ruining your life, you have to not get over them, but just find solutions for those. Uh, you can't just leap over this like a, no, that's not the solution. You have to cope with these, yeah.
You're the perfect person to give advice for this one. But I go to a comment. Someone says, honestly, I don't. My mindset is, how do you eat and shit?
I just
How
wanted
do
to
you eat a
share
shit sandwich? One
my
bite at a
puppy
time.
dog.
Who's high?
That's my dog.
You have to rub the belly for us.
I can't hold the computer and rub the belly. I can just point.
Fair enough.
Okay, another one of these comments says, I've been seizure free for 10 plus years. Oh, for 10 years, had a breakthrough, and now 6 years. My current epileptologist suggested going off the meds. I told him he was crazy and to pound sand. That's a good one.
Fucking sucks.
Someone else said,
That sucks.
First of all, I'm so sorry that this happened to you, but I'm happy that everyone is okay. It most definitely could have been worse. Some of the best things I do to try and help my lifestyle. I can't do full keto, but I keep my carbs and sugar low, keep stress down, work out 5 to 6 times a day, take my meds 5 to 6 times a week, take my meds on a timer to the same minute each day, and get some fresh air and try to enjoy life as much as I can. I had my license taken away last year after a cluster of seizures, and I thought it would be the end of the world, but things are okay. I'm sending you the best.
I haven't driven in 7 years.
I'm a horrible patient. She sounds like the prime example of a good patient. I'm a horrible patient. So she's doing great.
Okay, something else. Ever have something positive trigger an aura? For me, it's being emotionally touched. Like if one of my tutoring students tells me, I really help them to understand something better. I first noticed when I got pregnant with my second child that if I got emotionally touched by something, even on TV, I would get an electrical wave sensation in my head and roller coaster to the stomach. Any advice? You guys ever had something trigger an aura? Thought an aura was just a seizure.
I mean, it's kind of like a seizure before your seizure, right?
I don't have auras. I don't know.
The aura is a seizure.
Yeah, if it gets to the point of having an aura and having awareness of it, then there's already epileptic activity going on. It's already a seizure technically. But those aura slash seizures sound very familiar. Similar to roller coaster stomach drop thing is something that happens to me. So they shouldn't feel alone in that, I guess, at least for whatever that's worth.
Man, epilepsy is weird. Everybody's got such weird individual triggers. That one is really hard to avoid.
That's why I love this, because I learned so much. Like, I read something that someone couldn't eat certain foods, and then I read one where someone couldn't listen to music.
Can
It's
we go
called
around and
Mutes.
say our weirdest triggers?
I don't know any triggers, but musicogenic seizures is, I didn't know it was a thing. Musicogenic.
Some
Is it
kind of
any
music.
music that they listen to, or is it just particular types? Because I
I
can
think it's
see how, like, listening to certain audio patterns could cause a similar effect to seeing certain visual patterns, frequencies, and stuff. You know, they're both um,
I had a seizure at a
electrical
Motley Crue
electrical
concert.
wave activity.
Did you
At a what
really?
concert?
Yeah.
Do
And
what?
the Rolling Stones.
Jeez.
It was the last
At
their
least you got to
last
go to the
concert.
concert.
The Rolling
Did
Stones
you
last
at least
concert. No, we drove all the way down to Houston for it, and we went into the state as soon as they started playing, and for some reason, like I was already feeling off. Like I can tell when I'm feeling off, but I was just because I don't technically have auras. They've never recorded an aura on my anyway, but so I go in, I just kind of and I remember like the beginning of the first song, and then the rest is just a blur, and I woke up in the car on the way back to Dallas.
That isn't cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not
And
like
this
you can
that
ask
happened
for a
with the
refund
Motley
for that.
Crue concert too. I was so excited for Motley Crue.
I went to see the
Motley Crue did
weekend.
not like me.
I went to see the
I
You know
also
what?
weekend,
had
I saw them.
and
you
everyone
know what's
thought the
also weird?
lights.
I also had a seizure when I was watching the movie for Motley Crue.
Really?
Yes.
You shouldn't deal with Motley Crue.
Also,
That's so
magic
specific.
mushrooms are a trigger for me.
Mushroom, what?
Mushrooms
Magic
or magic?
mushrooms
Yeah.
Magic. Oh, oh, okay,
are a
okay.
seizure trigger.
This
Mushrooms have
this
not been a
is
trigger for me.
interesting
Yeah,
because I've wondered about it. I've used psilocybin and LSD in the past to treat depression, like self-treat, and I found psilocybin in particular to be incredibly effective. It's like pressing a reset button on the depression. Um, but everybody says, "Oh no, don't do any." I
made me
don't
want to
think any of
dance.
them realize how like sedating mushrooms actually are. It's not like up and out and around.
Yeah,
So I've wondered
they
about
have
any firsthand
they have this
accounts of.
place out here. It's actually a church. It's called Zydor, and they research mushrooms and they sell mushrooms. And they have mushrooms for depression, mushrooms for epilepsy, and all kinds of different reasons for these. It looks like a dispensary, but they have mushrooms, and they tell you
That
what they're all
sounds kind
for.
of bro sciency to me,
I live
honestly.
in
Like
Texas, so
for
this is just a very
depression, for
like bizarre.
Yeah, and the psilocybin, love it. It helps. Makes me want to
Yeah,
dance.
this would never be legal in my state either.
but it doesn't trigger anything for you. It
Doesn't
can.
trigger anything. The best experience I had was the first time, and it was crazy. There was lights and um, like kaleidoscopes, and when you close your eyes, and there's nothing like your first time. Um,
But the weirdest thing is because I love mushrooms. It was like a 2-year period of time where if I took them, I would have seizures. And then like a couple years later, I tried it, and during that time period, I was really sick and in and out of hospitals that I tried it. And I just wanted to hang out with the rest of people and feel normal, and I don't know. But and then after, it didn't trigger anymore.
Hmm.
It's
yeah,
weird.
That's so weird.
I stop with the actual mushrooms, and I do the psilocybin because you do it with the chocolate bar. They measure it through
Chocolate bars are
pieces.
nice.
Yeah, they measure it through pieces. I can't do the mushroom itself because personally they taste like dirt. But
Yeah.
that's just me.
Chocolate bars make me giggle.
Yeah, that's just me. Personally, they taste like dirt. I can't just crush it and put it in my mouth and chew that. It's like chewing a leaf that's fall and it's crunchy. That's what I compare it to. So to each his own.
I mean, you should just grind it up into a powder and put it into little gelatin capsules and just swallow a handful of gelatin capsules.
They
If you
sell
want to
little
try like the actual just direct organic mushroom type experience, but they can be a lot more variable. So you might you might get a real zap from just one mushroom, and you might get kind of a dud,
Yeah,
depending on
the actual mushroom has never done anything for me. Just eating the mushroom, it just always made me feel like just can't sit still. Like I should be doing something. I should be dancing or something. Is how that felt.
feel
Um,
hesitant to comment on this because I'm born and raised in Texas.
Go ahead.
No, but it's recorded.
Everything's recorded. Come on.
Uh, it's just how it's culture. I don't know, but you can take the actual mushroom and grind it up because it's dried out. You can put it in like a coffee grinder and grind it up into a powder and then take that powder, and they sell empty capsules and like the little things to fill it up, and you just swipe it and you make it into little pills.
Okay. Never thought of that. Yeah.
I don't know that, but it's just randomly popped into my head.
Yeah, you just read about that somewhere. Somebody somewhere across the globe on the internet
Yeah,
told was telling people about that.
I'm just sitting here petting my dog is all.
Okay.
Casually.
So the thing about someone said, does anything ever positive ever trigger an aura? One of the comments said, one of my biggest triggers is nostalgia. When I think of positive memories from my childhood, especially if memories are triggered by a smell, I have auras. Luckily, not every good memory from my childhood triggers them, but the ones that I have deep nostalgic feeling, like especially when ones associated with smell, will almost always trigger an aura for me. Someone else said, any kind of happy or good anticipation triggers the heaviest auras for me. And that's really challenging because those are often the things that are most important to me. Someone else says, it's the big emotional changes quickly that get me.
Wait, if you're banned from epilepsy group, how do you access it?
You can read, you can like, you can share, you just can't comment.
How did you get banned?
I think they just didn't like that I started this.
Oh.
They didn't give me a reason. At first, it said for drug references, but I was only talking about weed. So
They
yeah,
literally have a. I digress.
yeah, they just
It,
started
yeah, it's
banning the
just
mods too.
butthurt mods, I think. I don't see any reason except just
I mean, that's
they're kind of juvenile over there,
a bit
maybe.
silly in it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they banned a few people that are mods for Epilepsy Universe. No big reasons, but yeah, I think they're disliking us. And they banned someone who wasn't a mod, who was just telling someone about the podcast. Banned them.
Oh, I'm sorry.
How
I
dare
think
you?
that might be for like promotion or something. I don't think you're supposed
Yeah,
to promote stuff.
I think it's promotion.
But Tom, he wasn't actually promoting it on the page. He asked a few people in their DMs.
Okay.
I was
Talk
one
I
of
like they take that. I don't know. Not
He said they gave him no reason. They just banned him. Like me, they gave me no reason when I asked him. He said it was for drug references and then deleted all his messages from me.
I mean,
I
if
didn't know
they
anything
clicked
about
over and
this
checked out the YouTube, they
subreddit.
would have
I
seen
just got the
Tom as
invite
one
and
of the
checked it out.
first 1v1 interviews that you've done. They may have seen him as kind of tight with the high ups over there in
Yeah, that's what
Epilepsy
I was thinking.
Universe. So that's a shame.
Yeah, because there was one guy over there. He messaged me. For the ones who have been part of Epilepsy Universe for a while, he messaged me and he told me he's from over there and he's a mod over there and he doesn't respect me as a man because of the way I went about getting people from epilepsy to come with me. And he was just like, "Yeah, I can't respect you as a man. I like what you have going. I joined your podcast before. I love it, but
I wonder
I
if
don't
he would
respect you."
respect you as a woman.
I don't know. He was just like, "I can't respect you. How you went about it." So I was like, "All right, there's nothing I can do. I don't even know who you are on the other side of these words, the keyboard." And so,
And
Not about respect. He's just butthurt.
yeah, yeah. I
and
sent the
why
leader.
would he think that his opinion of you has any significance whatsoever? It sounds like just narcissistic mods trying to
Control the world.
keep
How
hold of
dare you
what power
off of
they
what
think
we
that they
have.
have. They've got their little world that they're ruling over, and you're a rising empire, a threat to their nation. So can't have
Dare
that.
you rebel.
That's how they feel.
Yeah. Oh,
So yeah, I talked to the leader and I showed him the message from the person or whatever the case, and he was just like, "Okay." And then I was like, "Okay, I'm banned from your subreddit." I told him I'm not sending this message to beg you to unban me. I was just sending the message to ask you, is there any way we can work together because I'm doing this for epilepsy awareness? And all he said was nope. And then he deleted his messages from me. So, yeah, they're doing a different cause over there. Over there's for fun. Anyhow, so got this here. Oh, it says embarrassing confession. I used to fake seizures when I was little. So yes, before my child self gets attacked, I do actually indeed, unfortunately, still have epilepsy. My dad recently passed, and I was attending a group therapy session this week. We decided to share fond memories, and I remember I used to do this thing when I was a little, 9 to 10 years old. My epilepsy was finally somewhat controlled, so with the extra energy I had, I used to think it would be funny to fake seizures in front of him to get out of things. Anytime he asked me to eat my veggies or do chores, I would carefully but dramatically drop to the ground and flail like a fish. It's very obvious I'm faking because he knows what seizures look like, and I don't. I would take my references from films. It started out looking silly. My dad would humor me and say things like, "Oh no, son, wait, strange." Usually when he has a seizure, he would stick his tongue out and puff up his cheeks like a puffer fish, and I would immediately do that. With every fake seizure, my dad would start saying things like, "Oh," and he would move his head like a chicken, or his toes would start to wiggle like worms. So I started doing those more. This went on for months. He would let me off of those chores, and I would pretend to be tired and go to bed, actually playing Pokemon on my Game Boy Advance SP or with Barbies under the covers. I genuinely thought I was getting away with it. Eventually, the typical signs of my seizures were looking incredibly dumb. One day he said, "Oh no, heckaroodle, tonic-clonic seizures are increasing so much in frequency. I need to take a video for the neurologist." After this particularly fake seizure ended, he shows me the video and says, "I'm going to send this to neurologists. I'm concerned." When I saw the video and I was so damn embarrassed, but I already dug a hole that lies so deep, I need to keep it going. The next day, he pretends to get off a call with a neurologist, looks at me with fake tears in his eyes, and says, "Son, Dr. Neurologist says, unfortunately, we need to get rid of your right arm and your left brain because the epilepsy has spread. This means you won't have your arm and you won't be able to talk or play games anymore. Oh my God, you should have seen the way I cried and threw myself into his arms, loudly screaming and admitting that, no, I lied. I'm sorry, I lied. I never again faked a seizure until the day he suddenly passed. My dad told this story to everyone. I don't blame him. It's pretty funny. He always taught me life lessons like this. I have so many more stories to tell. A single dad who raised a child with epilepsy all alone, always worked hard and never failed to be humorous. I miss our camping trips. I miss our knitting together. I miss our reading sessions. I miss our dancing evenings. I miss him so much. Such a silly guy. And to continue how I would boast about him to my friends, I must tell you, don't mess with me because my dad is an Eagle Scout. Any thoughts or opinions are appreciated. I'd like to hear your blunt truths.
I mean, I would do that if I was a kid, I would definitely have done something similar of that nature because I always did that type of shit when I was a kid.
Yeah, the
Um,
kids don't know how to do the seizure perks.
well,
He just learned it. He just didn't know yet.
I wasn't diagnosed with epilepsy yet, but if I had known that I had epilepsy at that time, I definitely would have used it to my advantage. But what it reminds me of the time that my mom I don't know my mom wanted me to do something and I didn't want to do it because I was doing something, but um she was like, if you don't do this, I'm gonna throw your favorite Barbie away. And I was like, okay. So I turned around and ran back to my room and grabbed the Barbie and I held it over the trash and I was like, this one? And then I threw it out and ran back to my room and continued playing. Um, so yeah, I definitely would have done something similar. That sounds like me. I also tied up one of my Barbies, um, like this with strings, from poles and had her strung like that for a little while.
Barbies weren't supposed to move like
Yeah,
this.
no, I had her arms and legs like an X. I had her tied up in the air on my bunk bed, and I was so proud of myself, and I was so excited to show my mom. And my mom saw it, and she was horrified because she was like, "What is wrong with you?" Um, and I was like,
Kids
"Girl, what
being
are you talking about?
kids.
This artistic masterpiece." And she was like, "That's probably more autistic a masterpiece, but slay girl." Um, I also told my mom to go fuck herself one time.
As a child?
Yeah, when I was 4,
I
and
did too.
got Christmas taken away, but ended up having one of the best Christmases of my entire life at a Jewish household. It was so much fun.
Can I, real quick, just history fact. Did you know that the way you described the Barbie tied up like that, like basically spread eagle, the Romans would crucify people like that. The way that it's come down through Christian tradition with the T like that is not really the way that most Roman crucifixions were done. They kind of got creative and hung people up all kinds of different ways. So you had a lot of historical authenticity to your artistic masterpiece there too. I think that's
Yeah,
pretty
I
cool.
mean, my family always said I was an old soul, so I always did weird shit like that. So, maybe I'm just one of the Romans and it's embedded in me. Maybe I fought to the death in one of those big.
The gladiator.
Yeah, I think that I was
Yeah.
a gladiator in a past life. and probably fought to the death. I probably died, but it's cool that I got to do it.
Honor,
No regrets.
no regrets.
No regrets.
Any other thoughts on this faking seizures?
No, I wouldn't. I
Don't
wouldn't.
do it if you don't have them, though.
I wouldn't.
Child.
That's a little much. I've been seeing that like people do that on TikTok.
Oh yes, it's a trend.
Yeah, I don't know why that's a trend now.
Ugh.
Or they like pretend to have a disability for a dance or something, and it looks a
It's
little
not.
There's a whole subreddit that it's called illness fakers.
What?
bit. Yeah, I
You
saw
check
on
it out.
Seriously?
main,
Gross.
main character syndrome.
Yes, you should go check it out right now.
So, gonna go through the comments here.
I think illness faking is a disability within itself.
Right.
I'm pretty
Something's
sure
wrong.
that's called Munchausen's.
Munchausen.
I think some people just
Munchausen.
do it ignorantly though, like just for shits and giggles.
They have something called imposter syndrome.
Yeah, well, that's kind of the
I
reverse.
don't think
Computer
that
charger isn't working,
I don't think
and
that
I'm about to die.
like, I don't think that everyone using it like pretending to have a disability or something always means it in a like in a diagnosis way. I think some of them just do it to do it. Like just acting for fun.
I think some people just are being stupid. Yeah.
Yeah.
But the
For
people that believe
attention
that they
or
have a
There
for
are some
disability
spectacle.
when
people
they
that
don't,
genuinely
or when
are-
they're making themselves sick. Yeah.
Yes, that is a whole other thing. But there are just some ignorant people that do that for shits and
That's so
giggles.
fucked up.
So
It's
the definition
so funny.
of imposter syndrome is a feeling of being a fake or a phony despite your achievements.
Munchausen by internet.
So basically, that's like I was a football player, but you feel like you're fake, I guess.
No, it's like you're um well, like me when I had gotten my engineering degree and got my first job, in the the thermodynamics and like power plant field. Um, I had the GPA that stood out. I had done well in the interview. I had knowledge about turbines that my peers didn't because I built one for my senior design project. So when I got in there, I was, the new guy, but, I had still met um, all of the requirements, all of the criteria. I had done everything. I deserved to be there just as much as all of the colleagues that I had, but I felt like I particularly didn't deserve to be there. Like there was something about me that I was not as qualified as they believed that I was, and it was only a matter of time until they realized that they had hired somebody who could not fill the role that they wanted to um, to be filled to serve, and um, yeah, the anxiety that goes with that of being discovered and of losing that position that I had achieved, because I felt like I didn't deserve to have achieved it.
Okay, now put it all together. I understand now. Back to this post about being faking seizures. Someone says, "What a hilarious story, and what a beautiful, loving, moving picture you captured of your dad. It seems like he was such a great guy. You were lucky to have each other. Thank you for sharing your memories of him with us." Someone else said, 10,000 cool points for your dad. Someone else said, "What a gift you both shared for creativity. My dad also led with humor and gentleness, and it's a legacy I'm proud to have absorbed and trying the hardest to pass down to my own kids. My mom was a screamer, so I've definitely lived both sides. The greatly prefer the way of dad." Me too. I don't know what to say other than what is something you had to stop lying to yourself about? That's the question. That's the question.
It's a deep question.
Yeah.
What did you say?
What's something you had to stop lying to yourself about?
That is a hard one.
Pretty deep.
I mean, I've had to stop lying to myself about having the seizures to begin with.
Yeah.
And then I've had to stop lying to myself about the seizures going away.
Yep.
And then I've had to stop lying. I mean, can you see where that's kind of going? It's
Yeah.
just what's the most recent time I needed to stop lying to myself? That would have been last Saturday when mid seizure, new type of seizure. Didn't want to admit it. Had to call for dad for help. Never had to do that before. It had, yeah, had to learn a new lesson. So it's a never-ending progression of learning, self-improvement. I'll look at it that way.
I had to stop lying to myself about I'm doing everything right, because at one point I wasn't, but I was telling myself I'm doing everything right. Why am I still having seizures? But I'm smoking nicotine with the weed. So I had to stop smoking blunts and smoke papers, and I'd be a little late on my pills. And like I said, I'm in my head telling myself, what am I doing wrong? I'm doing everything right. But that was something I told myself, it's okay. I've been doing this. So that's something I had to stop lying to myself about, and just had
I
to
sit
quit.
here vaping.
Uh, I'm not vaping nicotine though. That I do not. No more nicotine. I've never smoked cigarettes or any nicotine or any vape nicotine. It's always been just nicotine with cigars. I mean,
I
well,
quit for a
drinks.
long I quit for years. And then when my cousin died, I started smoking again, vaping, because I always told him not to vape. He was the one that was vaping, and when I quit, I was like telling him not to vape, and then I started vaping after he died as a kind of fuck it moment, and then I couldn't stop again. I'm sorry, I wasn't trying to be depressing. What were you trying to say?
Oh, nothing.
Fuck.
Be as depressing as you want to. That's what we're here for. Get it off your chest.
Well, mine's not depressing. It just made me feel sick. I just felt sick on that. But
yeah.
Someone else said I had to stop telling myself I'll just have one drink. Plot twist, I came to 3 days later. That sucks.
I don't understand drinking if like having one drink because it tastes bad and it doesn't do anything to you, and then like if you're gonna drink, then why don't you just get like tipsy or drunk? I don't get it.
Well, that's what people do. They get tipsy or drunk.
Yeah, but they say like I'll just have like we're just going out like for one drink or I'm
Yeah,
just
I don't get
one
the one drink either because at
why
that point just don't have a drink.
I
yeah,
like
I don't have
taste.
a drink
But
then.
the one drink is an excuse for them to say it kind of, I don't know, maybe
Maybe I'll just have
it's
another and another.
Just one drink, make it a
When I
Long
used to
Island
drink,
or
I would
something.
drink to get drunk. I was just flat out with it. I was like, guys, just hand me the bottle. Like I don't need a cup. I
Yeah.
just give me the bottle.
So would I. Yeah, that's what I would do. And the thing
It
that
was
annoys
much
me more than
easier.
anything is people who drink for the flavor. They pay $15 for a beer and they act like, oh, I'll save for this. This is
I used to live with a
so good.
alcoholic, and she liked wine, and she liked wine tasting, and sometimes I get dragged along, and she'd be like to my mom, she's like, "Do you taste the oak in it?" My mom's
Oh,
like, "Bitch, I don't even like to fucking drink. What the fuck?" Because my mom doesn't even like to drink. And there's her alcoholic girlfriend, like, "Do you taste the raspberry oak?" No, girl, no one tastes the raspberry oak. We want to go home. It's a school
There
night.
are
right.
differences in
just
people's
grace.
sensory sensitivities. So there are some people who genuinely like get that strong of a sense of being able to differentiate, this from that, from that, from that, from that. And they're usually like the super pickiest eaters.
Oh,
They like, I can tell this is not made with
I mean,
mm.
she was just an
this
alcoholic.
particular
I I
type
think
of
those people are
grain.
just called pretentious.
I
Yeah,
don't know. Like
well,
honestly, I'm one of them. I can taste the
Thank
thing.
you.
I mean, I'm not gonna push it on anybody else, but I can tell the difference between
I can also.
Between
flavors that
$3
everybody
chuck
tastes.
and like a really nice bottle of wine, I can tell the difference there, but either way, it doesn't really, I don't mind either way.
Yeah, but like I don't know. I mean, I don't drink now, but I used to drink for the taste of the drink and not to get drunk. So maybe I'm obviously the weird one, but we do exist.
Okay. Okay.
I
So,
do drink, but only on special day.
the last time I drank was Easter. When I started this, I told myself no more stimulants and stopped cold turkey. So I got one here. Somebody says I had to stop lying to myself and telling myself it doesn't hurt. I had to face what I felt and accept that it did hurt.
Life's a bitch,
Yeah.
and then you
Mm.
die. Because
Shit happens.
I had a stroke mid surgery
Oh God.
from a brain tumor that I had taken out. Oh, fuck. See?
What was that like?
Oh wow.
And then
Battle
ugh,
wounds.
battle wounds time.
True warrior.
True warrior.
Someone else says I had to stop telling myself that people were saying things they didn't know what they were talking about, but they still had good intentions. I don't think everyone has good intentions, but yeah, that's a good thing to stop lying to yourself about.
Sometimes when I hit my cart, it kind of feels like when you inhale water in my head and then I sneeze. Or
Hurt like a bitch.
when I smoke. Sometimes just when I smoke in general, it feels like that. And I don't know why.
Before moving on, I got one more. He actually says two things. He said, I had to stop telling myself that I'm in good shape. And I also had to tell myself that I'm good at lying.
Josie, are you okay?
Yeah, that's a good one. I got one here. It says, I'm mad at my professor. So for background, I was in the past ashamed of my epilepsy and I accepted, but today my professor decided to the point on don't put effort. She knows I have epilepsy, so I get defensive, like my memory is a goldfish reputation. What do you expect? Then she say with full confidence, there is no such thing as epilepsy for life. Well, my blood boil and we argue, but like I just want her to rip her apart. It should be rip, but there's an E. Rip her apart. I ignore her. I accept myself and I am not waiting for her validation. The stupid level I try to explain how affect my memory and it's for life, but she's denying it's for life. I only rant when it really makes me mad. I only rant when it wants to make me mad. But I really like your advice. Should I be mad or am I wrong for being mad at her? No, I guess with epilepsy, people say stuff sometimes and it might just piss me off. And I guess I'm just mad because I'm mad. Sometimes it is messed up though. Is she wrong for being mad, you guys?
No.
You're never wrong for having feelings. Feelings are feelings. But is she justified? Yeah. I mean, that was a shitty, ignorant thing for her professor to do and say. Or their professor.
Any other opinions on that? I'll go to the comments. Someone said, OMFG, what is she a professor in? You would have a complaints process at your school, use it immediately and to its full capabilities. If you're still unhappy at the response, there will be some process at the education department of your local government that oversees schools and can further investigate this. You are entirely valid in your anger. Don't just let this slide because it's easier. Someone else said, go
Wait,
to
so
her.
they think that this needs to be actively punished? Like this person's professional career needs to be maligned because of a comment that they made that honestly, if anything, shows that they're ignorant more than malicious. If it was something where they were um like saying this and knowingly trying to be hurtful, that's one thing. But if the professor doesn't know any better, I don't know. It seems like a weird way to go for me to like go immediately to university complaints board and then the education board complaint something. I don't know what it was that they said something, but it just I
Yeah,
don't
they
know.
said
That
report to
seems
the
like
Board
a
of Education.
caring kind of comment. I'm not sure it really warrants that sort of response.
Yeah, that's extreme.
Someone. Yeah. Someone else says, go to her again and make sure your phone is in your purse with the recorder on. Then say nothing. Let your parents listen and go to the principal with it. In my country, it's not a crime to record without consent if it's between yourself and someone else. It is if you record a conversation without consent between two people. What a hateful woman. Someone like that is not worthy of being called a teacher or professor.
Oh my goodness. People need to calm down just a little bit.
I mean, if it's like, if the teacher's like not giving them leniency or is subjecting them out or whatever specifically, then yeah, I would go to the principal if they're specifically being targeted for their disability. But if the teacher just doesn't understand that it can be lifelong, then I would just kind of go on with your day, because I mean, a lot of people don't know a lot of things in their hierarchies, so it's not an uncommon thing, unfortunately. So
Did,
I think it's not the worst thing to um have said.
Yeah.
didn't George Costanza hide a recorder in his briefcase to catch people because of his paranoia?
I
Or was it
don't
just
remember
something?
that, but it sounds like something he would do.
It just seems uh, just be straightforward with people. I mean, if this,
Yeah.
yeah, I actually had difficulty with a professor in college, and he was a dick about it, but I cleared it up. So I was straightforward with him about my myoclonic seizures, and he didn't know what a myoclonic seizure was. He didn't know that um, it took a little while to clear it up. You know, he didn't know that I wasn't unintentionally kicking this person's. He thought I was kicking this person's chair in front of me, but I had to actually tell him, no, this is um, a, a, a nervous disorder. That's right. This is epilepsy that I have, and I had to really get that across to him. And I think it's better to just be straightforward with people. Yeah.
Um,
George can't stand you.
yeah,
Yeah.
I don't suggest trying to get a teacher fired. You go talk to the teacher.
Right?
If you're calm, the person should be calm. If you're yelling, then expect what you're going in there giving. Um, got another question. What's your favorite sushi?
Oh,
Like,
I love California rolls, uh, especially the spicy ones.
is that the salmon and mango? Or
My favorite is dragon roll.
What's in that?
Um, one second. I know there's eel, and then it's rolled in something. I should know this. I eat it so much.
Kevin, a California roll is like uh, avocado, crab, and cucumber, I think.
Sometimes there's cream cheese in it as well.
Oh yeah, good point. They're so good.
Yeah.
Okay, so
That's like
inside out
we call
roll.
that like the white person.
Yeah, it's a good intro.
Yeah, it's like the white person sushi roll, I guess, but it's really good. So, it reminds me of the salmon and
It's
with you put smoked salmon and cream cheese on a bagel
Uh,
in New York.
salmon and lox and salmon or
Mhm.
something like that. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's really yummy.
bagels and lox. I don't
There
like
you
the capers though. Those are gross.
go. No,
But
same.
I do like salmon and lox.
Yeah, so it's barbecue eel and eel sauce
Oh, okay. No, I do like that.
rolled in rice
Nice.
and
I gotta
avocado.
try that. What's it called again?
Dragon roll.
Dragon rolls?
Probably doesn't
Mm.
look the best over camera, but
Oh, I didn't know you had it right there. Nice.
Yeah, he ordered sushi.
yeah, the question
Ooh.
wasn't actually on my phone. I was just like, let
Nice.
me see what they like.
I
Good
like
answer. So
eel a
no one
lot.
really gave me a different answer besides something I haven't heard. I heard California rolls and
Do you like shrimp tempura?
don't know what it is, to be honest.
Hey, things you haven't heard of.
Um,
It's like uh kind of like a shrimp paste thing. It's like all smashed up and then they fry it. And they'll do it with tuna sometimes too.
yeah, this looks like eel wrapped around rice, and then
Nice.
the it's eel wrapped around seaweed, and the seaweed's wrapped around the rice, and then avocado and eel on the top. All right, it's good. Next question. Are your seizure symptoms always exactly the same, or are there slight changes sometimes? My question is the one you see above. Doctors told me it's always the exact the same, but I have a slight changes sometimes. So I would love to know how you experience it. The first comment is mine's always evolve. Parts are always the same. I have focal seizures, but then others change. I don't think mine's are ever the same. Not that I can remember much, but my body always hurts differently. Um, every time I'm wondering what the fuck just happened. It seems horrible. And yeah, I guess they gradually get worse. And especially because my seizures aren't just like standing still focals anymore, they're kind of wandering off. So that's a little different. Does anybody else feel like their seizure symptoms get worse or better or change?
Mine
Mine's have
changed a
changed.
little,
Yeah.
but
Say that
I
again.
think you're talking different kinds.
Yeah, it doesn't really specify, but my seizures are all over the place. I haven't had focals in a while though.
Oh, I'm gonna quote someone that I read on the subreddit. I think someone said their doctor said the only consistent thing about epilepsy is inconsistency. And I think it's pretty true. Like it just changes so much over time. Um, the severity of it, the how it how it started off. My seizures, they weren't very bad for us so long, and then they got really bad, and then the petite malls got not I keep calling them, the myoclonics got really bad, and then they went away, and it just, yeah, they just change over time. That's all I could say.
Mark, did you have anything?
There was something I think I had started saying. I'm trying to figure it out now. The uh Oh, I mean, my seizures had always been the like tingling and stuff. So, I mean, I hate to keep bringing it up, but it is still kind of fresh in my memory. That seizure from Saturday was pretty dramatically different, and my neurologist at the appointment yesterday had said that that's an extremely unusual presentation for a seizure, particularly coming from the right frontotemporal lobe. So, um, either it's a really weird form, a completely different presentation of seizures coming from the same region that they always have been coming from, or seizures are starting to come from a new part of the brain that they haven't come from before. Um, I mean, I guess maybe it wasn't even an epileptic seizure. Maybe there was something else weird going on. I don't know how we would diagnose that retrospectively, but I mean that goes exactly into what Kevin says, that the only um consistent thing that you can rely on with epilepsy is inconsistency. It will change, and even if you've had it controlled for, you know, a few years, the brain can still develop new, different pathways that can start seizing again. Um, so brace yourself for the ride. Don't hold on for the cure. Um, just know it's gonna be bumpy. I guess that did not sound inspiring at all, did it? I don't know.
It did. It's gonna help someone.
Hopefully. I
If not
mean,
here, it's gonna help someone somewhere. Someone is saying that's a good thing. Maybe I should tell my doctor.
yeah, that someone's just not here. Is that what you're saying?
Someone else will say it. Someone watching it.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
Someone's gonna be like, "I'm going through that. Maybe I should talk to my doctor about that." Until then, somebody has a comment here about the things being exact the same, basically. She said, "From my fiance's first seizure over a year ago and focal, they've changed so much. He used to have a metallic taste, but doesn't anymore. Even in a month or so, they've looked so different. I think if it's not treated or medicated, it does evolve. Can't take the advice from someone who doesn't have a seizure." But to the next one says, "I have never remembered how I felt before a seizure, but I feel nauseous randomly. Face goes red and I get an aura feeling. That is like deja vu. My neurologist says that it is what usually happens before a seizure. However, I can't confirm since I never remember what I was doing before the seizure." Um, Someone said, "I have cortical dysplasia, and that can evolve over time and affect different parts of the brain. Also, my first seizure was tonic-clonic, then some complex partials. then tonic-clonics, and now we're back to complex partials. That goes along with the inconsistency, consistent of being inconsistent. Another one says, I'm new to this. Mild versus severe. Sorry if my English is bad. I just got diagnosed with epilepsy, JME, but it was quite mild. I get myoclonic jerks every week or so, and that's it. I asked my doctor about it. He said it is common. Imposter syndrome. Please help me realize my epilepsy is as valid as yours. The question was mild versus severe, and the person was looking for advice. This is another one, imposter syndrome thing. Come on, somebody has some thoughts on this. The first comment says, I am in the same boat as you. My JME isn't severe. I don't have tonic-clonics either, just myoclonic, but it's really annoying. I mean, solving math equations usually trigger my seizures. Sleep deprivation and stress also does that. Hunger does that. Activities that require fine movement do. So it affects my daily life. This one might.
I'll
Go ahead,
say
Kevin.
something. That hunger, that was always a trigger for me back in the day. That was so weird. Someone mentioned a few weeks ago, or maybe last week, I don't remember, uh, the three uh, connections was in the brain, the vagus nerve, and the gut. The chemicals all connect that way. I forget, but that was really fascinating because I always had to wake up and eat something right away because that would calm the myoclonics down. And but as far as triggers go, uh, yeah, focusing on math problems. I remember in high school just trying to solve problems. It just kept flickering things in my brain. I could solve the problem, but it just setting off glitches in my head. Yeah, it was awful. And if I was hungry, that would double the stress. And uh, um, yeah, it was just horrendous. Um, my advice would be to uh, reduce those triggers by, you know, if hunger is something for you, always get a good breakfast or lunch or whatever. Yeah, that's something to just know your triggers and such like that. So to reduce whatever.
One of the comments says, if you're having seizures, if you're having suspected seizures, then yes, stay away from bodies of water, especially if unsupervised, because you run the risk of drowning. Even if you are able to be treated, one should still exercise extreme caution around bodies of water unless someone is watching you like a hawk. I know somebody who doesn't agree, but another one says, swimming alone isn't safe for anyone, most especially not for someone with unmedicated epilepsy, a fear of swimming, and chronic fatigue. If you panic in the water, you will wear yourself out and drown. If you get to the middle of the pool and you're too tired to hold your head above water because of your muscles aren't used to the work of swimming, you will drown. The closest I ever came to drowning was in a lap pool with my family right there next to me in the next lane. The exhaustion hit and I couldn't even yell. And I used to be a strong swimmer. I didn't feel tired or stressed until that moment. After that, I've never swam alone. Luffy, got an opinion on that? No.
If you don't feel comfortable swimming and you don't feel confident in the water with your epilepsy, then don't do it. I don't feel confident running on the treadmill with my epilepsy, so I don't do it. But I do feel confident swimming a mile in the pool, which I did that today, and I didn't drown. So, you know, just because you have epilepsy doesn't mean that you can't swim. That's a misconception. Um, if I was having chronic myoclonic cluster attacks throughout the day, then I wouldn't go swimming. It's just using common sense there. So, hopefully, but if it's medicated and working for you and the water doesn't stress you out, then go swimming. I mean, and if anything, go to a public pool. They got lifeguards. They'll
This
rescue
person
you.
also said, I heard you, Lifa. You said with the lifeguard.
Yeah, they'll come and rescue you. Hopefully. Maybe. Some of them are 16, but
Someone over 16. Gotcha.
it's whatever.
This person says, for context, I have nocturnal frontal lobe epilepsy. Oh, I'm not gonna say you don't have anything to worry about. But yeah. Oh no, I think this is a different one. Anyhow, I got one. It says, epilepsy ruined my life. 22 years old, and I feel like epilepsy has ruined my entire life. I started having focal aware seizures at 15, but I didn't know what they were, and I wasn't diagnosed until the last year. I was at 21. I've already tried 3 different medications, and none of them have worked. Currently, I'm on topiramate, and it only works about half the time. The only time I can function like a normal human being is when I take my rescue med, the Razepam. I'm in college, but I don't really have any friends. A big part of that is because I don't drive anymore, and I don't really know how to explain it to potential friends or dates without scaring them off or feeling embarrassed. So I usually make up some weird random excuse, like I'm not feeling well right now. Maybe I should go lay down. I have my family members drive me around everywhere, which I'm lucky to have, but it still makes me feel 16 and like such a burden. Plus, they don't really understand epilepsy and think it's over. It's mostly something I can have the willpower to get over. Everyone else my age is starting to live their lives, and I can't do the same because of epilepsy is holding me back. I feel hopeless, like my life is over, and no one in my life really understands. Someone give me hope. This person is 22. They were diagnosed when they were 15. No, diagnosed at 22, 21. Had seizures since 15. I say once you find a good med and get a decent distance in between seizures, I don't know, maybe.
I can say something. I was diagnosed at 14 and I am now 42. And I've been through 12 different medications. Yeah, some of them I become tolerant to. Some of them, the side effects, I couldn't, like my body couldn't handle them. Um, but I lived my life. I went to concerts. I went to I've done things. I went to Mexico. I went to Cancun. I swam with dolphins. Um,
I wouldn't believe that unless I had seen it. And
I
it was good. That picture was nice, Angel. Who took that picture?
You're welcome. Um, and I also I had a child. You know, Pookie has more than me, but
Don't do that.
but it's you still have a life and still have a time. It's all it's just going to get it takes a while, but once you start managing it, it becomes easy. I wouldn't say easy, but it's manageable, you know?
Or like I say, it gets easier with time. It's not gonna get easy fast. Give it some time. It's gonna get worse, but it's gonna get easier. It's gotten easier over the past 20. And some might say, "Oh, that's a long time for it to get better." Um, just give it time and don't stress yourself too much because that can also cause a seizure. Um, uh, Someone says in the comments, "I totally feel you. I felt the exact same way for so long. Felt like a little kid who had to go get his mom to take me everywhere. Just to be honest, with friends, dates, it's not your fault. You have epilepsy. And they don't understand that. Then they don't understand your fault. They don't understand that then they were meant to be your friends anyway. Nobody has ever given me a hard time about not being able to drive. Just offer up gas money or something in exchange since you're not driving anymore. I know how it feels to look at everyone your age when they're in different places in their lives and it seems like they've got it all figured out and you don't. It took me a long time to stop caring what other people my age are at in life and comparing to my situation. Epilepsy sucks and it's hard to come to terms with, but you're not alone. You can always DM me if you need. Nice people. Someone also says, "Hello, my friend. You've got us friends here, and we're all in the same boat. It will be easier if you had gone a while and had time to accept the reality of epilepsy. That way, you don't let epilepsy define you, isn't by resisting and trying to pretend it doesn't exist. The way the way is to accept it and continue your life while taking whatever measures are necessary. It's there, but it's doesn't define you unless you make hating epilepsy your whole personality. Also, I am just making sure nasalium exists. I'm just making sure nasalium exists, and I'm making sure you are aware of that." Hmm. Someone says, "How did you get disability? I am barely able to work 10 hours a week due to constant focal aware clusters where I lose my speech and ability to function effectively." Um, Anybody here get disability or Medicare, anything like that? Yeah, I don't either. I'm on my third appeal, working on it. Hopefully it comes through eventually. Hmm.
Do you
I'm
have a
on
lawyer?
I'm on
Pookie, do you have a
Medicare.
lawyer for your
Do I have a
appeal?
lawyer? No. No. I think I should get
I've
one.
heard that makes a really big difference, and that if they get um the appeal approved, then they back pay you all the way from the very first initial date that you had applied, so you would get like a lump payment for however long it's been that you've been trying to get on the disability payments. So a percentage of that is usually what a lawyer would charge as their fee for their services. And like I've heard the success rate with a lawyer is astronomically higher. So just just a thought. I'm recently considering starting that whole process myself to see how it goes. And so that's how I've asked around, and a few of the people that family members know are saying that, you know, um yeah, that's the way to do it.
I'm looking for another lawyer. Let's see. I had something to say and I forgot what it was.
Sorry.
It's all right. It's not your fault.
About the disability, blah blah blah.
Oh, I totally
Make
forgot what it
this.
was.
I mean, if you're going not to make this sound not to make this put a rush on this, but there are going to be more what is it called? There's going to be a lot more paperwork added to it soon. All the Medicare and disability. So I mean, if you're going to do that, I mean, get started. I mean, hurry up. I mean, that's all I'm saying. Get started on that quick because there's going to be a lot more. Uh,
But bureaucracy
yeah,
or
right. Yeah, that's the one I was looking for.
yeah,
A lot more paperwork added soon. So hurry up.
yeah, yeah, will do.
Get started soon.
I got something new here. Says, do y'all get offended when someone who doesn't have epilepsy makes a seizure joke? It's a question because my friend made a seizure joke today and it rubbed me the wrong way. I want to talk to her, but I don't want to seem rude about it. It makes me very upset because she doesn't even have to deal with what comes with it. The question would be, do you guys get offended when someone makes a seizure joke? I wouldn't say I get offended, but I don't like it.
I was just like a couple weeks ago, my sister brought my nephew over to have a sleepover. And in the morning we went out to breakfast and he was kind of acting up for attention, and at one point he kind of faked a floppy fish seizure, trying to try to keep that to catch on, right? Who was it that started that in the
Right.
subreddit?
We got to
But
keep using that.
yeah, he was doing the whole like so I wasn't offended per se. I mean, he's 7. Um, but I don't know. My sister was sitting right there next to him, and she just kind of, you know, said that's something, I don't know. She just kind of had him stop. She didn't even make the connection that was the medical condition that his uncle right across the table from him is living with. She just said that's a medical condition and we can't cure it and we don't make fun of it. Um, I don't know. And again, offense is not the right word, but I kind of feel like that whole thing really, I don't know. Maybe I'm just Maybe I'm just trying to make the whole thing all about me and my epilepsy and all this and that, and should just let her raise her kid how she wants. But that kind of
Hurts a little.
that made me a little uncomfortable. So, yeah, that's really the only instance I've ever had somebody saying anything that seemed kind of a little not perfectly respectful.
Does jokes bother you guys?
Nah.
I mean,
No,
Go ahead.
No, I take it as a compliment per se.
Does it
Because
depend on who it is, or it's just you take it from anybody?
I don't give a fuck about someone else's op- someone else's opinion
Right,
about my
especially if I don't
body
know them.
anymore.
Gotcha.
like jokes on TV, or I mean, if it's a well-crafted joke, I think it's good. Yeah, go ahead.
There,
What about someone in person? Because I think that's what this person was getting at, their friend.
I don't think I've ever met someone who's made a joke to me, but yeah, I don't think I'd care.
I think a lot of times humor is a tool that people use to diffuse and kind of deflect nervous energy. And the jokes might be just as much about helping the person kind of deal with
coping.
their thoughts and their, I mean, the people around us are living with epilepsy too, just by virtue of being aware that, any one of us could have a seizure at any moment and they can't necessarily ever 100% let their guard down. Um, and that can be distressing for some people, especially close family members. Um, so, a little bit of dark humor from you know, close family, I think is great. But even from strangers, something a bit more respectful, not quite as dark and morbid, but still, I think that's probably more of a commentary on them than it is on me. Um, so I take it that way. It's not really about me. It's about
Reflection.
their
Their
experience
depression.
with epilepsy.
Actually, come to think of it, I did come across one person who knew I had epilepsy. I don't want to get into it, but it wasn't a joke. It was a vicious attack on me, and it was just just a vicious insult right to my face, and it was meant as just mean. Yeah, it wasn't a joke or anything. It was just a horrible attack at me.
You make me want to
And
ask for context.
uh, context, I don't want to get into it too much. This
Understandable.
this person was not. We were at we were not at good terms at the time, and this person did this a lot at the time. And yeah, so uh, it kind of almost came to fisticuffs, let's say. So this was not like a friendly joke. Kind of like called me like a effing retard and such. This was not friendly. This was not anything good. Or this was like a person. Uh, this is a person I knew, but just uh, uh, let's just say in my close circle. But
Did the relationship change?
over time, he got better, but we're not. I'm not on
Depends of
speaking
her.
terms with this person anymore. Yeah, but he got his head's fixed up better. Yeah, but I mean, how did I respond to that? If a person viciously attacks you like that with words, I did not respond well to that. Um, yeah, this was meant as a vicious attack with words. This was not a joke. Um, yeah,
Gloves on.
yeah, but um, you know, I did not respond well at the time. I
Oh
was
yeah,
like, yeah,
I definitely
yeah.
understand that. Um,
If someone were to call me a fucking retard,
Yeah.
I would take it as a compliment.
Oh,
I'm not sure I can do that.
well, this is a
Because
gender thing.
uh,
I don't know.
people respond as uh, have you heard of the mirror theory?
What did you
Heard of
say?
a lot of theories.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
People uh, watch themselves through you.
He wasn't doing this. He he wanted something, and the only way he could do this was through violence and pro provocation. He was not doing that. He was not mirroring. He was not doing anything. He needed to get something, and
He got
yeah,
it.
oh, he got it. Yeah,
Hmm.
he
I'm
needed
sorry, I'm
to.
laughing.
Yeah, he needed to rile up the family, and he got what he needed to get. And yeah,
Okay. Yeah, I understand you don't want to go forward. That was
Sorry.
very interesting.
I'll just tell
Later.
everyone. I don't want to tell. I don't want to tell the world, but I'll tell y'all down here.
One of the comments says, the problem with seizure jokes is the lack of originality. It's all either, I bet having sex with someone during a seizure would be fun. That's actually rape. Or bad dancing equals a seizure. I can laugh at some pretty tasteless jokes, even at my own expense, if they are original and funny. The problem is, I've never heard a good epilepsy joke. I also think we get shitty representation in the media. It's either crude comedy, some paranormal nonsense, or at best a patient in a hospital procedure. No one is ever just an epileptic just for the sake of something. People in the world are epileptic. Another one says, is there a good epilepsy joke? I just want something to say to lighten up the mood sometimes for everyone constantly asking me, am I okay after each one? That sounds like he wants someone to make a joke after he has a seizure. Anyone hear that? Someone said, no, I'm just offended when people fake seizures. Oh. Someone says, is this normal? I keep having weird dreams and waking up sore and out of breath. I'm not really sure if this is anything serious or just anxiety or something else, but I wanted to just ask in case. I was diagnosed with epilepsy before. I had 2 abnormal EEGs and used to have absent seizures, but lately my EEGs have been normal, so they took me off of meds, and now everyone just acts like I don't have epilepsy anymore. But recently, I've been having these really weird dreams. In the dream, I feel like I'm seizing or like I'm holding my breath, and sometimes I go limp in the dream, but still I can't breathe. Then I'll wake up gasping for air, and my chest hurts like I wasn't breathing right. Sometimes I wake up, my arms and my legs are sore, even though I didn't do anything the day before. It's been happening a lot lately and starting to scare me. I've also been having what I think might be absent seizures again. I'll suddenly feel random memory flash, then deja vu, then feels like my stomach drops hard, but through my whole body. Everything gets fuzzy, like I'm floating, and sometimes it feels like I'm not really there afterwards. Afterward, I feel drained and out for the rest of the day, and I'll get a really bad headache. I had one of those not too long ago, even though no one saw it happen. I've also had nights where I didn't have that kind of dream, but still woke up feeling like I couldn't breathe or like I had been holding my breath in my sleep. I don't know if it's seizures, stress, or just in my head, but I really appreciate if anyone has gone through anything like this. I just want to know, is this normal or if I should be worried?
I think you should get a sleep study done or an EMU done to get a second opinion about your epilepsy, because once you have epilepsy, it's pretty much for life.
For lifers.
And like, you're not on medication, who knows what might be happening. You might be having nocturnal seizures manifest, because I've had nocturnal tonic-clonics, and when I wake up in the morning, I'm all worn out and stuff. Like, I've been through a tonic-clonic overnight and everything, and I still need more sleep.
I was gonna say regarding did they say they have dreams?
Yeah.
Okay. Regarding the dreams. I have I have like dreams here and there, like normally just growing up. But sometimes I have like usually if it's not like a dream warning me about the weather, because somehow my body has synced in with the weather and tells me when there's going to be a storm because I have a dream about it the night before. I don't know what goes on there, but I have very disturbing dreams or like intense dreams about life, and then I wake up exhausted every day. And anytime I take a nap, I have like these awful dreams where I'm like, it feels like I'm still awake, but I don't really know. I don't really know what it is, so I just let it do its thing.
Yeah, what
Well,
I
like
wonder,
you,
what I think is sleep paralysis. Uh, I'm gonna talk to my neurologist soon. I'm gonna tell him about that. But that's kind of, it's not a dream. I'm more awake and I can't move and I can breathe and all that. But it's like the whole time I'm trying to say something and I'm trying to get something out. I'm trying and trying. I can't move. And finally, when I do get it out, it's a scream at the top of my lungs. And everybody else in the house is going to hear it. And everybody's like, what the fuck is going on? And I'm like, I was trying to say something. And for some reason, I couldn't get it out. And then when I did, that's what you heard. Like I've been laying in the bed with people and scare the shit out of somebody. Yeah, a couple times. So I'm working on talking to a neurologist about that soon. But the weird dreams, no, that wasn't exactly a dream. Yeah, I was awake. I think it's happened several times. But go ahead, Mark.
so the sleep paralysis that you've been experiencing, is that when you're in the transition from being awake to going into sleep that it kind of happens, or vice versa, going from asleep to waking up to this sensation where you don't have control of your body? And
You got it. I was
yeah,
asleep. Waking up was opening my eyes and looking around. So if I didn't look around, I looked around with my eyes a little bit. And the just wanting to move, like, why can't I move? Can't move anything. Um, I'm breathing normally, and I actually never paid attention if I could try to breathe or not. I think that would mess me up if I try that. But yeah, eventually, like I said, it's a scream and then a jump because I finally could move and I could finally say something. So
do you hallucinate like shadow people at all,
that
or
that
see?
part is that part is where I think I always tell myself I'd rather have a seizure because for
Uh,
some reason I feel like I can't move and there's dark places that I can't see in the corner of my eye. So
yeah,
I see people, but there's dark shit, and I'm like, I need to see what that is, and I think I see something, but I can't see, and I can't tell if I see something, but something is over there, and I can't move.
yeah.
So that's the scary part. And that's when I start thinking maybe I should have had a seizure. But yeah, I gotta figure out what
Did
it
you
is.
know that that it's believed that the sleep paralysis phenomenon is what had given rise to the myth of the incubus and succubus in medieval culture, that people would wake up to this feeling where they were paralyzed and they would attribute it to being, supernaturally suppressed. And a lot of times there was a weight on their chest, In some cases, there was let's say, sexual nature to their subjective experience. But yeah, when they came out of it, if they see shadow people and stuff, if you think about interpreting all of that through a 13th, 14th century, medieval uh, Catholic mindset, this is going to be something demonic. So, uh, yeah, interesting medical conditions, still very poorly understood, but um, poorly understood for centuries.
Succubus is when male female takes over the male, right?
I think the succubus is the female manifestation of the demon, and that the incubus is the male counterpart. It depends on how they're equipped and interacting
Mm-hmm.
with the subject, I think, to try to put it delicately.
Okay.
But that, I mean, don't just take my word for it at face value because I have epilepsy. Go confirm
No, I
research.
was
I
gonna
may have
say
it backwards.
the the same thing as you said, but um, in other
Great
words.
minds, right? Great minds think alike, right?
Oh yes. Um, Loading.
Sorry to derail you.
Uh,
I mean, so these dreams, just once again, I mean, I just want to get back to that. I have had dreams where I've had seizures, but I'm more concerned about just something concerning. Um, I've had dreams recently, and I've woken up and like yelled. I don't. I think this is like some maybe breathing problems, and this might be like what is it called? Uh, just people need the CPAP machine for it.
Sleep apnea?
The goopy
The sleep apnea?
yeah, like I'm sleeping and I wake up and I go like I like I'm like I just give a like I wake up and I go and like like I'm not like scared or anything, but I wake up and I yell and I scream or something. I'm not scared or anything. It's just uh you know uh but I think it might be a breathing problem or uh
Probably you snore.
yeah I'm yeah I'm worried about that. So
Take a sleep study.
that might be it.
Yeah, a
Because I
sleep
took
study,
one.
but the
Okay.
um that was also a classic
That's,
symptom of the sleep paralysis was a pressure, a difficulty breathing. So um, sorry to kind of keep trying to keep bringing it back around to my thing, but
I,
um,
I wish I had a succubus. That might be a
well, yeah, it
um,
could have some benefits, I suppose. Uh, perks, at, at least, but maybe rather than benefits.
mm.
So, yeah, I don't know.
How you doing over there, Brandon?
Doing all right. Yeah, sorry, it looked like I was going into witness protection. I did not realize how dark my face was.
You guys were the first. You guys were in the first episode. You, Kevin, and Rick. Yeah.
How's everyone doing tonight?
All right. You just reminded me that you haven't had the icebreaker.
Yeah, what was it?
Oh,
It was.
real quick, can I just say before the icebreaker, Brandon, my pepper plants are coming along spectacularly, and they want to hurt you so badly.
I want to eat one and take a video to send to you of me absolutely just like my brain melting even more than it already is. Oh,
Yeah,
actually, I do have to. I'll find that video of me eating the chocolate scorpion and send it to you.
yes, yeah. It's we'll see. I'll need you to tell me which one is hotter. I have the ghost pepper, but I've also got a Dorset Naga, and the Dorset Naga was actually temporarily the Guinness World Record holder before the Carolina Reaper dethroned it. So I
I
don't
want some.
know. Yeah, yeah.
Yes.
I'll hook you up. I love growing the plants and I can never eat enough peppers to justify all of it. I have to try to give them away, and even then, it takes. I fill freezer bags full of them.
Oh.
So yeah, all this later this summer and this fall, I've had them ripening as late November. I had my last harvest last year after Thanksgiving, so most of late summer is harvest season for me here. So I can ship out care packages periodically for about a month or two.
Every time my aunt's peppers are fully ripe from her garden, she will hand me like multiple freezer bags full of them. Yeah, it's just like you said, you just can't give them away enough to even justify how many you get out of them.
Yeah, and I mean those are just two out of a dozen. Um I've got the Scotch bonnets, I've got um yellow pequins, and chili tepin, which pequins and tepin are the two peppers used to make the Cholula hot sauce. Um, so kind of a hot Mexican type pepper, little
I'm
tiny guys.
Mexican.
Yeah, right. I mean,
Tabasco.
um, it's what repetitive or right, hot Mexican, but um,
Banero.
what else? I've got Sugar Rush Stripey. Those are supposed to be really good, about like a cayenne pepper level heat, but a really sweet, fruity flavor, hence the name Sugar Rush.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and I've got lemon drops, and a cross between the lemon drop and the Sugar Rush. So Sugar Drop Lemon, that one's called. And I've got some fish peppers, which get all stripy while they start growing and then ripen to just these long red guys. Um, there's probably a couple. Oh, CGN 21500. That one I'm really excited about. That one comes from a seed bank in the Netherlands, a genetic seed bank. It was collected from a wild specimen in the Amazon jungle in Peru. So it's a landrace strain. It's not bred with anything. It's not made to be, um, you know, this or that interfered with by human hands. It's just naturally beautiful, a habanero type, so it's got that kind of habanero level heat.
Mhm.
They grow these round peppers that get a purple hue coloration where where the sun hits them, but the pepper itself ripens to a peach. So between the peach and the purple, they kind of look a little bit like Rainier cherries. Um, they're some, I think some people are trying to give it the nickname Peach Sunset. I don't know how much that's catching on, but um, that is a really prolific pepper right now so far.
So
It's
basically, what you're saying is the care packages are going to be awesome once everything's ripe.
I can, yeah, I mean,
All right. Well,
periodic, I could
keep
send the like
keep
evolving
us
care packages as each pepper ripens and
keep
stuff.
us updated on that. And I know
The
I could see Pookie kind of losing his mind over there a little bit. I'm sorry. I know he
I'm
wants to
not.
get
I'm
on topic.
not.
You're not losing your mind, but I know you want to get back on topic.
No, I actually didn't. I was gonna say you look so excited without saying anything. You were covering your mouth, and I
I
was
mean, no,
like,
I am excited. I
you
know
looked
that
like you wanted to
I'm
say something, but
drooling.
you had your mouth covered. And then Twisted, she wasn't blinking. I was like, these guys are interested in this. She wasn't blinking, and then you looked like you just wanted to say something so bad that you were covering your mouth with your hands.
I mean,
And
a
I was like,
lot of
he's
these
not moving, but he's
peppers,
staring like this.
yeah,
I
a
was
lot
like,
of these
Drooling
peppers I
over here.
selected specifically because you can't get them unless you grow them or know somebody who's growing them. And I like that like really unique appeal of like, oh, are these Tabascos from the garden store? I'm like, no, no, these are the, go
Jalapeno.
down a whole rabbit hole about the lineage and yeah. Can
And
you
we have
tell that peppers are one of my special interests?
I can
we
Uh,
have
tell.
the problem at the border because I live right in the border uh because you can pass seeds.
okay.
You get me?
Yeah.
Um,
Mm, can't have seeds for what kind of plants in particular? No plants? You can't grow
No
nothing?
plants.
Where are you?
Laredo, Texas.
Why can't you grow? It's like desert. That's why you can't grow anything. Is there a reason?
Because of drug trafficking,
Mm.
No,
right? Or you could be taking seeds and causing cultural harm, like to
uh-huh.
oh,
the
invasive
because
species thing?
yeah, invasive
Yes.
species and stuff. So and if they can't identify every seed, so it's just safer to eliminate bringing any seeds at all unless
Yes.
it's a controlled order
Oh,
across
my husband
different
is
things,
calling.
which is why.
So is that just across the Mexican border, or is that
No, that
in
would be any
Texas
border.
all the way around
That would be
Texas?
any border. You're not because I know for
Like
Canada, like
international border?
you
Because I
can't.
know I can ship pepper seeds across, state lines, no problem.
No,
Shipping is different than driving, though, I believe. Uh, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
uh, shipping within the United States is fine.
Okay.
They just can't.
Oh,
Uh,
you need the proper importation certificates
uh-huh.
for any like this sanitary that the seeds
Yes.
don't have any viruses or pathogens or
Uh-huh.
fungi or anything. Okay, yeah, yeah, I
That would
like
be the
that.
same
Acid.
with like bugs or anything.
Yeah,
of
I
that.
think bugs are part of that.
Yeah,
That
yeah,
they're free
bugs,
of,
animals,
yeah.
fish, even. There's just certain things that don't belong in places, so they put laws in place because it can cause a significant agricultural harm.
I'm gonna go, but I'll be right back.
All right.
What
All right.
was the icebreaker?
Totally forgot about it. What's your favorite sushi?
Oh,
That's
that's
not,
perfect.
That wasn't the
No.
icebreaker, but go ahead.
no.
So I don't eat like I'm vegan, so my favorite sushi is it's an avocado peanut roll, and there's this one place near me that does it, and they do this like these awesome like roasted peanuts that they put in it, and oh my God, it's so good. I could eat like 4 full rolls of those. And
4 full rolls?
oh yeah, I could absolutely devour. I mean, it's like what, 4 pieces each, or so it'd be like, yeah, I could eat like 16 pieces of that sushi.
Hmm. The icebreaker was
Super downer.
someone said, what's something depressing that someone said casually, that someone casually said to you? You can
What's
throw
the
it.
most depressing thing someone said casually
What's
to
the
you?
most depressing thing someone has casually said to you? There we go.
Well, I'm gonna just keep it epilepsy related, and it was the time that a guy just casually asked if I was drunk, um, when I was having a seizure. That, yeah, I think that depressed me the most. I still think about that one, and I think that's why it's the most depressing, is because I still think about it.
Understandable.
Yeah, the things that you still catch yourself thinking about like long afterwards are really, I mean, even if it doesn't register that it's something um that got to you at the time, it's probably something that you need to do a little self-examination about. And yeah, I, I find that yeah, when I'm dwelling on something like that, it usually was more significant than I had thought at the time.
But it says, does anyone have trouble identifying their emotions? It's like, I'm numb, going through life on autopilot. For instance, I can be depressed for a while and I can recognize that I feel down. However, I don't realize I was depressed until later on after I get better. I don't know, it's weird. Do you have trouble identifying your emotions? Is the question. Go ahead, Mark.
Um, yes, I get this to a degree. There is a term called alexithymia, which means essentially difficulty describing one's emotions. Hold on, my computer keeps. So
Emotional blindness.
um, I don't know if emotional blindness is the same thing as alexithymia
No,
necessarily.
that's what the name is. It says alexithymia is also known as emotional blindness. Is a personality feature in which a person has difficulty experiencing, identifying, understanding, and expressing their feelings.
Okay. I have not heard the word, or yeah, the word alexithymia used outside of clinical contexts. So if emotional blindness is just the lay term for alexithymia, then wait, am I getting, did I get that mixed up with my eye movement? No, you looked it up, right?
Yeah, I'm looking it up right now, and it's basically not being able to notice your
Yeah,
emotion.
difficulty. Which definition are you looking at?
You said alexithymia, right?
Yeah, but I mean, which source? Because the Science Direct doesn't say emotional. It says alexithymia is defined as difficulty in verbal expressions of affect leading to an expression of inner psychic distress in the form of physical complaints and description of emotions as physiological reactions as opposed to feelings. So
Yes.
difficulty discerning the difference between individual emotional states and then further difficulty differentiating between emotional and physiological reactions to situations, which seems like a very different and, well, I don't know. Maybe I'm just being a pedantic asshole.
No,
I've
your
been
opinion's gonna
known
help
to
somebody.
do that, but I don't know. Anyway,
Yeah.
but and so the yeah, alexithymia, like I had said there, basically my point there, right, I just already outlined the difference between emotions, different types of emotional states, and then in some cases, difference between a physiological state or reaction and an emotional reaction. Like when I was growing up, um, a lot of times I would, um, start feeling bad. I could tell bad. And then, you know, uh, run into my mom and she said something and I just blow up at her, get angry. And, I just think, okay, the bad is angry. She said, when is the last time you ate? And it turns out I was just hungry. But I couldn't tell the difference between hungry and angry. They were both just bad to me, equally bad, and I would direct it however it seemed to be appropriate in the situation simply because I assumed that must have been the reason for the reaction,
Okay.
which is pretty dysfunctional when, you're getting hungry and lashing out as though you're angry.
Understand that. In one of the comments, though, somebody said it's called alexithymia. It can be a result of poor interoceptive skills. Oh, we got somebody. Yeah, we got somebody new. It only says Zoom user. How you doing?
Sorry, yeah, 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 I mean, I'm kind of a
Thank you.
lurker. I
Say that
got
again.
onto your Reddit forum and just kind of, I mean, I've been on the epilepsy forum for a while,
Okay.
but I've been on the epilepsy forum for a while, but I've been following your Reddit forum recently, and I've seen that you guys have had this Zoom meetup for a while, and I just thought I'd jump on and say hi. Um, so my name's Tim. I'm not Zoom user. That's not my given name.
Right.
I've had epilepsy since I was 11. I've left temporal lobe epilepsy, and it's very well controlled through medication. I a excuse me, a surgical candidate. You know, my doctor told me that, you know, look, if you're pretty well controlled, you know, it's really not worth it. Um, so yeah, that's kind of where I'm at. I haven't had a real honest to God breakthrough on a clonic seizure in many years, but I do have yeah, absent seizures, um, you know, a number of times a month. I consider myself kind of fortunate, you know, because I know probably many of you, you know, guys um, don't have the same level of control that I do, but you know, uh, I definitely, you know, see epilepsy manifesting itself other ways aside from just losing control. Like I've had this for 30 something years, and I'm just finally starting to understand that it's not just losing consciousness and, you know, falling on the ground and shaking. It's actually more than that. It's migraines, it's headaches, it's, you know, it's forgetting shit. It's, you know, it's feeling exhausted all the time. It's like I'm finally, you know, I'm finally getting this. You know, I don't know. Like this is stuff that my neurologist just doesn't tell me. Like they just, I really don't know. They just don't tell you.
Don't ask,
Like
don't tell.
I mean, I'm really kind of fucking astonished. Like honestly, I really, I really am astonished that they,
Yeah, I think they're on a don't ask, don't tell. You really don't
yeah,
check in. They're like, all right, well, you didn't ask, so
right. I mean, I had my neurologist. I live in Boston, you know, and you know, I feel kind of fortunate because, you know, we have some of the best hospitals in the world here, right? And I had my neurologist in one of the best hospitals in the world. And I told him that I have, you know, headaches, you know, and that you know, I have migraines. I think that they're migraines. I've had them all the time. Like I have them all the time. And I told them that they're related to my epilepsy. Like, no, I'm like, I don't know what are you talking about. Like, of course they are. No, not related to your epilepsy. I'm like, how do you? I mean,
Question
uh,
question for you.
I just,
I'll let you continue. I just
yeah.
wanted to ask what hospital you go to. I'm in Rhode Island, so like super
Oh, are
close.
you?
I would love to like not that
Yeah,
I don't like my neurologist, but you know, it's always good to sort of get
yeah,
feedback about other neurologists.
absolutely,
Yeah.
absolutely. I go to Beth Israel in
Okay.
in Brookline.
Yep. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll definitely.
So yeah, yeah. So I guess yeah. I mean, like I said, I'm just finally starting to understand after all this time that it's not just, you know, it's not just, you know, the symptoms, the actual seizures. It's you know, it's this wide range of stuff, like the memory, like, you know, like the headaches, like all this stuff, and it's really affected my life in a bigger way than I had uh allowed myself or given credit or or allowed myself contributed it to my life, and even to tell other people, and people in my family, or because I had this great seizure control, so it's like if I don't have any symptoms, and if I'm absent seizures, things okay, right? Like, of course I'm going to say things okay. Except everyone's weird, and that's okay. So it's, I don't know. I'm sure you guys can relate. So yeah, that's me.
Yeah, I can relate. The memory is horrible. When you say control, when you were like, yours are controlled at this point, except for the absences, it made me think
Yeah.
like, because before Sunday, I was having seizures where I'm wandering off, but I don't know if they're controlled or just graduated. They went from tonic-clonics until Sunday. I had my first tonic in about 6 months, but no, longer than that. They've been wandering off after that. But
Yeah.
yeah, mine's I don't know. I don't know if it's getting in control. I'm trying to get in control, but hope for the best. But usually when we get new people,
Yeah,
we
absolutely.
start with what are you taking? When were you diagnosed? And when was your last seizure? For me, mine was Sunday. I take lamotrigine, 200 milligrams twice a day, and I was diagnosed 20 years ago.
So I first got my official diagnosis probably in 2006, and that was as left temporal sclerosis, and that was kind of almost a relief because, like I said, I mean that was when I was 32. So before then, I just had a seizure disorder, that would just pop up every once in a while. What's happening when I was 11? Like I was the kid who would happen, when I played video games. Like I was, so, and it only happened a couple times. And so, and it went away for a while, and then it kind of came back. So back to my diagnosis. It officially happened. I officially got the diagnosis of temporal lobe epilepsy in 2006. Currently, I'm on Briviact, 200 milligrams once a day, and then Topamax, 50 milligrams once a day, but largely for headaches.
Okay. When was your last seizure?
And I used to be on Keppra for my last seizure was probably a couple of weeks ago, and I was asleep, and that was an absent seizure, and that was probably 30 seconds or something like that.
Okay, the icebreaker today, when you enter, we usually ask, what was it? What's the most depressing thing someone has casually asked you or casually said to you?
Casually asked me about my epilepsy?
It could be anything. Mine was someone told me I'm not depressed. How are you depressed when you're taking antidepressants? You shouldn't be taking antidepressants if they're not working. But I take antidepressants for my seizures, so I just kind of got quiet and ignored that comment and walked off.
Right. I'm gonna have to think about that.
We can come back to you.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to think about that. I don't know.
Oh, what's your favorite type of sushi?
Good one, because I'm largely, the last time I had sushi was a very long time ago, probably 20 something years ago, and I had an allergic reaction. So I've been avoiding fish pretty much for the last 25 years. So
Understandable.
Well, I Just by the way, I managed to slip by when you posed that question earlier and you got everybody else's answers. I slipped under the radar undetected and did not answer because I do not eat sushi myself personally. I do not have such a dramatic excuse or reason as an allergic reaction. I just have never eaten sushi, so I don't really have a favorite. Um, so yeah, he doesn't stand alone. Just just FYI.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
All right, we're gonna move to this. It says, how does your family deal with your epilepsy? I've had epilepsy for nearly 7 years now, and I've had my fair share of seizures throughout this period, varying from up to 3 a year to none. Lately, I've been changing medications, which caused a couple of seizures when I was asleep, and a seizure 2 nights ago after I stayed up late. The thing is, whenever I get a seizure, my parents act like it's such a bad thing, and that's directly my fault, whether it's for staying up late or for being on my laptop a lot. I always try and want to get them to understand that this is epilepsy. This is as an epilepsy patient, it's normal to get a seizure, but it's always backfires and they say things like, well, you should see yourself having a seizure. It breaks our heart, which is reasonable, but it should be normal after almost 7 years of it. I'm not even sure what I want to say, but there are eventually gonna just not care that much about my seizures. Like they'll just help me or more on, or is gonna be constantly worrying about them until I'm fully grown and independent or recovered. I'm 19. Does your family really care? Um, how does your family deal with your epilepsy? I'll just say they don't. We don't talk about it. It doesn't come up. Uh, talk to my mom. That's about it. But other than that, family talk about epilepsy. How they deal with it. They send me to the emergency room every time. He's having a seizure. He's on the floor. Call the ambulance. No second thoughts. No nothing. That's how my family deals with it. What about you guys?
My the house I live in, my mom, I'm a 6 foot guy and probably around 210, 220 pounds, and my mom is way lighter. So she can't deal with it like if I go through a grand mal, but she understands it. She treats it like I'm glass and stuff. Um, they've been very understanding of it. My sister understands it a whole lot, but she's the opposite of my mom, where she tries to keep it real, you know. Um, and then my friends, who I also call my family, um, they're the ones that stay on top of my, like, make sure my medical stuff is up to date and stuff. They ask me if I have my uh emergency medication with me when we go out and stuff, and they do that. So my family is pretty much, I would say, mostly involved.
Kevin, Lufa, Mark, anybody? How's your family deal with your epilepsy?
I would say very well. Well, my mom is probably the best. She's always been the best person dealing with this. Uh, as long as I can remember, she's been the best person. You know, I know my dad was there with the initial uh meetings with the doctors, but as far as when it got worse, my mom was always there, uh, with me. She's been the best. So, when I needed meals cooked or anything, she was there. She was there with it when it was emotionally and physically the worst. She was the best person. So I got her to thank. So yeah, and my sister, always understanding. Yeah, they were pretty good people.
Brandon, you looked like you had something to say.
Oh, sorry. I was waiting for Kevin to finish because I did want to say something, but I was speaking to my girlfriend when I was sort of just chatting to the air right there. Um, so I'm with Kevin where like my mom is the most supportive. She was there at my first seizure, like in the hospital, my second seizure in the hospital. Um, I think my third one I ended up in the hospital. My stepdad was there. But everyone's like super supportive. And then like, I mean, I know I've mentioned this, and some of you like may not know. Like my biological father also has epilepsy, so it like anytime I have a seizure, I'll just be like, you know, hey, had another one, and we sort of he sort of like understands it more because then he'll be like, oh yeah, had one a few weeks ago or something. So we kind of have that at least.
Something's better than nothing. Um, Anybody else have any good families? Well, I'm not gonna say like I have a bad one, but
Yeah, I'm just thinking about what the poster said. They're 19 years old and um waiting until they recover. They said something about recovering. I think that's one of the most difficult parts of epilepsy is to try to understand and to help your family understand that you recover from a seizure, but you never recover from epilepsy. It doesn't go away. It might go in remission. It just never goes away. And I know for me, that's, for some of my family members, that's where they struggle. It's like, well, I thought you were doing something new. I thought you were better, blah, blah, blah. You haven't been in the hospital. I still have epilepsy, So when that person said, maybe waiting until after I recover or whatever, however they said that, I think that in so many ways is something that people expect. And that's the first reality of epilepsy is you can't expect that, you know.
that's a good one.
I don't know.
I can move on. Oh, I was gonna go to the comments. Anybody have anything?
Yeah,
Mark got
I
his hand raised.
yeah,
Mark has the best dad who is so supportive, so he definitely needs to talk about it.
Yeah.
yeah, yeah. Well, I mean, I kind of almost feel guilty answering because not just my dad, but my mom, she is a superhero as well. She was the one who um had first gotten me to seek treatment for my seizures. I had been in a pretty bleak mental state at that particular time and um, did not really care if I had potentially lethal tonic-clonic seizures. Um, and then I had one in front of my mother, and her calling the EMTs and taking me to the ER. I mean, she really did not make it optional. She took care of all of, I mean, I was still post-ictal and, I mean, not post-ictal, but fuzzy in the 2, 3 days or so after. Um, but she got me the first appointment into the primary care and the referrals to the epileptologist. And honestly, I think it was a matter of um, what was it, December 11th, I had that tonic-clonic seizure, and by January 5th, I was already going in for my first EMU stay. They got me in that quickly. Um, and she's been with me through all of my through my appointments because she's been my ride. She was there for that seizure. She witnessed it. So that plus another seizure that I had shortly after, which she was actually able to record on video. These were really important data points that I would not have had without her. Um, I honestly probably wouldn't have even known aside from just some sore muscles, which in that state of mind, I wouldn't have mentioned to them at all. But yeah, my mom is a super mom. Um, my dad, honestly, we've had kind of a difficult relationship through a lot of time, but the I think the medications, I don't know if anybody else has experienced this, but with the medication side effects when anger um, is a side effect, does anybody else tend to have like one particular punching bag that gets the anger outbursts more than others? And is that something that is kind of indicative of the existing underlying relationship, or is it just this medication really made me just snap at you for no reason? Because I'm kind of wondering if I have daddy issues that I need to work on,
I
or if
think
it's the medications.
I think it's the second reason because mine's
Yeah,
happened at work
yeah.
a lot when I was on Capra, and it like I could feel the anger building up, and I don't know why it was building up. I didn't back then. Nobody knew about Capra rage, so um, it just built up. It built up and it built up, and it was hard to control. So it was, I think, the second reason. I think it's the medication, and you can take emotional therapy for it.
Mm.
Um, I'm not saying you have to, but it might help. Um, but yeah, I think a lot of it because I'm not naturally an angry person at all or anything, and it just came about when the medication just got put way too high. And
Were there particular people that really got it worse from you, though, or did it just make you kind of angry at everybody?
I think I was angry at like everybody.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was like more of the people's like, this is common sense type of stuff. Why can't you get it right in my head? But I couldn't tell them that, you know.
Yeah. Yeah.
For me,
So I guess,
I felt it was the first reason. Like for me, it was a lot of like all of my anger got directed at uh my parents and uh my bio dad, where it was a lot of stuff from my childhood that I was like, this never got addressed, and now I'm angry and I need someone to yell at about it. And guess what? You're the one I can yell at about it.
yeah. Yeah. So I think I've had quite a bit of that being brought up with a lot of these AED medications. But this past seizure, this past Saturday, strangely, I've felt has been kind of a bonding experience between him and me. The fact that I was holding on to the door frame for what felt like dear life for me, and that he was bringing me back over to the bed to lay me down on my back. I was walking backwards through the bedroom, so it wasn't like blindly um, backwards into his arms, but it was backwards blindly through the room, and that was difficult to kind of let go. Like I was, yeah, trusting him and stuff. It was interesting coming out of it. Like it felt like I'd gone through something therapeutic with him. As much as the seizure sucked, I feel like my relationship with him is better now for it. So, um, I think I've said this already before. I don't know. Pookie, I hear your hand up.
You
I
can
think
say
you
it
might have.
again.
I think you might have said something similar to it. Yeah, it was like the same situation with mine on Family Day when your dad was telling us that story about how he just
Yeah.
sat with you until you calmed down. You looked like really like you were kind of hanging out as I was doing bad. And looked like you looked surprised. Like really?
Yeah, I
Yeah, that
didn't
was a
I
bond.
didn't realize he was there as long as he had said he was. Um, it was, yeah,
You bonded without
it was
knowing. He
it
said he
was
sat there for like an hour or something with you.
yeah, hour and a half, 2 hours, I think. It was a long time. Yeah.
Yeah, you looked really
But
surprised. Like
the
you did
part
what?
yeah, the part that I remembered though was really the therapeutic part, like the trust fall, letting him go. The talking to him, he got the midazolam up truth serum unfiltered me, and so that kind of really facilitates a heart to heart personally. It kind of lets my guard down. Um, so I'm sure we talked about stuff I really wouldn't normally talk about, but the seizure itself was really, like I said, strangely, it was something I'm kind of coming to be thankful for, because it doesn't seem to have been a fleeting thing. I kind of still feel like, I want to, I don't know, like,
Yeah, that's what he was saying. He was like, he felt like you guys got close. He was like, he usually talks more to his mother about this, and he said you opened up to him and you're talking to him, and he was excited, and you were surprised, like this happened.
yeah, yeah. Not surprised in a bad way. It was just, unexpected. I mean, as we all know, you don't remember what you don't remember, or you don't know how much you don't remember, um, because you don't remember it, right? Or something. There's got to be a more eloquent way to put that. I don't know.
Tim, did you have
You
something? You came back a few times, so I thought maybe you had something.
We were talking about earlier about relationships and about
Family.
about people. Yeah, about family. Yeah, I mean, my family has been my mom and dad have been great and like just about wanting to give me a ride and I'm sure everybody can relate to that almost um you just want your own freedom but and not wanting to ride, and I know people have the sometimes the opposite response but or opposite um experience, but no, my family's very great, but I guess I wanted to make the point of somebody had said earlier about people being having I think Mark, you were saying something about people in your life being a target or experiencing more of your anger or something like that. um and I guess, I mean, I was on Kepler for many years, and I don't consider myself an angry person, but it definitely came through sometimes. And I my my personal relationships, like with my with I'm divorced, but earlier relationships, like they were also not good. Now I'm not going to say that I was a great husband or a great boyfriend, but and there's really no way to separate. you know there's no calculus for what my condition, the temporal lobe epilepsy, and interpersonal relationships, but you just can't help but wonder, you know if I didn't have it, you know what you know what would be different, like would that relationship would have been different. And like, I'm divorced right now, I have two kids, and would it be different? So that, I mean, yeah, I don't know. And I think also, you know again, this kind of goes to what I was talking about earlier about seizure control and you know having breakthrough seizures, or absent seizures, or auras, what I call them, simple partial seizures, what I call them sometimes too. Like, I think that partially led to my divorce as well, because I got a letter from my neurologist, kind of like a wrap up, you know, post visit wrap up, and a letter just basically, in summary of our visit, that just kind of laid on my dining room table for a long time. And eventually my wife opened it, and it discussed, just like, "Dear Tim, you know, here's what we discussed about, your last visit. And I wasn't telling my wife these things, that I was experiencing these simple partials. Now I can drive, I do drive, but these simple partials don't happen every day. I do drive, I go to work. I was driving my children, places, daycare, school, etc. I shouldn't have been, but it's part of living a normal life, I suppose. And was I in denial about my epilepsy? Yeah, perhaps. But she found that and she's like, what the fuck? Like, this is not good. Uh, you should not be driving our children. And I think I'm not going to say that that was the reason for our, divorce. I was definitely hiding that from her. But I couldn't feel I could communicate that to her. I honestly wasn't being honest with myself about that. But I guess I'm really, really sorry if I'm unloading this on you guys.
It's all right. That's what we're here for. Go ahead.
for somebody, for a first timer. But back to the original point of somebody getting, the full force of, of a side effect of their epilepsy, or a side effect of a medication like Keppra. I'd say probably, a significant other, or, wife in my case, or, older relationships, they did not go well. And that's really something I regret.
Understandable. I'm sorry, you guys. I'm all over the place. Give me a second. It's time for a new phone. This one's tripping. But to the question of how does your family take it? How does your family deal with it? One of the comments here was, my mom drinks herself into the hospital a couple times a year and cites my epilepsy as a driving reason. It's been 12 years. My dad was a nurse and very good at taking care of me. Drove 3 hours because I had driven my car into an electrical box and across 4 lanes of traffic. I hit nothing but the electric box somehow. I lost him to suicide in October. My sister does her best to make sure I'm safe, but doesn't take worry up on herself, thankfully. My grandparents want to be way more involved now that my dad is gone. People have great families. Another one here. It says, well, so how does your family treat you? It says, not well. It's not uncommon. The only thing that might help you is if they go to an appointment with you. It sucks and it's hurtful. Stings every time. I recently told them to accept it. I had to. I'm so sorry. It's wrong. It's wrong on a lot of levels. They do love you and care about you. Everyone processes it different. Some just do not want to accept it and start blaming. Jay would focus on non-toxic people. I waited along to accept. I really don't know what it is though. Aren't family functions stressful? LOL, it's a trigger. You can try. Looked for info on Epilepsy Foundation site on how to explain. I'm 52 and I've been having seizures since I was 25. I do not think will at this point. I'm sorry. At this point, I decided to move forward. It stings being left out all the time. I've tried everything. I think it's coming from fear on all of their parts, including you. So sorry that you're dealing with this. I will look up something for you and post it. The spelling was bad there, is what I was taking time to put together, you guys. Let's move to the next one. I really need someone to talk to, and I hate that this has become my life. But I have no one and nowhere left Epilepsy has slowly taken everything from me: my job, my driver's license, my freedom, more jobs, more friends. Now my marriage is over. I'm on the brink of homelessness. Even my parents want nothing to do with me. I have never been so close to wanting to end it. Like I said, sorry for the rant, you guys. I'm lost and sad and scared. It looks like I had a tough decision to make tonight. Do I get a hotel and waste some of the little money my family has, or do I face my first night on the streets?
Ooh.
I couldn't imagine what you're going through. I don't think my family have let me get to that point.
First of all, come here. You always can talk to us.
Yeah, I suggest coming here, but that's rough. Yeah, you got to talk to your family.
What was
Well,
the deal breaker? Why was the family threatening putting him out?
they really didn't say. It just says, I have nowhere left. Epilepsy is slowly taking everything from me: my job, my driver's license, my freedom, more jobs, more friends. Now my marriage. I'm on the brink of homelessness. Even my parents want nothing to do with me. I have been so close to wanting to
After
end
2
it.
miles, take the exit right, New Jersey Turnpike South.
Yeah, so they definitely just need to come around anybody that will help them focus on the positive and remember, even at those lowest points, well, we still have to appreciate and take it one step at a time.
So do you take the last money that you have and spend it on a hotel, or do you face the first night on the streets? That was also a question in there.
No,
I'm
we
not
need more
making
context. Yeah, we need more context to answer that.
Yeah,
There's always somebody left. There's churches. There's always, you can come talk to us. But yeah, we don't have enough context into exactly what you're going through. But yeah, it sounds rough. Last year my wife threw me out too. So, but here I am at my mom's house, getting my life back on track.
You have a good head on your shoulders.
This is an emergency situation. Look for any sort of shelter thing. Uh, uh, I'm not going to tell you to. I mean, if you're out of money, if this is a desperate situation, uh, look, still try to look for networks of your family. Still try to get back in contact with them. Still try to look for that. There are uh, outreach programs that will provide housing uh, if you need them. Look for them. Uh, please don't go out on the street. The that's obviously not a solution. Just keep looking for networks. I mean, I'll never tell a person that this is a day by day situation. I mean, you have to just keep looking for solutions. That's the only thing you can do. Go back to your family, or just keep looking for solutions.
One of the comments here says, I'm sorry for your words and your situation. Maybe you don't understand what I'm going to tell you, but I'll say it anyway because it's the truth. You're not alone. Life with epilepsy or not is passable. And best thing you can do is move forward as best as you can. If your situation is that bad, the only thing you can do is get up. Talk in this forum about how others feel or handle the same specific situation that you suffer. If they have a solution regarding this or this and that, don't forget who you are and that you are not the person with epilepsy. It is you, and you will always be. I wish you luck and hope. Greetings from a place of peace and understanding. Another comment says, "You're truly strong. I don't know if I'd be able to do it without my parents' support. I mean, just emotionally. For me, I found a good medication combination, and I've been able to keep a small amount of independence. Even then, this forum has been immensely important to me. Just seeing all the people have similar emotions and lives can comfort me. And I hope in any way it can comfort you as well. I'll always remember the words my dad said after I was diagnosed and lost my job. Keep on the grind. As funny and weird as that sounds, my dad has always believed in me and wanted me to keep fighting for my life. I truly hope and believe you can do this too. Keep fighting." Some great advice in there. Oh,
Definitely sounds like what a parent would say.
I think I want to ask this one again. We've been through this, but I'm not sure if everyone was here for this one. It says, "Do you ever worry about intellectual decline? Since I've been having investigations for surgery, I've picked up a few times that uncontrolled seizures can eventually cause intellectual decline. Does that scare you? I'm worried that one day I just won't be me anymore. I'm scared that if I get this surgery, if I'm scared if I get this surgery, doesn't work, and then all is lost. Are you worried about intellectual decline, and does it scare you?" Are the questions. I've come to terms with that. My memory is just going to make shit get worse and worse. So try what you can, do puzzles, crosswords, things to help you keep your mind and keep kicking, and shit's going to get better. Give it some time. Just don't give up. Don't give up. Don't believe one of the comments that someone tells you everything's not one way. Fight. Yeah.
And don't let those inhibitions hold you back from seeking treatment that might actually still get you in some kind of remission. If it's a resection surgery, I could see why that's intimidating, because they take a piece of your brain, and that could obviously feel like you're losing something. But it's 20 years down the line, if it keeps getting worse, you're always going to think, should I? Looking back, don't let those inhibitions hold you back. Do your research.
Anybody got anything for him? Someone please say yes. Okay. I'll go to the comments. Someone said, "Yep, my biggest issue with this condition, I constantly worry about the early onset dementia and my executive memory degrading before then. Thanks to it and the medication, I've already lost about 40 IQ points and ceased to be the person I was before this started." Another comment says,
Oh,
"Go
sorry.
ahead."
I was just saying, I haven't had wait, they're asking intellectual decline via having
Epilepsy, I believe.
having like tonic-clonic seizures or like grand mal seizures.
I don't think they specified in seizures. They just said, "Oh yeah."
Just any seizures, I think.
I mean, I think part of it would be the medication is what's gonna kind of tear you apart too. I mean, not to.
Also, the question was, does that scare you? The possibility of intellectual decline.
For me, no, because I've received ECT, so I already kind of I don't know how the surgeries make you feel or the recovery period from it. But the ECT, I'm left with extreme apathy and um it comes with, I think it's called retrograde amnesia. Um, it's supposed to go away. They keep telling me it's gonna go away. I don't think it's really gonna go away because I have epilepsy and the medications I take and the way that I already had really bad memory to begin with. So, um, I think that my memory is just fucked. But I guess I'm not afraid of the intellectual decline because I think that the ECT kind of intellectually declined me every session, so. But I wouldn't be afraid of that because there's a lot of people that do things with ECT and are, perfectly intellectually capable. It just depends on the scenario.
Yeah, it doesn't scare me. Not a lot of things about epilepsy that I let bother me these days. Pretty much got into it to where like, what's gonna happen is gonna happen. You can try. Like I said, I took off autocorrect on my phone just to make sure my spelling doesn't get that bad. I can type into my words my own. Um, like I said, you gotta do some crosswords, some Sudoku, something to keep your mind running. And I'm not gonna remember anything, but try. Don't give up. That's my thing. Just don't give up. Once you give up, could be bad. One of the comments here says, if this brings any hope to anyone, my aunt was an epileptic too, and she lived to be 78. She didn't face cognitive decline until more towards the more near the end, and dementia runs in our family. I believe it's important to have confidence in ourselves. I've noticed delusional optimism has been more beneficial to me personally than worrying so often. I've also noticed the family members who had hobbies such as sewing, crocheting, knitting, etc., had less cognitive decline. I crochet, I have to read up on the studies and recommend others to do the same. Never give up. You got this. We will have each other. Something else. It says anyone else never believe someone saying you had a seizure when you wake up? Countless times I've woken up to a person over me saying, "Hey, buddy, you just had a seizure." And one of my go to responses is, "No, I didn't. Nah, you're lying. Please say I'm not the only one."
Yeah, I've done that.
Yeah,
A
me too.
bunch of EMTs, even, I have no idea how they got there. As far as I was aware or had perceived, there was nobody in the room at all. And then there were five MTs, and one of them told me I had a seizure, and
Right.
I told him no, I didn't. I didn't have an explanation for any of the rest of it, but I definitely didn't have a seizure. Um, yeah, uh, he was right.
That's go to it at the job too. And when
Do
the
what?
last couple of years that I was said that's a go to. It sounds like at the job too. That's what I used to say at the call center when they kept saying that I had seizures, and I was like, no, I closed that call. I got a payment, and yeah, it came down to listening back to the recordings, and I sounded slurred, slurred speech, and you could tell I did. Something happened, but If they didn't have it on recording, I would have never admitted it.
One time that I actually do remember, and I don't know how I remember such things out of nowhere time to time, but I was thinking about this yesterday. Um, a time like that where I was in denial about I had a seizure. It was because I wanted to stay at school. I kept telling them, no, I didn't have a seizure. And unfortunately, when you have a seizure, you go home for the day. And yeah, I was going with the no, you're lying, no, you're lying. But then I'm a child, so the principal says, take him to Stanford. Yeah, so I ended up at the hospital. And
So you didn't want to go home from school?
I did not. I used to love school.
Really?
Right.
Hmm.
I did not want to go home. I was just like, oh my goodness, I really got to go home. And they were like, yeah. I'm
Were
like,
you one
come
of the
on.
cool kids growing up or something? One of the popular kids?
I don't think I'd say that. It's kind of, I wouldn't say popular. I was known by quite a few people, but
Unpopular though, maybe.
yeah, I think it might have became popular once I started having seizures all over campus. So,
Oh, yeah, well known at least.
yeah, I guess a few
Well,
people know. Huge areas having seizures, classes and stuff. Um, but yeah, that was the time I just kept telling them, no, you guys did not have a seizure. And they argued me down. You had a seizure. You had a seizure. I think they even said, we're going to call your mom if you don't, like, come on. And then I was like, all right, shit. Here I come.
so it wasn't so much a fear of the ER as it was the school. You really wanted to stay at school?
Yeah, I believe that time I kept telling them, no, I didn't, because I wanted to stay at school.
Really?
And they
That's
weren't going with
interesting.
that. They were basically going with the 100 people that were in the quad with me. Yeah,
Well, 100 versus 1 is kind of hard to argue, I suppose. Yeah.
a little
But
bit, a little bit.
that's really interesting. I was the opposite when I was young. I did not want an ambulance ride because I was deathly afraid of needles and IVs and stuff, and you know, yeah, I would rather have whatever happened to me than have the little poke in the elbow um before heading off to the ER. It wasn't the ER that was the problem, it was that inserting the needle there.
You were afraid of needles?
Yeah, yeah. I've had enough of them now that I've gotten over that, but
Same thing.
um
Hated them, and eventually just I got so many dots on my arm now. I just got over it. I started telling people who taking blood. I started telling them I'm not a drug addict. I just got epilepsy. Got all these dots. Told them I didn't do any of these.
I've been complimented actually. The last time I went to the EMU, the nurse that was giving me the vein in the forearm, she said I had the absolute best veins that she had ever inserted an IV into. And I was really surprisingly proud of that afterwards. I wouldn't have expected to really feel as good about that as I did. Like I've got really good veins for an IV. Yeah. Whatever boost to the ego you can get when you're in the EMU, right?
I think I got the opposite. Every time they try to get a vein, they're like, either you got rolling veins or you're
Oh,
dehydrated. We can't find a vein. And they either run to the back of my hand or my neck or some weird shit. But yeah,
the
uh,
hand sucks.
the hands are the
That's
worst. And
yeah.
Yeah, it's like make a fist and just veins all pop up. Then I got that one right there. But yeah, I got rolling veins, they say. So they'll try and they'll look and do this all day and stuff, and nothing happens. Um, yeah.
Even if you're like super hydrated, they still like roll out of the way.
Sometimes they tell me go get a bottle of water and come back in an hour. So that's how that pans out sometimes. Otherwise, they try to get the back of the hand, and if I can fight it and they agree, give me a minute, I go get some water and come back in a little while. Let's go through some of these comments of not believing someone said you had a seizure. He said, the last one I had, I woke up and evidently I said, fake news, then passed out again. I don't remember saying that, but my wife does.
That's a cool response. I like that one.
Fake news. Then someone says, the one that got me diagnosed. I wake up, log into work on my phone, and then go back, then go back to sleep. And suddenly being mishandled by 3 to 4 people. It is bright as hell, and I start yelling, get off of me. What the fuck? Someone says you had a seizure. I said, fuck off. I was sleeping. Then I heard my husband's voice telling me to calm down. I did have a seizure, and he called the ambulance. I calmed down, but I'm super confused until we all get to the hospital and he explains to me. I had logged into work, rolled over, going back to sleep, and then I was making horrible sounds. He woke up just as I stopped breathing, and he had to give me chest compressions until I came back around, pushed him off of me, and went back to sleep. I had bit my tongue, and blood was leaking out of my mouth, scared the shit out of him and me. One of the comments to that said, Jesus Christ. Right. Another one says, 2 weeks ago, I had a seizure at work, quite a long one. The manager was sitting on the floor, stabilizing my head and doing his best to keep me safe. At one point, I came out of it and told him he was lying about me having a seizure so that he could steal my weed. Oh my goodness.
That's low.
Right. I gotta
That
read
is
another
real
comment.
low.
I have to read another comment with that one. It says, that is literally my fault. Default response. I'm usually post-ictal for about 20 minutes, and then as I start to come around, I am very irritable. So I have told my parents to fuck off and things like that, when all they are doing is trying to keep me calm. After about 5 minutes, I start to get emotional, so it's a whole roller coaster. I've been there. I mean, I didn't tell them fuck off, but the roller coaster, the emotions, and trying not to be mad because I know you guys are trying to do the best for me, but I'm mad as fuck because I don't want you to do it for me. I don't want you touching me, and just had a seizure and so on. Another comment says, not me, but my son. Last one he had, I told him to go ahead and change his clothes. He sometimes loses his bladder. After he came back around, and his immediate response was, why? I didn't have a seizure. And she said, yeah, you did. He said, no, I didn't, and walked away. Oh, that's kind of rough. All right. Someone says, is it possible to become smart again after you stop having seizures? I finally found a nice medication cocktail that's preventing my seizures, at least so far. I've been having seizures for about 4 years now. My cognition skills have decreased so much. I used to be smart, and now my brain can't cooperate as well. The brain fog is also crazy, not to mention the bad memory. And is this the case that the seizure synapses will like get replaced by normal synapses? Um,
That sounds like a miracle solution, but be prepared for everything else.
yeah, I don't think you're not dumb or yeah, I think you become smart. Like I said, you got to use those brains or yeah, definitely turn off autocorrect. You'll learn how to spell much better.
Well, the way they said that the synapses would get replaced, it's like all the bad connections that are starting seizures are gonna get like shut down, and then better ones are gonna grow in their place. That sounds like somebody trying to sell the VNS or sell some kind of miracle treatment, but I don't think that's how it really goes. We haven't heard anything like that anyway.
It sounds like somebody ready to panic.
Wait, sorry, I'm cooking right now, so I'm a little distracted. What was just said? Was it that if your brain loses the synapses, then they don't grow back? Was
I'll
that
read
what-
it for you. It says, is it possible to become smart again if you stop having seizures? I finally found a nice medication cocktail that's preventing my seizures.
Heard that. I meant what Kate just said.
Is it the case that the seizure synapses will like get replaced by normal synapses?
Well, your brain is like, we don't use all of our brain. If you start to lose parts of your brain, like if given the opportunity, your brain will form new pathways. That has been proven. You know, like when you have people who come out of comas and stuff, and like can't speak because that part of their brain like is not, like, and then 3 years later or something, they're having a perfectly fine conversation. I mean, well, actually, Pookie, yes, you were a perfect example of that. You were in a coma.
I wasn't able to have a conversation though. I was asleep.
Well, no, but you know what I
Yes.
mean, where it's like
A
your
month later, I
brain
came out of
does,
sleep. Gotcha.
but
You were
your
three
brain
weeks
does
late for
try and
school.
recover over time. You know what I mean? That's
Yeah.
what I'm saying. Like it does try and rework its own network to function properly again.
I mean, it's my understanding that the medication dulls the synapses, doesn't destroy them.
Oh, I meant when we have a seizure, like our synapses are being destroyed. Like obviously the medication is dulling them for sure.
Right. But
I
I don't
know
know.
if all seizure activity necessarily is damaging to the synapses. Just,
But I don't think they're going away though.
yeah, not to like flat out disagree, Brandon, but just I'm not certain. It seems
This is purely just
possible
based
that
on like research studies that I've seen and stuff. Like obviously it hasn't been widespread info. It's
yeah,
been like individual studies, so it's all very like this is just me saying like I've seen that it does happen. I'm not saying it's a guarantee, but
yeah. I
that's
know that with status epilepticus, and the longer that a tonic-clonic goes on, and I mean, particularly, actually any tonic-clonic, I got some clarification from my neurologist about when to administer the nasal versus, take a tablet of clonazepam and everything. And she said, um, she wants me to take a clonazepam, or to get the midazolam, the nasalam shot immediately as soon as a tonic-clonic starts, because those are, you know, big ones. But the focals and everything can wait 5 minutes or so, 2.5, 5 minutes, because it's not necessarily the same degree of electrical activity, and not just in the sense of um, localized versus generalized, but the amplitude of these abnormal eleptiform brainwave activity might not be to a degree that's destructive, maybe. It might be impairing, or I don't know. I'm just speculating. It would be interesting. I want to. How about instead of want to, I'm going to make a note of this. I want to look more into this because this is a really interesting point that you've raised.
It's my understanding that the lack of oxygen from your muscles contracting in a seizure can destroy brain cells. I don't know about synapses though. I don't know. That's what I know. But and I'm not sure what the difference between synapses and brain cells are. But
Synapse versus axons versus neurons.
right.
Yeah, it's all kind of.
But
Yeah.
and I do know that the medication it dulls the synapses. And once again, I'm not sure the extent of that. Um, but and I do know we can do things to we have to stay sharp. That's all I know. And that means like yeah, there's plenty of activities we can do to stay sharp. And I have not been doing those things. But so just stay sharp, stay on your toes. Anything, physical activity, mental activity. So that would be my advice. It
Fine
all,
motor skills, developing
yes,
or working
all of it.
fine motor skills.
Yes,
Yeah.
it's all good.
Okay. It's the same question we've been going through about the synapses getting better. Someone said, I honestly felt better after joining this Reddit group because I realized so many of the problems I'm dealing with so many of you guys are also dealing with. I'm not saying I was very smarter before you, but I was smart before this even started. Somebody said, baby, you're still smart. You have a brain condition that affects your memory. Please be nice to yourself. We have it hard enough already. Got something here. It says, have you ever been traumatized in a hospital setting? They thought I was having a panic attack with seizure-like symptoms when my chart says I have epilepsy and seizures. I was left alone for 35 minutes while a nurse looked at my chart and accused me of having ridiculous panic attacks.
I think
And
we talked about this last week or on Tuesday. This
I
sounds
think
very
if I have to, I was getting there in my head. I'm wondering, have I read this before?
yeah, I feel like
Finally had to stop me.
that definitely like has been read before.
So yeah, anybody been traumatized in a hospital setting? I'm not gonna read all the description. I have, and I got up and left. Walked out when no one seen me. Let's move to the next one.
I had bad experiences. I don't think I've been traumatized.
Okay,
Yeah,
yeah,
I
that's
think
better.
people overuse the word trauma sometimes. Traumatized. Um, you know, it's not gonna cause like debilitating flashbacks and panic attacks to, you know, have to eat some cold oatmeal and not be allowed to get up out of bed for, a few days. Um, but it might be a generational thing.
You sucked, yeah.
The language evolution, the usage. Yeah. Not that I don't want to get a whole bunch of generation wars started.
I get it. Yeah. Yeah. I expect their experience, but you know, you know, I don't feel traumatized by my personal experience as opposed to their experience is not like, you know, I'm not traumatized. That yeah, end of story. I'm not traumatized by my hospital experience.
Me neither. I just want to be out of there.
Yeah,
Okay, I
food
got
sucks in there.
something that says, I don't want to be lonely. Hey guys, as you can tell by the title, I'm a lonely guy. All I want is a girlfriend who understands epilepsy. Previously had epilepsy or even has epilepsy, so we can get along. So if you know a girl who is lonely like me, please get them to inbox me. I don't want to be lonely dude forever. And yeah, I'm an Aussie from the Sunshine Coast. That's the area where I live, in case you want to know.
Yeah,
Hey,
I
we
saw
got
this
somebody
post.
for you. Just joking.
Mm.
We just had an earthquake. Uh, yeah, we just had an earthquake. Yeah, my water bottle's moving. Got it.
Good.
One of the
But you don't
comments
lose your
is,
internet?
huh?
You don't lose your internet in an earthquake?
No,
Damn.
it's plugged into the wall. Electricity doesn't go out. Uh, nope. And since I pay for it, it's right here in my room, so it's really close to me.
California perfected how to get by an earthquake. We haven't done that yet.
Yeah, our apartment complexes, they're built on springs, so they wave. We're prepared. We're prepared for earthquakes. They wave instead of crumbling during an earthquake. Because we're expected to have a big one soon. We haven't had a big one since 1989 called Loma Prieta. Um, but yeah, they made our bridges ready for them and everything. Our bridges, they swing instead of crumbling and ripping apart and all that shit. They prepared them bridges for earthquakes, and there's a whole bunch of them here. But yeah, we're well prepared. Like I said, we're prepared for a big one. That's what everybody keeps saying. We are right on the San Andreas fault, and there's another one over here too somewhere. Um, yeah. So yeah, this building it just kind of sways a little bit, and you can tell because everything around me, including my water, started moving. Um, and then yeah, one of the comments about the lonely guy says, "I know how you feel. As a guy, I've been single forever, but I have dated many times, thinking it's what would make me happy. What I've learned from the experience is you have to be happy by yourself before adding someone to your life. Having a girlfriend, even who understands, has less epilepsy, understands or has epilepsy, won't suddenly make you complete. You have a feeling of loneliness or depression until you square away at yourself."
I think that's good advice. Be
That was
happy with
just
yourself before you can
Yeah.
welcome somebody else, basically.
I've heard that a million times. You got to be comfortable with yourself. I think we're all very comfortable with ourselves. I don't think that's what the guy's asking. The guy's saying, I want to be back out there. You know, yeah, I'm very comfortable with myself.
Was this the same guy asking for somebody to message him?
Yeah.
Hmm?
Okay, yeah. So this is personal. That's just an ad right there.
He's
Yeah.
looking for somebody with epilepsy.
Yeah. So I would say, yeah. I mean, there's ways to interact with people. There's online sites and stuff. Go join social clubs, events. There's stuff to do. You go meet people.
Somebody
You know.
said, you're in the wrong sub. Another person
Oh,
said,
oh yeah. This.
I'm going to go through some of these comments because they're funny.
All right.
Someone said, dude, this post is creepy. Find a support group or go on a dating site if you're that desperate for a girlfriend. Partners aren't everything here. Make some friends. That's kind of good advice. Someone else said, maybe find an epilepsy support group in the area. I think that would be a great idea for you. I'm with someone who doesn't understand my health problems, and that is lonely, so I totally understand you. Don't listen to the people calling you fucking creep. I don't give a fuck if they downvote me either. This person is promoting that behavior. Someone else says epilepsy isn't a reason to don't have a girlfriend. Not making posts about being desperate for epileptic girlfriend is probably a good start, mate. This advice is you got to keep going. Somebody says, you and me both. While I'm not an Australian, I live in a town just under 35,000 people. After high school, everyone leaves to higher populated areas that have a diverse population for the post-secondary school. This place where I am also has a second most percentage of senior pay capita in my country. That's not meant to sound ageist, but the age demographic is very one-sided. Like many with epilepsy, I can't drive, so this makes really hard to meet like-minded individuals. Not to mention the real estate market is a complete joke for 18 to 35-year-olds. Can you meet people online that live in Brisbane? I don't know the demographic there, but I know it's the third largest city in Australia and a half an hour drive. Like here, I presume there is no good public transportation. Someone says find a chat room or a dating app. Chat rooms are dedicated to finding partners or friends. Finally move forward. Kate, you want that icebreaker?
Yeah, I can handle it now.
What's the most depressing thing someone has casually said to you?
Interesting thing somebody has casually said to me.
I'll start. Someone said,
Yeah,
how are you
give me some
depressed when you're
ideas
taking
here.
antidepressants? If you're taking antidepressants and you're still depressed, you shouldn't be taking them.
Oh, okay.
But they don't know that these antidepressants also stop me from having seizures. I think I should stop and just let you see what happens when I don't take these antidepressants like you're talking about. But I'm over myself in that comment. So
I think anytime somebody comes at me with medical advice of like how to take care of the seizures or how to take care of something, I like, you know, what I'm doing wrong with my life in general, that could have prevented epilepsy to begin with, like it's just those real closed-minded things. Somebody saying, you know, if you would have stayed on track, if you never would have, you know, got pregnant so young or some dumb shit like that. They said if you took better care of yourself, then maybe this would have never happened. That's the most like casual thing that's ever been said that was like really depressing in retrospect. If I took it seriously.
Gotcha. I understand that one. Let's go to the next post. I was hoping this day would never come. My neuro says my epilepsy is intractable. The only thing we can do about it now is an RNS or a surgical excision. Before I was diagnosed, I never thought I'd have to make a decision like this, but here I am, having to decide between living with an uncomfortable uncontrollable seizures, getting part of my brain removed, or have a medical device placed in my skull. It sucks, and I don't know what to do. I could use some advice or hear some of your experiences with surgery or the RNS.
I mean, I
I'll
would
go for
just
the
think it,
first
it
comment.
varies for everybody.
I hear the first comment first. It says, for what it's worth, I was delobed recently and I'm feeling okay so far. My epilepsy is intractable too. I still have to stay on all my meds to avoid all my triggers. There's a long period of don't rock the boat before my neuro will make any changes. The thought of the brain surgery will scare the shit out of me too, but I've been assured by my friends and family that I'm still me. I may even be more annoying as I have tons of awful jokes related to the surgery now. My experience can't be taken as gospel, and everyone's epilepsy is different, but I can answer random questions if you have them in the morning when I wake up. I had a right temporal lobectomy.
I
Anybody
always
had
thought of
any?
those as like the most intimidating kinds of surgeries where they actually take a part of your brain. But are those? Am I right in thinking those are the only ones that still result in when somebody actually stops having remissions? Has anybody ever heard of remissions associated with any of the implants? And that's how they
Giving you
talk
got
about
something
it.
for that VNS surgery? Anybody had any surgeries?
I mean, by remission, you mean it goes away completely, or
Yeah,
confused?
that's what they call it. I think when you go a year, I want to say, without any seizure activity, that they start calling it remission at that point. But
No,
that's something I just don't hear about with the implants. I only hear about those kinds of things with the lobectomies and ablations, I think they call it, or that part where they actually like take something. But that's another kind of harsh
I,
reality that doctors always say casually. Don't ever
that's a
expect to get better.
yeah. I don't know. That's a very difficult choice. My surgery was completely different. Um, this person, uh, yeah, that's a very difficult decision. I would just say do all the research and yeah. Uh, I know
And don't
Rick.
hesitate to ask the questions.
Yeah, I think Rick had brain surgery, right? Uh, I don't know, but yeah, just get all the information and yeah, be your own advocate, like we say.
Right.
I think Rick did have brain surgery, right?
Yeah,
Yeah, he did.
Okay, and he'd be a good person to ask about this, but obviously he's not here with us tonight, unfortunately.
I got a few comments. Someone said I got the RNS and it didn't work, and also had part of my brain removed, and that didn't work either. Epilepsy sucks.
That's got to be rough.
I got one. I spent 10 days with my brain open and a grid placement because even after every scan and test, we couldn't figure out where they were starting. Surgeon said that if it was an easy spot, when they closed me back up, they could just melon baller that spot out. Well, it was my hippocampus and they didn't want to take it out. So I got a nice shiny RNS. This was back in 2016. It took about a year and a half to get everything dialed in, but I haven't had a seizure since 2018. I've had it replaced once already for the battery, but this newer model is much more efficient at its usage. Looking at spring 2026 when I'll need it replaced again. Here's the deal though. It's so cool to tell people you have a computer in your brain. I mean, you're literally cyborg. Just tell them that you're buddies with the Skynet, and if they stay on your good side, that you might put in a good word from them.
I like that this was more just a funny story than anything.
Right. So, another comment says, "Do you know where your seizures originate? As far as I am concerned, operable is one of the most beautiful words in the English language. I have had a right temporal lobe lobectomy, and I am planning a second. The first was in 2000. It worked amazingly. After having kids, some kindling was an issue, but it took a long time before it got bad. Just to explain why I am doing it again. Also, the first time they found a tumor no one had seen on 7 years of MRIs. If epilepsy originates in one similar place to mine, I would be big I would be big time encouraging you, but no one has ever said RNS to me. I don't know a lot about the RNS, but I've gotten the impression that it was an option for when surgery is too risky. All I can say is you've trusted your doctor thus far. Trust them now. What would they recommend if you were their relative? Also, the workup the workup to brain surgery is extremely extensive. They will get a sense of what you are risking before the surgery for sure." Someone straight up said, "I will keep my thoughts to myself." Sounds like lightly trolling. Catamenial medications. Why does everyone take them? I think catamenial isn't the conversation for us guys.
Well,
Good
that
thing you got some
was
ladies here
No.
to participate.
Yep. Kate
that
and
was
Lufa,
the
we need you
ladies'
and
day.
Annie. We need you to take this one.
It says catamenial medications. What does everyone take? And what is your pattern? I have an appointment with my neurologist and I don't know what benzodiazepine I should be suggesting. Yes, I have to do this, but at least he listens. Anyhow, I have a pattern for 4 days where I have one or more focal seizures every month. What's your pattern and medication? This would be the question. Uh,
Um, for I mean, I don't really talk with my doctor about it, but um, I have a birth control implant that stops my period completely, so it just reduces the epilepsy and myoclonic jerks and whatnot. So I like the Mirena IUD. It works for me. You're asking for a benzo? I don't know. Clonazepam works for me. That's what I'm on. So, but it would just depend on what she's dealing with, particularly, I guess.
That is kind of tricky because if personally, I think if it was predictable, it's better. Right now, I'm on 250 milligrams of Keppra once a day, or I split it in half. So I take 250 total, and the vitamin B, whatever that's called. Damn, how do I forget? All right, anyway, whatever that Nature's Made is called. So that's what I'm taking now for the last month. Didn't change the week when I kind of expected it to happen, and that's what I'm working with. The Apple phone tells me when to watch out, and that's usually when It happens. It's focals for 2 or 3 days out of that week, and then tonic-clonics don't happen, but maybe like 2 or 3 times a year now. But if I had it that predictable, like a solid 4 days or like the same 4 days every month, then that would be a little bit refreshing. What do you think, Eddie?
For me, I was already in what they call surgical menopause right after I was diagnosed with epilepsy. So I can't really compare other than, before I was diagnosed, I did have, weird things happening, but I had stuff going on like a lot of us women do. But, being that they can do things like, hormonal replacement or, a hormonal birth control to help control that and keep those seizures under control, I think that's great. I know I don't know what you had to do for it, Olivia, but, you know, some gynecologists will work together with your epileptologist. Um, I think another one is endocrinology. But yeah, I didn't have those problems. And if I did, I didn't notice. Um, yeah, because very closely after I had my diagnosis, I had other things change. So I didn't even I didn't hear about catamenial until, oh my gosh, maybe 5, 6 years ago. I didn't even know that it could be different for women. But yeah.
Yeah, for focals though, I suggest this B12 by Nature's Made. Shout out to Nature's Made. So, um,
Thanks for the reminder. I forgot to take mine today.
mm, mm, mm. I
Shout
know
out to brownies with toasted coconut and sea salt. Yum, yum. Shout out to the brownies tonight.
Yeah,
Home, right?
we're gonna go through the comments for that catamenial medications. One said I had a neuro that gave me a low dose of lorazepam to take at bedtime during a week when I usually have an increase. Worked then pretty well. It was in additions other medications, but only used during that time of the month. Someone else said I take high estrogen birth control, and this has helped a lot. Regular kind did not. I skipped a placebo week and take it straight through, so my hormone levels don't fluctuate. I don't know what it means, but it sounds cool, I guess. Um,
Maybe they're just trying to give an example of how they got balanced out or something.
mhm.
I couldn't tell what they were trying to say in that one.
Someone said, I'm terrified of dying. Been under a lot of stress lately as my mom just passed away. And because of that, I've been having more seizures. I recently had a seizure in my sleep, and my brother and his girlfriend found me and took care of me. I was insanely lucky. They just happened to be home and awake. But I'm scared I'm going to have a seizure while sleeping one of these days and not wake up. Should I? Oh, should I say I'm tripping? Or should we say I'm tripping? Um, I wouldn't say be terrified. I wouldn't say you're tripping either. How you feel is how you feel. Um, yeah, know your body, know yourself. You're not tripping. If you feeling like that, talk to somebody. I'm here. Someone says, I feel the same way. You're not alone. I've recently been feeling so defeated. I just started having seizures October 24. I got put on medication and was stabilized till February. Had another seizure and increased the dose, and hadn't had one since February until last week when my dad and sister found me after I had one in my sleep. I just got a new job, so I might not be able to drive soon, and it all just sucks. I'm sending you so much love because I know how truly difficult your situation is. Truth is, I've been so scared to die since my mom passed away when I was young, but when I started having seizures, my fears increased. It's more important to keep your support system close. We're all on borrowed time at the end of the day, with or without epilepsy. I hope you feel better soon. I'm praying for your physical and mental well being. Stay safe. Yoga and meditation are really helpful for stress. That's what I've been trying to recently. Listening to nature sounds. Do what you can to keep stress levels down. I hope we both can find a place for our situations, a place for peace in our situations. Another one says, for me, it helps to look at statistics, to be honest. Dying from seizure is unlikely. That's how I'm dealing with it. I know we love to be in control of things because it gives us comfort, but especially with conditions, control is an illusion. My neurologist told me 10 years ago you can either choose to live in fear of seizures or live life in spite of seizures. That's a good one. Live life.
That's a wise neurologist. I like that.
Right.
I don't, yeah, I really want to emphasize how much I agree with that. It's it's only going to be detrimental to be living in a state of fear or stress about all of these what ifs that you really can't control. Because, ironically, the stress itself is only going to make seizures that much more likely. So, I mean, it's easier said than done, but I let go of the stress, find something to release it, to direct it into. Um, there's a whole host of different options depending on the type of person you are and how you kind of find that release. I know some people, I think some people suggest like martial arts. Some people, like myself, I strongly suggest something like gardening. Um, to, um, I mean, the whole gamut, it doesn't need to be epilepsy specific. Just, look up stress reduction hobbies or practices and there's um, something for everyone out there. Um, Far better than uh, dwelling on what ifs that again, you have no control over.
Somebody said, I'm sorry about your mom. After my dad died, the grief gave me a lot of stress, and my seizures and health anxiety increased. Honestly, I ended up seeking anxiety meds, and I'm glad I did. Sometimes the grief makes it all too much. Someone said, get a Sammy camera ASAP and give the remote monitoring feature to them and someone trusted who is always nearby, like a neighbor or something. This has helped me significantly reduce my stress of fear of dying. Another one. The chances of you dying from a seizure in your sleep is very unlikely. I've had hundreds, if not thousands, of seizures in my sleep throughout my life. If anything, it just kills my memory a bit and gives me some brain fog. Sure, it isn't easy, but all you can do is push through it. Maybe you could ask your neurologist for a medicine that will help relieve your stress, anxiety, and possibly reduce your seizures you have in your sleep. I take clonazepam to stop the seizures from happening while in my sleep, and benzodiazepines can also cure anxiety and stress. Might be something to look into, but keep in mind benzodiazepines are very addictive and must be taken as directed. They aren't a drug to mess around with or experiment with.
Damn it, there was something that I heard in that that I wanted to comment on, and now I've lost it. I'm sorry.
I can read it back to you.
Yeah, I mean, if you don't mind.
It's all right. It says the chances of dying from a seizure in your sleep are very unlikely. I had
Oh,
hundreds.
okay, that was it. Okay, thank you. That very early on. That's one. Okay. So sorry to interrupt, but yeah. So I think I read earlier today that the chances of dying from SUDEP in the epileptic population is about 1 in 1,000 um, deaths of epileptic people per year is from SUDEP. So it's really incredibly rare. And I know that's kind of an abstract approach to it, the kind of um, dehumanized numbers really don't speak to the anxiety of the actual situation for individuals themselves, but when I first heard about it, SUDEP, it sounded like it was a real, like, genuine concern that we really need to kind of think about and dwell on and fear and I mean, in reality, it's good to do what you can to minimize the potential whenever there's something that's preventable, but it's really not something to fear. Um, given that it's, uh, 1 in 1,000, that's, you do things every day that are more likely to kill you. If you get in the car and ride along with anybody, just driving on the road is probably more likely to lead to an accident and some sort of injury. Um, you know, so you wear your seatbelt when you get in the car. Um, but you don't fear it necessarily. Most people don't, but um, yeah, I would try to think about it that way, dwell on it, internalize it that way. That really, it's SUDEP is not something to dwell on daily. It's a couple preventative measures set up once are really all you need to be as prepared as you possibly can for the potential of SUDEP. So that's my opinion, at least. So, yeah, Pookie.
I like your opinion. Yeah, I try to keep my mind off dying. Like you said, it's not too common. If you think about SUDEP too much, you worry yourself. Yeah, you gotta live life. Don't let SUDEP hold you back or the thought of it. The doctors will tell you that, but live life, not being afraid, and yeah, have fun living life. Otherwise, being depressed will mess you up.
Yeah, don't let epilepsy hold you back.
Get you a good support system. I was recently diagnosed and I am terrified. I am 28 years old, NB. Oh, non-binary, and had a seizure twice in the past 2 months for the first time in my life. Both time I was in public and I ended up in the hospital after my second stay. They put the sticky wires. Sorry, don't remember what they're called. On my head to monitor my brain, diagnosed me with epilepsy triggered by low blood sugar and stress, and gave me some Keppra to take twice a day. I'm terrified. I had stress and anxiety all my life, and now all of a sudden it can cause my brain to do a hard reset. And I was on the train one of those times. What if I was on the platform and had fallen into the tracks? And another time I was sitting in a chair and woke up in hella pain because it hit my shoulder very hard, apparently, and bit my tongue very hard. Sometimes I forget to eat, especially when I'm stressed out, and I've been stressed about trying to remember to take my meds, that it causes me to forget, which makes me worry that that's going to give me a seizure. I am not someone equipped for those levels of calm and regular brain. My brain already has enough cross signals. My mom said I just have to talk. I just have to take it one day at a time, and I'm trying, doing my best. I'm pretty sure I had a seizure in my sleep the other day because I forgot to eat and forgot my meds and woke up feeling woozy, and my body was in a crazy amount of pain again. I have a neurology appointment in January to get more details, but I am so afraid now and like all the time. And I've been trying to brush it off with my hilarious dark humor and sarcasm, but it's starting to not work. Please help. Anything you can offer. I don't want to die. I mean, if I have no choice, then I guess, but I prefer to live as long as possible. I guess is the first comment. Says, hello, I completely understand your fear and frustration. It truly is normal to feel. I noticed you say you forgot to take your meds. Please try and buy one of those pill boxes labeled from Monday to Sunday. Add your pills to each box and have them next to your bedside table or somewhere you often at. So you could take your medication and help prevent your seizures as much as possible. Also, you could set alarms to remind you. I've been taking Keppra for 8 years now. At the first time, at first, the way it makes you feel could be difficult. Before me, I endured through the hard beginnings, and with time, I've come accustomed to medication. Now I'm several years seizure free. For me, high amount of sugars cause seizures, so I try to limit the amount of sweets from a minimal to none at all. If I do have something sweet, it's something low in sugars. You should make list of what exactly constantly stressing you and come up with a possible solution to get rid of that stress or simply reduce them as well. As stress is one of your triggers. It's normal to brush off your feelings and you feel with jokes, as I've been there before. But I assure you things will get better. Please try to have a positive mindset, as being in a negative headspace could also affect you. You got this, and I wish you so much luck this January at your appointment. Um, You guys have any advice for this person? They're terrified. I'm sure we've already been terrified before. How would you feel?
I think yeah, we've been there before. We got scared of times where we're gonna die. We've been through seizures that I've been through one definitely, and I said, "This is how I'm gonna die." You know, I can't be scared of life. You know, and the SUDEP is, as we talked about it, it's rare. It's really rare. As long as you do whatever you can to prevent your seizures, it's really rare that it's going to happen. You're more likely going to be hit by a train than you will by dying from SUDEP. But it is a scary thought, and I know where you're at.
And don't do anything too drastic, but I know exactly where you're coming from. Um, says I have temporal lobe epilepsy. I wish I could come to peace with this. I used to be okay, or at least tolerated it more. I accepted the partials as just a painful, regular part of life, reoccurring every month, almost like a period. I accepted my medication when it suddenly and immediately made me have to take a nap at 2 p.m. every day, even though it hurt. Putting it lightly at first, putting it lightly, at first, I learned to deal with losing my license and relying on my partner to drive me. Now, all these years later, my seizures are under control, yet, as as odd as it is, as odd as it may sound, I'm more resentful of it now than ever before. My brain is fucked up. It is so utterly fucked, both from whatever the seizures did to my brain and the side effects of medication used to keep the demon in my head confined, primarily temporal lobe, temporal partial focals with only a handful of tonic clonic. Word recall, memory, cognition as a whole. I'll be talking to someone and just immediately stop and go quiet. Then start talking 5 seconds later once I found the word. I can't remember critical details. My brain creates false memories. 16 years since they started, 9 years since the diagnosis, 9 years on medication, 9 years of this fatigue and brain fog that I've come to assume as normal existence, and that I have no choice but to operate within. Always just a little confused by everything around me. People used to call me smart. I wasn't gifted or particularly smart, but I would say I was slightly above average. Now I be called out, both maliciously and politely, on my own mistakes. Logical errors and poor memory. Before this medication, before this disease, what people called me out on was my weird behavior as a kid. Now I'm now I'm a quiet person with much better social skills, but my cognitive decline has taken over as much as it sticks out. I've gone from being fine and being able to do something, but just being too lazy to feeling unable to do something no matter how hard I try. I know this probably seems very woe is me, and I suppose it is. I know other people have it harder. At the same time, being smart, even if it was just slightly above average, was something I felt a little good about since I wasn't good at much else. And now that's gone. My brain is diseased, and the meditation to treat it only makes the symptoms worse. I'm not good at any. I'm not good at anything anymore. I just exist in this perpetual fall, perpetual confusion, always being reminded of others, of the flaws in my brain I didn't have before, the flaws in my logic, my thinking, my memory, my capability. I'm a shell of who I used to be. What do I do now? Mm. What do you guys suggest he do now?
I suggest you stop thinking that there's flaws in your brain because you there isn't any flaws in your brain. This is what we are advancing to, you know? We are better. If you think about it, most the brain, every time it has to go through a seizure, has to repair itself. And I'm not a doctor or anything, but this is just my belief. The more it repairs itself, the easier it becomes. Imagine someone who doesn't have to go through seizures all that often. They're not repairing themselves. So yeah, we are becoming better, you know. We are not flawed. We have something different that others don't have. And that's how I like to see it. Um
I like your answer. I don't listen to his people as much. Like you said, there's people telling them about the decline now. Can't let those people get in your head. If that's your support system, try to find another support system, even if it's just one person. Yeah. Without one, and you think everybody's against you and all that, been there. Yeah. Just gotta have hope that it's gonna get better, and it will get better. Just get control of it and don't give up.
People who are scared of this person and without hope. I hear this so often in this community, and um, like I said, it's difficult to tell these people to build them back up and reinforce their um, uh, state of mind from because I'm trying to remember where I was at that point, and I was just in a point of survival. I didn't really care about much else. It was either live or die, you know? It just uh, focus on surviving. And it's all I cared about back then. And so, I don't think I'm the right person to ask for this.
Gotcha, Kevin. I understand. Mark, you got something, or should we move forward?
I'll come up with a better answer eventually for that. These like, dreadful questions are so they're difficult.
There was something that I wanted to ask
Let's hear it.
before, but I can't remember. And that's I
That's
don't know.
common.
Let's see if
Well,
I can remember it before he gets back.
Was it related to another post when they were talking
Uh,
about
no,
just
it was
diagnosed?
something, it was like, um, oh, is anybody in our group, are any of their, diagnosis, multifocal?
Right here. That's why they had to put
Yeah.
a bunch of that's why they had to put a bunch of electrodes in. That's why it went for RNS
So what
because
was
the
the,
focals are on both sides of the brain, scattered throughout, basically.
yeah, bilateral.
yeah,
Yeah.
because I've been wondering about that personally. The sensations that I've been getting, that like the tingling, the roller coaster drop sensation on one side or the other. I mean, it's not just they recorded the right frontotemporal, which would suggest left bodily sensations and stuff, but I get them on the right sometimes too. Um, and now these the nystagmus that went to the aware clonic, she said is an extremely unusual presentation. She was kind of hesitant to um, refer to it as a seizure because it really did not fit the the right frontotemporal thing, uh, diagnostic symptoms and stuff. So I kind of sort of insisted on doing the EMU because I asked her, well, just because it's not consistent with the right frontotemporal doesn't necessarily mean that the right frontotemporal lobe is the only place that seizures are starting from, and she kind of admitted that. But it had me wondering, what was the process for you that led to the realization that it wasn't just the one lobe, that, was it a long drawn out
2 years.
adventure?
Oh yeah.
2 years?
Oh yeah. Yeah, 2 years. Mostly EEGs is what determined the focal points or multiple foci. Um, it started though with a lot of imaging to basically eliminate every other possibility. And my seizures have never been typical of or predictable. Let's say predictable. I don't get I've never had an aura. I don't get jerks or twitches on one side or the other, or sensations that would indicate any part that it typically stems from. So it was, I would say, a long drawn out process, but they had to get a few at night, during the day, um, at different times of the month and whatnot. And once they had enough evidence, I guess, to put together a plan with the surgeons, then I got the go ahead. And also, welcome to Brooks, MC, or whatever you want to go by.
Oh yeah, M. Brooke. This is the comedian. This is the
Yeah,
one making the
glad to have you.
memes.
Oh, you made
Yeah.
the Donnie Darko joke. I saw that post.
How you doing, Brooke?
Hello, can you hear me?
I can hear you perfectly fine.
Hold on. I'm not used to Zoom. I don't use it much, so is that really noisy in the background? Can you hear my air conditioner?
Nope.
No.
Okay, good. I'm in my grow room, so I didn't know if that was gonna be noisy. Let me
No,
see if I can.
it's all right. Um, We usually start off with the new people and say how you doing and what are you taking? When was your last seizure and when were you diagnosed?
Are you asking me?
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's usually what we ask the new people.
Okay, I wasn't sure if you were talking to me or somebody. I'm gonna be turned a lot. I'm rolling joints and shit. So,
Yeah, do you think?
okay, so you're asking me when I was first diagnosed?
Yeah, what are you
Uh,
taking and when was your last seizure?
Last seizure was just a couple days ago. I have mostly absent seizures. Um, I'm on lacosamide, Vimpat, and Briviact. My Briviact was just increased to 200 milligrams. My last seizure was an absent seizure 2 days ago, something like that. Yesterday, I get confused on the days. So,
Me too. We all do.
sorry, drop my lighter. Uh, but yeah, no, I just increased my Briviact. I was first diagnosed last September. Um, After tests and scans, apparently I've had epilepsy about my entire life since childhood, from about 3 incidences of head trauma that I can recall. I most likely had absent seizures, but I just wasn't aware of it. Like, I'd stare off in space, have weird feelings as a kid and teenager, and just never really knew it. But when I was diagnosed, that's when it just confirmed. I guess I was having really bad episodes leading up to my first tonic-clonic in September. Uh, I lost my train of thought. That's one of my
We,
big things. I
we
I
all
get
do that.
sidetracked so easy.
You aren't the only one.
Yeah, my main damage, I guess, is in my
Memory.
right temporal lobe. My memory and emotional centers is the primary damage. I can't remember, like, there's technical terms and everything. I most likely have hypergraphia epilepsy, which is why I rant a lot and type so much whenever I comment and respond. That's also why I'm on here all the time, because I'm home all the time and I just needed a good distraction instead of just sitting in my room by myself smoking weed all day. So
That's
I can't remember
also
what all I was
everybody
asked
here.
now.
Yeah,
What's
I
that?
think
I'm
that's
sorry.
everybody.
No.
Not everybody's smoking weed, but everybody's in their room. But, yeah, 90% of us are. Wait, it's divided by 6. Oh yeah, Kate's not in a room, so yeah.
Kate's in the car, but we all smoked weed or like it.
Or
I
like
mean, I've
this.
smoked weed throughout my entire life, recreationally, but I've had back issues. I had my first back surgery in my early 20s. I'm 43 now. Um, but first back surgery in my early 20s. I had another one about 10 years ago, 9 years ago. So uh, where I live, I'm able to legally smoke and legally grow my own. So that's been a big help. I used to be on opiates, which made me feel like shit. I mean, I kind of enjoyed the high feeling a little bit, but overall, I didn't like the feeling. So as soon as I live in Missouri, and as soon as they allowed legal weed, I started growing right away. So it's been great. I basically have an endless supply. I smoke at least a quarter a day, minimum, sometimes half ounce a day. I have a very high tolerance because of how much I smoke. So yeah, it is what it is. I enjoy it.
I feel you.
So this
My neurologist told me not to
hypergraphia,
worry about it.
I,
I'm
I
sorry,
had to
what?
look that up. I had to look that up real quick. I didn't know what hypergraphia was. So I mean, how do you define that? I mean, do you just really like to write? Or how does that work?
I can't help it. Not that I
Okay.
necessarily like it. It just happens. I start in my mind. I'll have like a one sentence in mind. Really, that's where it starts, and I go into over detail. Even if I think the person's gonna understand what I mean, I still go into so many details because I start thinking in my head, and it all comes out. And then before I know it, I've got this much written down in the text, and I'm not gonna delete it after I write that much. So I say fuck it and send it. So even if it's not really on topic, it just happens.
So it's not necessarily writing a certain genre or like anything certain. You just gotta
Yeah.
write something down.
Yeah,
Okay.
even like the comments on Reddit, just
Mm-hmm.
replying to a simple comment, it turns into a fucking book in my head.
Oh,
So,
I know how that is.
You seem like a comedian.
well, and that's another thing. I guess I'll take the good with the bad. Hypergraphia, epilepsy actually stirs up the creative parts in your mind, and I think that's why I make memes, even if they're not funny to everybody. They seem funny in my head, so I make them anyway.
Yeah.
Vincent Van Gogh is believed to have had hypergraphia, but of course, that long ago they can't confirm it. But they believe that with notes that were taken, I guess he had a lot of shaking fits, but he was very creative, obviously, with his art. So, yeah, I'll take the good with the bad. If it makes me more creative and I can, make others laugh even for a second a day, it's worth it for me.
I agree with you. Everybody has their own art form and people have their own ways of being creative. I did a post asking about everybody's art form a while back ago. I put it a sand gator, but I like to create things every now and then.
Well, and
Yeah.
another thing about me, I can ramble on when I talk a lot. So if somebody else needs to speak, just tell me to shut the fuck up. You won't hurt my feelings because I don't even notice a lot of times when I'm doing it.
No problem. We go from the asking question to other topics so many times. It's all right. We wander off.
I don't know if you mentioned already, was this hypergraphia associated with temporal lobe epilepsy?
Yes.
It looks like they came up with a name so did they give you one of those conditions? Or like one of those
It hasn't been. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, you got what I was trying to say.
Yeah, it hasn't been officially diagnosed yet. I actually just learned about it myself. But I got to talk to I have a meeting with, or an appointment with my neurologist in September, and I'm going to talk to her about it and see everything. I do have it's confirmed I have the temporal lobe epilepsy, and everything I've read up on the hypergraphia just makes sense, especially going back to childhood. I've always been this way about writing and rambling on and going into over details. And since I was told that I've had this epilepsy since childhood, it's just recently popped up with the tonic-clonics to confirm that I had it with all the tests. So, yeah, it just makes sense that I have hypergraphia after I read up on it and thinking back about my life and how I've been.
Yeah, you seem like a really funny guy.
I mean, I don't know. I try. I mean, shit's funny in my head, so I put it out there.
Gotcha.
And everything's not going to be funny. I get that, but I enjoy making them. I have fun with it.
Doesn't mean
It's
we
a
can't
stress
laugh at
reliever.
it.
So
Yeah.
I mean, if you enjoy it, enjoy it. Just
yeah, we can still laugh at it with you. So did you
Yeah.
come to this
I just
group
never
with
know
any questions?
I'm sorry, what?
Did you come to this group with any questions or trying to get anything answered or achieved?
Honestly, if I did, I don't remember.
There you
So
go.
I just I seen the thing in the community and it sounded like a cool thing to check out. I actually meant to join a long time ago, but after my med adjustment, which is the first time last night, and I went from a lower dose of Briviac to a much higher dose, and it wiped me out, and I had to take a nap. I was so tired earlier.
Oh, happy to have you.
Right.
Oh, I can show. I was told by
Welcome to
my
the family.
neurologist that yeah, it seems like it. I really like this. Being at home all the time, it's nice to have people to talk with that, we're going through similar shit.
Right. Same here. I got something here. It says, I keep passing out at work. I passed out at work 4 different times. I've been on 1,000 milligrams of Keppra a day since December after I passed out at work the second time and had my first TC. Haven't had a TC since, but I keep having strong auras and passing out. I black out every time. I can't remember anything, so I have to ask my coworkers what happened. Just frustrated, don't really know what to say. I need some guidance here. I don't know, because I never been fired for a job. I always left a job because
I can answer him on that part. If because it was happening to me with Kepler too, that if the wall is broken, basically the threshold, and all they're gonna have to do is adjust it and higher his dosage or her dosage. I don't know if you said that person's name. Um, but yeah, they're gonna have to talk to their neurologist or ophthalmologist because the seizures are coming through regardless of what's happening. And that's just a safety concern.
yeah.
Oh, sorry. I was trying to figure out this damn Zoom so I could change my name so it'd be easy for y'all, and I didn't hear you. I got distracted.
You
Oh,
go under participants and you can change your name there.
Okay, I got you. I see it. Rename. My name's Madison, by the way.
hey, Madison.
Hi, Madison.
Someone suggested you get a category of your own. Well, not of your own, but someone suggested a category for the jokes and the memes. So,
I mean, since I post so much, you might want to do that.
yeah, someone else said that, so I got you. I'll get it together.
And like I said, I mean, if I post too much, just let me know. I mean, half the time I'll post something and I don't realize it's only been like 15 minutes or 10 minutes. So
post whatever you want, man. It's
hey, I could be a clown. I can make y'all laugh.
There you go.
Like Joe Pesci.
I mean, the garden gnome thing, though, Mark, you still had some lines, right? Weren't you a gnome that did something?
Yeah, well, I mean, no spoilers.
True, true.
Right. I got one here. It says severe nausea after focal seizure. I had a focal last night. Not high blood pressure, but elevated. Felt nauseous. Had several hallucinations, and now this morning I feel really nauseous. I don't know. I need to eat, to take medication, but I feel so nauseous. What would you do? When I'm nauseous, I smoke weed. I think that helps it for the most part, and it does. And I just smoke and then I lay down and let it work itself out. Probably isn't the best advice, but weed helps me with nausea and everything else in between.
I might be able to add a little bit to that because I smoke so much weed. And I've gotten nauseous a couple times with my focal seizures. So I'm basically always high. So whenever I get nauseous, for me, I just try to settle down and drink some water. I mean, I just kind of have to sit and not move. And I mean, there might be better ways, but for me, I just kind of have to let it pass on its own. I've never actually like thrown up. I just get that dizzy feeling. I feel like I'm going to, but I just drink some water and that seems to help me.
That's what I was going to
I don't know if
suggest
it'll
too.
work for anybody else. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Not at all. Not at all. I was just saying that's what I would suggest too. You know, start out slow, little sips of water. Don't think anything solid until hours after it's passed.
I actually like to eat something solid, something stay hydrated. What? Oh no! You look surprised there. I said eat something.
Yeah, because I'm thinking if
I
you're nauseous, you feel like you're going to throw up. I mean, the lighting in here sucks, but all my
no.
expressions look probably
You
exaggerated.
look like she was going to beat you.
That's like my solution
No,
to
because
everything
but
is
I'm
eat
thinking if
something.
somebody's about to throw up, if one of the kids was nauseous, and then they're saying I want my Cheetos back. It's hell no. You don't eat
No,
solid food when you're about to throw up.
well,
But whatever works for
after a
you.
seizure, that was always my solution. Is I feel sick, take some Advil, then I eat something,
Hmm.
and maybe take like a hot shower or something. Because like I don't know, it's like I don't know, for some reason the warmth, you know, the head, I don't know, all seems to mix together well. Nice potion to calm down you know, the you know, whatever's going on in the brain.
I like cold
Kevin,
showers.
you like 5'6", 5'7", somewhere around there?
5'6". I think I'm 5'6".
5'9"?
He's like 5 foot, like Kevin Hart.
I didn't want to start short.
God, man, I'm 6 feet tall.
What?
What?
Yeah.
Oh, you're my height.
Yeah.
Yeah, Angel, he didn't
5'6". Come
remind
on,
me.
man.
Angel didn't remind me of a 6 foot guy either, but that's just looking at the head, the upper body. But yeah, Mark, I can already tell he's 6 foot something.
You're 6'2", Pookie.
Yeah, but sometimes you can't tell who's tall and who's short. You're 5'10"? Close enough.
Can you
Yeah,
guess mine?
that's honest soul to scalp 5'10". So that's at least like 6'2" in dating app height, right?
Right.
Yeah, you gotta lie on those because they don't date anyone under 6 foot.
No.
I say, Madison, you're 6 foot at least.
You're
5'8"?
close. I'm 5'11",
Oh, okay.
or maybe five. I'm just under 6 foot.
Okay. Kevin and Angel,
So
you
you were
guys.
damn close.
Be fair, I did shrink a little. I think I might be 5'11" because I think I mentioned before on my hospital visit they did a bone density test and it said I was shrinking, so I might be 5'11". Ooh, creepy.
Is any of that related to epilepsy or like a side effect of
That's
medication?
directly related to epilepsy. That's related to the Depakote. Depakote like melts your bones.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've heard severe osteoporosis is a side effect, a long-term side effect of more than one of these
It can
anti-epilepsy
affect your
drugs.
growth.
Yeah.
Okay.
I probably would have been taller. I was on Depakote when I was a kid, basically.
Damn. 10?
We would have been like 6'5", both of us.
I got like to Lamictal when I was 16. No, I got Dilantin when I was 16. I could have been 6'5", is what you're telling me?
Yeah, all of us. Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
I was gonna be this tall. Me and my dad look eye to eye, and he's just a little bigger at the arms and shoulders. Like that.
He's probably
That
7
big.
foot tall over there laughing.
We're like eye to eye, except he has that prison big. So that part. Otherwise, we're just eye to eye, head same height, and I'm just a little more nonchalant.
See, I feel lucky. My dad was 5'7", so I'll take my 5'11".
Right. I got something here. It says, "Does this happen to anyone else? I've had this occur a few times, and I've tried to bring it up and describe it to my doctor, but it's hard for me to describe things. For some context, I'm 21-year-old female, atypical drug-resistant epilepsy, most daily absent seizures, even though I'm medicated, but if I miss doses like 3 or more, I have grand mal seizures. I'm getting an RNS in a few days. Sometimes I wake up and feel like I've had a grand mal seizure, but it kind of keeps going. Like I have the muscle fatigue, nausea, and brain fogness, and dizziness, and feeling like I haven't slept in a week. But I also get numbness in all of my limbs, twitching that feels like lightning is shooting through my arms and legs, and this feeling like I'm both dizzy and fighting off the urge to pass out and can't control my movement at exact same time. We've not caught it on the EEG because it comes and goes. I was wondering if anyone else here has felt anything similar. It only happens when I wake up. Thanks in advance. To clarify, it just feels like the last time I had a TC seizure. I am not sure I actually had one as I was asleep and I didn't fall off my bed or anything. I'm curious about the weird stuff with my arms and the strange dizziness. Sorry for the confusion. I just do weird shit in my sleep. I haven't had that going on. Anybody experience anything similar to that? I do not have drug resistant epilepsy, fortunately.
That sounds like everything Kate can talk about, but as far as it sounding like a seizure in the sleep, yes, it does.
Sounds like nocturnal, is what you're saying?
Yeah, like a nocturnal ground mal.
Mm.
I
I'd say
don't
that.
know about what the RNS will do, but I don't have an RNS.
Say that
Did
again,
you say
Madison?
they had? Did you say they had focal epilepsy?
Yep, I believe so. So
I was just
forcing
wondering because that's what
absent
or
seizures.
focal where seizure or okay, yeah,
Absent.
I got confused. I couldn't remember because that's what I have. I have absent seizures and I have some in my sleep. So it sounds like they have a lot of things that are similar to mine. And I have some in my sleep that occur. Mine aren't like tonic-clonics, the big ones. It's just the absent seizures. But the big thing, you said they missed 3 doses. That sounds like that could be a big thing because my neurologist told me even if I miss 1 dose, that could throw me into.
Yeah.
Quick question, Madison. How do you know you've had an absence seizure in your sleep? Like,
My wife will let me know that she'll like see me like uh not really like sees like where I'm flopping around, but she'll hear me like make a moan sound or something like that, and then I'll wake up and I'll have just a little bit of drool and that had dried up on the side. So I assume that's what it was. I mean, I don't know what because I didn't used to do that. I never was somebody that drooled in my sleep or anything. So I mean, I can't guarantee it, but I do have a lot of absent seizures. So that's just what I assumed was going on.
okay.
I know what you're talking about. I have a seizure, and since you got the beard and I got the beard, I know you're like, oh, it's stuck in the beard, and you're like, what the fuck? And it's
Yeah, because normally, like, if you'd roll, the pillow would probably, wipe it off. But with the beard, it kind of gets stuck in there a little bit. So
yeah, you
when I
gotta
wake
do
up,
all
it's like,
this.
oh, what? Yep.
Yeah. Beard problems.
But that's just what it sounded like to me. It sounds to me like the missed dosages, because I mean, everybody's different, but for me personally, if I miss, especially a couple doses, that could really make me have some problems with what I have going on. So I didn't, it almost sounded like they could be the same. The missed doses or dosages could be a big problem.
But I
Yeah.
think this person also said they have an RNS too.
No, they said they're getting an RNS in a few days.
Oh,
What is an RNS? I'm still learning a lot. I think I learned it, but I think I forgot.
I got a
it's
specialist that knows a lot about it.
Got
There
the
you go.
RNS here. It's been 5 years since the surgery. It activated a couple weeks after. A big part of getting the RNS was having a lot of seizures on record. So they had to do extensive imaging. It was a 2-year process altogether, and some inpatient epilepsy EMUs, EMU stays, and missing 2 doses was my go-to on how to make sure I was having seizures at the right time, getting them on record so they could determine what kinds of electrodes to put in my brain. They have ones that can go deeper down, and then more, I guess, topical ones, but they're all right in there. And then they do a craniotomy right here to implant like the battery pack, is how I think of it. And it's all up here. It's different from the VNS because the VNS is implanted in the chest and then attached to a nerve in your neck, and the RNS is all in the head. They said the battery is supposed to last like 5 to 10 years. I'm 5 years in. Nobody said anything about the battery, so
So is it
that's pretty
basically
much
something that helps regulate the electricity in your brain? Is that kind of what it does?
Oh, I guess the most relevant difference between VNS and RNS is that it's responsive. So they call RNS responsive neurological stimulation or something like that. But responsive is the biggest difference because it is supposed to detect abnormal electrical activity, and then I think of it as like zapping it to stop it from generalizing. So it has made a difference with the tonic-clonics. They're less severe and shorter than they used to be. I wouldn't say there's any difference in the focals, but they're not generalizing like they used to. So I'm having just as many seizures, but they're definitely not as in the way. It's not as big of a deal.
So it doesn't stop the focals though?
No, that's pretty much what I'm still on the medication for.
Okay, because the focals are my main issue. Because I have the focal awareness, and that's I've only had 2 tonic-clonics, but mostly focal awareness is what I have to deal with.
This is what I
How long
take.
have you been?
Nature's Made B12 gummies. The day I started taking them, I haven't had a focal since, and that was almost 2, maybe 3 months ago. I do suggest them. It's Nature's Made B12, the extra strength. It's 3,000 micrograms a day. It's really good. I suggest it. A few other people are telling me it works, so I'm
I
highly
do.
suggesting it.
I've actually I have a vitamin regimen that I take B12, vitamin C, vitamin D. So I have vitamins I take, and I take those daily, and I still my brain I have severe damage, and I still have them even taking those.
How about try the Nature's Made? Let me know how that changes for you. I'm telling you, man, it's the Nature's
Okay,
Made.
and it might. I'll be back in a second. Let me go grab. I'll show you what I take because it's not the Nature's Made. So I will switch to that because I mean, hell, it does, why not? But I'll be right back.
All right, shout out to Nature's Made. See, I'm getting them to switch over to the Nature's Made.
Yeah.
But you didn't give them the information they need to pay you.
Yeah, I'll finish that
Come on.
application. It's open. It's on my phone. Getting pictures right now. See us at the beach or at the lake fishing. Yeah. So one of these comments to that, does this happen to anyone else? Comment. This one says, I had 4 TCs on Thursday and I ended up in the ER and I still feel completely off several days later. I hate this. Someone said, it takes me days to recover. I think you body and brain learning to speak the same language to each other again. I know it's very simplistic answer, and I am not a doctor, just someone who's living with seizures for 40 years. Damn, I'm old. Good luck. Give yourself some time to heal.
I mean, the brain does need time to heal, so you are going to feel off for a couple days.
Before I move to this next one, we'll see what Madison has to say. This vitamin regimen.
It's just a cheap off-brand Walmart Maker's Mark.
I was gonna say that's the Walmart brand.
Yep. So it's just a cheap off-brand. So I'll switch to Nature's Made and see what it does.
Yeah, try the gummies. The gummies, they're the best. If you have a Safeway near you,
No, not a
Safeway.
Safeway. I can get those. I don't have a Safeway though.
Oh, if you have a Safeway near you, I use Instacart, and you can buy one get one free, but specifically Safeway. So, but yeah,
No,
they've
I
worked
live
for
in a
me.
smaller area. I'm limited on the places I can go get shit from. Walmart, that's why I have Maker's Mark.
Yeah,
Walmart's literally the main store for me to go to.
yeah, I'm sure Nature's Made might be at Walmart. Check it out, extra strength.
Yeah, I
If
think
I
they
have
are.
to, I'll order it from Amazon.
Oh yeah, Amazon's a great place to get it too. I got something here. It says living with an alcoholic epileptic. Hi everyone. I have an older sister, 29, who has grand mal seizures. She has seizures since she was little, absent seizures. Then when she turned 15, she began to have tonic-clonic seizures. She suffers from mental health issues now. She goes out to drink and gets wasted and puts her life in danger. She's been drugged, raped, and almost arrested. She says she does it to get away from us because we watch over her and tell her not to do certain things so that she doesn't get hurt. I see my mom suffering every day trying to avoid my sister ended up dead. She is aggressive and says hurtful things regardless of if she's drunk or not. All of us are exhausted, and my other siblings have resorted to avoiding her arguments and won't break out so she won't use it as an excuse to drink. We don't restrict her from doing things, but tell her to take it in moderation with everything. The more we restrict, the more she rebels. So we've opted to allowing her to do things such as go to the bar and only have one drink and ask us for a ride between my mom and myself. We alternate pick up duties, but she is inconsiderate and she wants to go back out back to back days and has us staying up till the ass crack of dawn to pick her up, regardless of what we have to do, work or not. And sometimes even when she promises not to drink, she does, and the cycle repeats itself. I want to understand her and help her, but she makes it so difficult. I understand that she is tired and didn't choose to have epilepsy and express how she would rather be dead than have to live with it anymore. My mom is 51 and needs to look out for my younger sister, 16, but she can't because she's trying her best to keep my sister alive. We have attempted to give her work at my mom's job or even doing chores at the house that me and my brother pay her for so she can have some sort of independence, but she isn't responsible. We don't know anyone else who is going through this similar situation, so we feel helpless. How can we help her? What advice can we give if you suffer from seizures? Are we doing something wrong? I don't want to wake up and find my sister dead. Um, what can you do?
I don't
Sounds
think
like
they're
they are
doing
actually
anything
doing
wrong.
everything. They genuinely want to help her.
Yeah.
The compromise, all the compromise of saying you can actually go to the bar if you have one drink, that that's what stood out to me as definitely willing to compromise and work with her. But I mean, you can only help somebody if they actually want to be helped. It's another kind of harsh reality.
Yeah.
We
And I understand the sister of, being tired of it, growing up with it and being tired of it and stuff, but still, there's a lot in life. There's a lot in life to appreciate, you know?
I can give a perspective from the sister side.
Everclear. That's some.
Yeah. See this bottle here. See how much is left in it. This was what triggered my first tonic-clonic. I drank this entire bottle, but that in one night. I was an alcoholic through. I started drinking at 13. I'm 43 now. Last September, I had my first tonic-clonic, and I was told that the alcohol didn't cause it, or cause my brain damage. It just lowered my threshold and caused my first tonic-clonic. So, as somebody who was basically a lifelong alcoholic, there is no compromise. You can't do it. You have to help her stop, or she's gonna kill herself through alcohol. That's all there is to it. If she doesn't stop, that there is no alternative. You can't honestly, you can't take her to the bar and say there's just one drink. There's no such thing as one drink. I got so bad that I worked construction with a buddy for a little bit, and around lunchtime, started out with a couple of the small shots of Fireball. Figured I could just have one at lunchtime. That turned into several. Eventually, I would have like 6 at lunchtime. I'd get a small buzz going. So if she's an alcoholic, I honestly don't think they'll be able to compromise. She's going to have to stop. It's very hard as an alcoholic. If I wouldn't have had my first tonic-clonic, I probably would have never stopped. I would drink 2-3 times a week. Not just weekends. I was doing it during the week. Sometimes more than that. Sometimes I drink damn near every night, about 4 or 5 nights. So coming from an alcoholic perspective, it was hard to stop, but she's going to have to, or it won't. You can't compromise. It has to be completely out of her life. She can't really, especially in the beginning, she won't even be able to hang out with people that are drinking. She has to stay away from it completely, because if I would have been around it, now it's been long enough, I could be around other people drinking and be okay. The first couple months, though, I couldn't even be around it, or even after a seizure, I would be tempted to drink. So, yeah, that's my perspective. I don't think that they would be able to compromise, because she just never stopped.
Yeah. Go ahead, Kevin.
If I can completely add on to that, that's absolutely true. There's no enabling this sort of behavior. You can't drive her to the bar or anything. There's nothing there. You can't do anything like that. There's no one drink or anything. It's just unacceptable. You can't say you want her to live and then sort of there's just no in between here. And I also drank a lot. I perhaps not as, I don't know if as much as you, Madison, but I did drink. I binge drank a lot on the weekends. And I wish someone had stepped in and said, cut the shit out. And it's important to set guidelines, and people need they need stuff like that. They need people to people
Tough
don't
love.
always know what's tough love, and people don't always know what's best for themselves, and they need others to step in.
I wish somebody would have done that for me before I had my first tonic-clonic, because even though I had the damage that wasn't caused by the alcohol, had I not drank so much, there's a chance I would have gone the rest of my life and never knew I had epilepsy.
Yeah.
Not only that, these medications for epilepsies, a lot of them mess with our livers. And the alcohol too? Yeah. They're gonna mess with your liver really bad. The Depakote is a very strong one. You know, that's one example.
I
She
was
wasn't
actually,
aware that these meds did mess with our livers. I didn't know that. Or
Yeah.
actually, I every time I say that, there's a chance I read something, and my memory's so fucked now. I very well could have forgot.
that's
Yeah.
the tough part. I mean, I was actually drinking a lot when I was taking Depakote, and the doctor was saying your liver's gonna go. But and that's the cycle again. I just didn't care. I was just at the point where I was hating this so much, and but it's just weird how things turn around. I don't know. I don't know. I just cut back a little. So yeah, it turned out for the best. Yeah,
Yeah,
I
like
had to make that choice. Yeah, well, I'm glad where I am now.
yeah, mine was smoking tobacco. Yeah, I smoked backwoods with weed for so long. I never smoked cigarettes, but smoking just backwoods cigars, and I didn't. They said it lowers your threshold, so I didn't know if that was it or not. So I just cut it out cold turkey, and then now I smoke papers, and it's pretty good. To be honest, yeah, just smoking papers is cool.
Yep,
Trying to see if I can
that's what
go
I
more.
use.
Oh yeah, those are the ones, king size. And I got some tips every now and then. But yeah, I got something here. Actually, I don't. Um, oh, what I was gonna say is, yeah. Oh, I said it already. Sorry. Memories. Shit. Um,
What'd you say?
said said about the weed. How I said I smoke tobacco. I was gonna say that story all over again, but yeah, gave up on the tobacco. So said that again. So hey. Um, got one. It says had a seizure. I had a seizure a couple weeks ago. First one in 7 years. Scared my wife. First time she actually saw a seizure is the 25 years in the 25 years together. It came after a week of completely messed up sleep schedule. Then I only had 2 hours of sleep before my shift. During my shift, I had troubles getting through the day. I had troubles getting thoughts to come through. I should have known it was coming, but if I had been 7 years, I should have known it was coming since I've had it for 7 years. I made it through my shift, made it home, even took a nap, but I went outside, felt like my eyes were clicking, and before I knew it, I was waking up on the ground with the EMS standing above me and coaxing me out of my seizure. My wife was able to get me off the concrete patio and was able to put me on the softer ground. No bruising, just sore muscles and joints. All of this background just to ask one question. When I came out of the seizure and the other times, I kept apologizing. Every sentence started with an apology. Does anyone else do this? Or is this my trauma trait? Trauma trait. Uh, I used to apologize every time. That used to be me. I used to instantly apologize. Like, I'm sorry, you guys. That's because I was having my friends tell them, don't tell my mom and shit like that. So then I was apologizing to them so they wouldn't tell my mom. Um, that was that part. Eventually, I had to stop apologizing. Um, if you're gonna hang out with me and you know I have epilepsy, this is what's gonna happen. Um, just gotta be prepared for it. I understand it's traumatizing to some friends, but I was just like, yeah, I'm done apologizing over the epilepsy. Comes with this, and you're around me, and you know it.
I was just making sure nobody else is going to talk. I have bad emotional breakdowns all the damn time. I mean, I had one online in the epilepsy meme group a few days ago because I was posting so much and I didn't realize I was posting so much of one topic. And the guy made a simple comment about, mix it up. And because I was already in kind of a sad mood because that was kind of a dead community and I felt like I hijacked it, I was already feeling upset. And that one comment it wasn't him. He didn't do anything wrong. It just set me off and I just felt really bad. And I posted a couple things about, I guess it's time to take a break and all that. And, I apologized online to people that I don't even know. And normally, before all this, I would have just said, fuck it and walked away and took a break. But no, instead I had a public apology online because I got so emotional and I couldn't control it. It felt like I was in a dream watching myself from the outside and I couldn't control, what I said. I just was along for the ride.
Angel, were you gonna say something? Oh.
Yeah, I get apologetic for things, and you shouldn't be sorry for having epilepsy and stuff like that. This is who you are, and it's something you have to like learn. It's not easy, but it's something you have to learn. It's like this is a part of you. This is who you are. Just it's your identity. And you shouldn't have to apologize for who you are in terms of the epilepsy.
Yeah. Especially people who've been around you for so long. Like,
Yeah.
You know what's going on. I'm done apologizing. You're my friend, you're my family, something. And yeah.
That's weird. I never apologized for the epilepsy because coming out of a seizure or the myoclonic jerks, I never apologized for those because I was too out of it. But I feel like I apologize all the time for other things. I feel like the medicine has made my brain and my personality a little more submissive. Does that register? Like,
yeah.
I'm
That's
not like,
exactly what I was saying. Yep. It's not really mine isn't necessarily apologizing for the epilepsy. I just get so emotional. And so like that, the online thing, it wasn't my epilepsy. It was just feeling sad and I shouldn't have. I felt like I needed to apologize and really I had no reason to apologize. So yeah, that's exactly what it is for me.
I'm just walking down the street and I'm bumping into people and I'm saying, "Oh, sorry, 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 sorry" to everyone. And I don't even know why. What do I do? What the hell am I doing?
That is the easier way to do it typically.
I didn't do anything wrong. I should just be walking through people. What the hell?
Ain't nobody apologize to you?
No.
See?
No.
You didn't bump into all those people. Some of them
I'm the man. I should be knocking them over.
Yeah, you're almost 6 feet, man. You'll be getting
Well,
pushed
thank God
around,
you
you're
don't
that
actually
big.
believe that.
5'11" and a half. We'll go.
All right, I can settle for that. So for the apologizing thing, let's go through these comments. Someone said, I think it's because it's one of the closest to near-death experience you can have. You feel yourself slipping out of the world and you're trying, and you are speaking tenderness and vulnerability back into it, even if it's the last time. It means you have a heart. Much love to you, friend. So what else? All my seizures except.
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, you can go ahead because I don't want you to forget. I can read mine over.
Anybody ever want to apologize for their memory loss?
No,
Anybody ever
I
just
did.
feel kind of guilty about not being able to remember stuff?
I did.
Yeah, I did until
people?
somebody started telling me I was lying. So you're gonna deal with it.
I do apologize because I also get a lot of false memories, so I confuse it. So I'll get a little upset because I also can't control the emotions. So I'll start apologizing because I'm the one who's forgetting and yeah, I just with all of it, I can't control the emotion. So yeah, whenever I forget stuff, I find myself apologizing all the time too.
Yeah, I think now that you say that, I do. Like, I'd be like, I am so sorry. I just came to you and took your attention off of whatever you were doing, and I don't even remember what I was came in here for. Been there. So yeah, I do apologize a lot for things like that, for forgetting mid sentence and stuff like that. Start a conversation. Now I forgot what I was telling you about, and yeah. So yeah, I do apologize. Yeah.
Oh, real quick, here's this is my system. I've seen people forget meds a lot. I have two different 30-day organizers that I use, one for daytime, one for nighttime, and they have the numbers on them. So even if I think I forget, I can always. I'm also at home, so this may not work for everybody because I can just if I think I forgot, I can go look, and a lot of times I forget the date also, so I just have to look on my phone and see what date it is and see if I took the meds for the day. So like I said, it may not work for everybody, but that's what I do. Kind of a side thought, but
Does that work for, you said daytime and nighttime, so you take yours no more than like twice a day?
yeah, I only take mine
Okay.
twice a day.
Yeah. No, that sounds like a good system.
Yeah, it may not work for everybody because I don't know. Like, there may be others that have to take theirs more than twice. I don't know. I'm still new to this and learning. I just know what I have to do, and it works for me.
Yeah, I do mine twice a day.
Yeah, I think there's only one med that I have to take 3 times a day.
You got something to say, or are you leaving, Mark?
Mark's putting his finger up for 4 times a
just
day.
Oh,
4 times.
I thought he was waving goodbye.
I probably
Well, with,
should
with that many meds,
say
it looked
goodnight.
like he was waving goodbye, or that many times a day.
Yeah, I probably should say goodnight. It's pushing 11 o'clock here, and I had an early morning today. Uh, but um, yeah, I'll
Everybody's 3 hours ahead of me right now. Everybody.
do what?
That everyone's 3 hours ahead of me right now. It's 7:46 here.
Yeah.
Well,
I'm
you
only
know us
two.
East Coaster.
Still California looking good outside. But
It's
yeah.
it's 9:47 here.
Oh, okay. Angel,
Yeah.
he's usually up with me to the last. Angel's always the last person. Always.
I'm
But
You got to
with
get
you
more
to the
West
end,
Coast
brother.
people, man.
huh?
You got to get more people from
I'll
the West Coast, man.
oh
They're all
Um,
out today. They're out doing things today.
oh
Yeah.
yeah,
Sailor Mom didn't come on today yet.
I'm the
Yet.
only one who doesn't have a life.
yeah.
Well, my
Um
increased meds made me take a several-hour nap earlier, so I might be up for a while.
Kate might
Perfect.
be up for a while too. She's taking a drive to 2 a.m.
Yeah.
Not
So
to mention, we just passed a wreck. I mean, say some prayers. I don't even know if the ambulance got there yet, but it's like a 3 areas of barriers missing. The semi definitely rear-ended a little four-door, and yeah, I'm not gonna have a problem staying awake from this point. Turnpike's a bitch.
all right. Yeah, I'll move to the next one. Okay, it says service dog alerts, but no seizure. Does your service dog sometimes alert and no seizure follows? And if so, do you know why? She smells my breath and my sweat, and sometimes when she alerts, I breathe in my hand and let her sniff it. If she alerts again, I can be safer with that is wrong. She just did it, but I have no seizure and I feel nothing is coming, or so. I have a focal seizure. Now I'm like, is her alert wrong? But I also have no food near me, so she's not begging for food. Is it possible that she is basically smelling that my seizure threshold is changing? Because these wrong alerts mostly happen when my blood sugar is low, which is my number one trigger for seizures. She stopped alerting, but is laying close to me. So I don't know. Is it the dog? Is it the dog? I don't have a service dog.
The curious thing is, though, she already mentioned that usually when she alerts, it's because of low blood pressure or low blood sugar. She said she was like
Yeah.
diabetic, was it?
Yeah.
It sounded like if in this situation, it's going to take, a time will tell approach of journal when the dog alerts, check your blood sugar, check your blood pressure, see what else puppy could be alerting to, because I would trust the dog's instincts. If that dog is clearly trained to approach and alert, then they got a cue. The dog has to have a cue to, provoke that behavior. So I'm thinking whoever posted this definitely just needs to figure out what the dog could be alerting for by keeping track of any other vitals or what they could be trained to do. Trust the dog. That's what I would think.
He said,
Better
"Is it the
safe than
dog?"
sorry. Yeah.
Yeah. I got to the comments real quick. It said, could it maybe be that your sugar is still low, but not that low yet? Maybe the dog is warning you when you're getting close to the seizure threshold and maybe alerted a little earlier than normal. Can dogs alert early? I'm just taking a guess. Someone else here says, service dog handler here. She might be picking up on something else, like anxiety or changes in the heart rate. If she's starting to alert to things you don't want her to, I'd check in with her trainer. Low blood sugar has a pretty strong scent for dogs, usually even stronger than the methadone scent they're looking for with seizures. Learn something new every day. Someone said, I don't think it's a stretch to say an emotional support animal is a service dog if it keeps you calm, which helps lessen stress and prevents the likelihood of a seizure. I don't even know why that person said that. Something near a new one. Mouth movements when listening. My father had a seizure last year. It is on a very high dose of Keppra. When he's listening now to people, his mouth moves as if he's mourning the words himself. Does anyone have any insight on why this is happening and if this is common occurrence with Keppra or post-seizure damage? The mouth movements, I don't exactly get that.
It could be an absent seizure coming through.
Is it safe to take painkillers after a TC? Basically, the title. Google isn't telling me anything, so I thought I'd ask here before I take any further steps. I had a TC about an hour ago, and of course, my headache and my muscles hurt, and I'm wondering if it's safe to take any painkillers. The first comment says, most pain medications are safe with epilepsy. The only ones that's not recommended is tramadol. I've never taken a painkiller after, unless I go to the hospital, then I ask for Ativan, which I shouldn't get anyway, but takes it right away.
I think the only painkiller I got in the hospital was given to me when they popped my shoulder back in was morphine. But other than that, I don't take over the counter meds just because I don't want to mess with the meds therapy treatment.
Okay.
After
Well,
my
I mean,
back
it sounds
stuff,
good.
I was gonna say I just don't like painkillers in general because they damn near killed me. So I don't know about relationship with seizures. I just personally don't like them, because of my own experience.
I'm surprised at how many anti-seizure medications that they use as pain relievers for nerve pain anyway. The gabapentins and pregabalins, those are considered pain relievers for nerve pain, but the typical oxys and whatnot, I thought there was always more negative interactions because I'm assuming obviously they're having tonic-clonics or taking AEDs regularly or benzos, and that's the ones you don't want to mess with the interactions. Definitely not. So maybe
Definitely.
Google's not telling them what they want to see, but it's easy to find on Google. Don't fuck with the pain meds.
Yeah, I think I would definitely stay away from any of the opioids. I mostly just stick to Tylenol or something. Advil. I mean, just the basics, you know. I know you might have more severe pain than I had, but hey,
I got another one here. It says, always thinking about the next seizure. I had my first seizure 8 months ago at 43 years old. EEG said I have focal slowing, but no epileptiform discharges. Doctor said based on the EEG, it was just a matter of time. Seizure wasn't provoked, and I was a ticking time bomb for 43 years. I truly believe it is caused by drinking too much water, trying to stay hydrated in Mexico. I had drank an extremely large bottle of water hours earlier, and the emergency room said my sodium was low. Was rotating water and Gatorade, but clearly overdid the water in one shot. But I also had gotten over COVID right before the trip, which was mild, but I barely ate anything for 1.5 weeks. Dropped like 5 pounds, and I'm already thin. I had also started a new antidepressant 3 days earlier. Psychiatrist knew I was going to go on a vacation. They immediately took me off that one in case it was an allergy or serotonin syndrome, but I can't stop thinking when the next one will be. It has consumed me since one seizure, increased risk for more. I'm afraid to do anything because it might cause a seizure. I'm constantly saying to my husband, I hope this doesn't cause a seizure. How do you resume living your life? Any advice? Well, this person's fairly new to this. What do you guys say to someone's new to this? I've been in this for 20 years. Let's see. I say you can't worry like that. You just got to avoid stressful situations because, of course, the person said a lot of triggers are stressful situations. Um, Avoid stressing yourself out, overthinking it. Don't chat GPT because you're definitely going to overthink it because that's going to give you a lot about the situation. Um, Probably things you're not going through. But yeah, I guess I wouldn't. I don't always think about the next seizure. I try to take my medication and think that's gonna make me not have a seizure, so I'm not thinking about the next one. And that's twice a day, so I always think about it. What do you guys tell
Yeah,
someone?
I was gonna say, I'm pretty fairly new myself. I'm less than a year into my diagnosis. I mean, I was told I've had it most of my life, but I didn't know it. So I'm very new. I know almost nothing about it, and they sound very similar to me, minus the drinking. Um, I mean, I personally wouldn't think drinking water would trigger a seizure, but like I said, I'm still new and learning. But the anxiety, I can tell you from personal experience that started triggering a lot of the absent seizures for me because the more I thought about it, the more it seemed to trigger them, and that kind of inspired some of the memes I made because yeah, it felt like thinking about them too much would trigger a seizure, and I had to find distractions and find my own ways to not think about them so much. I don't know what would personally help that person, but I just had to find distractions. That's how you found me on Reddit so much because I'm home alone all the time and I started staring at the wall a lot. So I had to do something.
Gotcha.
Yeah,
Glad you found
common.
us.
Go ahead, Kate.
I was just, responding to what Madison said. Glad you found us. We're
Yeah.
here now. You got something to do. Some people to talk to. The thing about water reminded me of a couple times when I swear I probably did have some seizures after just drinking too much water at once. I mean, anything in excess can kind of water down the meds, I feel like. So if I chug a lot of water, more, we're talking like more, half a gallon or something after. That,
Angel, you got something? You've been in this for a while. What do you tell someone new?
Yeah, I was just gonna say, well, first, it's everything what you said, Pookie. You know, avoid the stressors and avoid everything that are, the common things that lower your thresholds or lower a majority of people thresholds is stress, sleep deprivation, and there's another big one.
skip doses.
Oh, alcohol. Yeah.
Oh, there's
Those-
something real quick. Never mind. I didn't mean to interrupt.
Go ahead.
I was just gonna ask. I've seen. I think it was in just the the epilepsy Reddit group, but I've seen a lot of people ask about, is it okay to drink, this little bit or whatever? And every time I see those, I just shake my head because I'm like, really? Are you trying to trigger these seizures? Because from everything I've seen and what my doctor tells me, one drink's too much. So yeah, I just shake my head when I see those, but I'm still new to this, so I don't know.
It's the same thing with people that say, "Is it okay to drive?" when they shouldn't be driving. Yeah, it, there's a bunch of things. Your life is going to change with epilepsy, you know, and there's going to be things you can't do no more that you might have used to love doing, and you're just going to have to learn how to adjust with it. And it just takes time, and you just stay on top of your meds. You have to advocate for yourself. Don't let the doctor, bull you into, you got to do this, you got to do that. Make sure you know what you're doing, you know? If you're feeling this med's not working, don't let them say, "Oh, we'll just increase the dosage or whatever." That's basically what started the Kepra rage and all, because all they were doing was increasing dosages, you know? And if it's not working for you, if it's not right with your body, you tell them that, you know? Don't let them bully you around on a medication. Tell them you need another treatment because this medication isn't right for my body. But
Know your
yeah,
body.
you know your body. If you're one of the lucky ones that have auras and know your triggers, learn them fast, and watch out for them. Keep a journal, memorize everything you can.
That's why I'm actually, to add on to that, I'm very happy with the neurologist I was able to find because she did just increase my dose, But she told me if this doesn't work and I'm still having the absent seizures, even though it sounds weird and it freaks me out, I know it's to figure out exactly where the problems are. But her solution is if this increase doesn't work, I need to come in and do an extensive EEG and see if they can trigger them. She said she'd wean me off the medicine before I came in because they'd want to trigger and capture exactly what's happening and see they might need to change my medicine or whatever the case may be. So yeah, she's not trying to bully me. She wants me to try to figure out exactly what is going on and if necessary make a med change or figure out the case from there. So
Madison, which one did they give you for your absence seizure? Is it the usuccinide? I can't
no,
pronounce the name.
I'm on Vimpat, which is Vimpat. The generic is
Oh,
lacosamide, and
okay.
Riviat.
Yeah, because I have an old one. I have an old one subscribed to me, methsuccinide, and that I haven't noticed anything in my camera for absent seizures, and no one has noticed any absent seizures around me. But I have been through some stress, so I might have had some nocturnal ones when nobody could um see, but I haven't picked up any recent ones since I got put on Xcopri.
Yeah, that's where I guess I'm kind of fortunate too, because I've seen or heard that not everybody gets their auras. I seem to get one almost every time. I'm not always sure because I guess sometimes my aura is not very strong, but when I do get it, I get these really like trippy feelings in my head that I can't really explain, but then I'll get like my lips or tongue will go numb. Not always, but sometimes my right leg will go numb. So I do have like these weird sensations in my body that lets me know that, you know, and I wasn't sure those were seizures until my neurologist, I described those feelings and she said, yeah, nope, those are absent seizures. So I'm lucky in that way, I guess. It's kind of weird. I do enjoy my auras for that reason because that tells me I am having one, and so I know something needs to change.
So Madison, being that you're new in this journey, how are you doing on establishing some triggers? Do you know any of your triggers?
It seems I don't necessarily have triggers other than maybe anxiety. Um, yeah, I the other night one happened. The reason I contacted my doctor, I was actually online making memes. I was in a good mood. Nothing really happened, and all of a sudden I just got really sad. I started crying for no reason. So, anxiety doesn't always trigger them. Yeah, I wasn't doing anything out of the normal. I was just sitting here making memes and it happened. So, yeah.
Yeah, my first seizure happened while I was just walking to school. So I understand that it just happened.
All right, you guys, I got something here. Since I've been having seizures in my sleep and my boyfriend is worried we aren't catching all of them, I've been recently having nocturnal seizures during around my period. I've never had a seizure. I've never had seizures before, but since I didn't share a room as a teen or a child, we aren't sure if they've happened before. Are there any nocturnal seizure devices you guys use and trust? Most websites seem to have the devices are made for children and not really adults, or they are available to purchase, more of just concept. My boyfriend is really worried that he might not be waking up for all of them if I'm only having a small one, not big ones, or worried to let me sleep alone now. I have an aura. I have an aura that's nice for tracking basic stuff, but I would like something specifically for seizures. I'm assuming an Aura might be the name of a camera.
Yeah, I think a nanny cam would be probably the best device for nocturnal seizures.
I mean, I got regular surveillance. Doesn't necessarily have to be a nanny cam.
Yeah, I have a Rio Link system, and it wasn't until we started talking on here that I actually have a spare camera I don't have hooked up, and I don't know why my dumbass hasn't put it in my bedroom yet, but that's what I'm gonna be doing probably tomorrow.
Yeah, I got mine's right here in front of me, and it's so good. The movement detection is on so good to where like I'm just talking to you guys, and it's seeing my lips move and giving me warnings that something is moving. I love it. Just at nighttime, you got to turn off that notification because otherwise it'll be chirping all night every time I turn over 3 in the morning and stuff. That can get really annoying, especially if you have someone over.
Yeah, there goes mine right there, looking right at me.
Yeah,
Well, the best part about those cameras too is it's like it does the editing for you. When you go back and review the footage, it'll bring it to the alert of when there was movement, and it's just a clip. You don't have
It'll
to
show you a
scroll
video of
through
how long.
all night. Yeah.
Or I watch the time lapse videos sometimes. Those are pretty cool. Watch myself turn over 20 times during the night. And it only slow down when I go through it. That's hilarious. One of the comments says, first off, if you're dealing with this, I know it can be scary for you and your partner. I slept on the floor next to my daughter's bed for 8 months straight when she was 4 and started having seizures. The usual steps are get seen by an epileptologist, preferably, and get an EEG done to try and determine what's going on. Are you on medication currently and having breakthrough seizures, or are you unmedicated and need to get on something still? Have you recently been ill and seen an increase in activity, lifestyle changes to make immediately, or getting 8 hours of sleep, not drinking alcohol, and not using any recreational drugs if you are? I monitor my daughter with a simple security camera nightly. It's not specific for seizures, but it let me listen from the other room and review if anything had happened or movement recordings. Aside from that, there's an Epi Watch. If you have an Apple Watch, it's theirs. It's theirs. The Embrace 2, that for your doc can write an RX for so insurance will pay for it. Hope you get this under control.
Yeah, I seen that. Not the Apple Watch, but the prescription one you saw. I did see that, and I was thinking about talking to my neurologist about it because if you have, insurance, apparently insurance will cover it or
Oh,
may
nice.
cover it.
I'm gonna talk about that. I got an appointment coming up. Yeah. So,
I mean, with all the different devices out there, it's just whatever works for you. It's so different for everybody. If nocturnal seizures or nocturnal absence seizures is what you're having, and you don't really pick up on it if somebody else isn't right there looking out for you, then maybe one of those devices would actually help you keep track.
I'll move to this one. Higher seizure rates. Hi, fellow epileptic babe of 2 years here. In no way am I being rude or come from a place of malice when I ask this. Is it just me, or does it seem like more and more people are having seizures these days? Or perhaps we are just more aware of others having seizures, similar to seeing other people with your car, curious to where you stand and what are your theories. I know a lot of my friends are having seizures lately, except for Kevin, of course. I see you, champ. Kevin's 6 years free, Madison. He's the champ around here.
Really? Wow! Congratulations.
I was actually looking at this championship belt online, and it's like 160 bucks, and you decorated and stuff. And I was thinking about you, and I was like, Gotta get Kevin a belt.
My last one was my last official one that I know of was in May, but I felt something weird on Monday and I can't, like, I couldn't find any footage on the camera about it. Like, so I can't really diagnose it if it was a seizure or not, but it could have been.
Yeah, you got to go 6 years to beat the champ. I get you a belt one day. Did you have something to say, Madison?
I got, oh no, Tom got that champion now. I said, I got the 28 years living with epilepsy.
Tom been through it for 50 and he's happy.
He's the
Love Tom.
pioneer.
Right. He's always happy. He's like, and I got a job. He's always said, life is good. Right.
That's what I'm going for. I'm going to be living with it and happy. That's what you want to be. I'd rather have that. That's the golden crown right there. You know.
He'll probably be here soon.
You just know a lot of us want to be in that place where you're at, 6 years seizure free
and happy.
Yeah, I think I'm 2 days seizure free. I think that's what it is.
I'm like a week.
Mine's so recent.
I'm almost 2 weeks. I'm about 12 days.
Well, hopefully it'll keep going for you.
Right. Something about this next post, though. Higher seizure rates. Oh, I think we just went through that. Never mind. Certain repetitive movements when I'm doing specific tasks. I am likely to have a TLE EMU scheduled 7/12. I'm likely to have a TLE, and recently I found that I cannot stop rubbing my hands when I'm washing my face, usually when I'm lathering soap. Is it related to some focal seizures, or am I doing this out of habit? Personally, it sounds like a habit. Rubbing the hands, that's something I've never heard of. Yeah, I mean, not saying it's not possible. I don't want you out there watching this and thinking I'm being insensitive, but I've heard a lot of seizure stories and epilepsy stories, and that has not been one. But then again, you can be the 1 in 1,000. So if you're watching this, maybe, but talk to a doctor. I'm not a doctor. Wish I could help. Anybody got advice for someone who certain repetitive tasks when I'm doing or moving things? Is that a habit, or is that something not something common?
I mean, I can agree with I can relate with the repetitive motions, because I know I've been seen on camera fidgeting, doing something like this with my fingers, but actually rubbing your hands. Didn't they mention something in the post about washing their hands? That's when it happened or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
I've heard something interesting all the time, with the music and, the music seizures. There's always, but I have, people do the lip smacking, so this could be just another form of that. I don't know. Like you said, we're not doctors, but
Yeah, like with Mo, he said when he has a seizure, he comes out of it and starts talking his mother tongue, which was
right, yeah,
Turkish. He said when I come out of it, I just start speaking Turkish, and I was like, that's wild. Wake up and start speaking a different language, and he's like, I don't know why, and that's wild.
Very crazy. Yeah.
Another language. Okay, you guys, I'm going to read this long one, so I need you guys to listen and give some advice to this person, because I might forget a good percentage of it. It says, this is a long one, but I need advice. Okay, this is going to be a long one, and I apologize in advance, and thanks to everyone who takes the time to read this. Hi, everyone. I'm really hoping to get some insight or advice. My daughter is 4 and has had seizures since she was 2. She has daily seizures, including throughout the night, and mostly has myoclonic, but also tonic-clonic ones. She's failed numerous medications over the past couple years. Right now, she's on Lamictal, Briviac, Fintepla. We've been on Lamictal and Briviac for a while and added Fintepla a few months ago. I didn't notice much of a change in her behavior with any of these meds. Her behavior lately has been awful, and I feel like I'm at wit's end. And she's constantly on edge, struggles to express emotions, and goes straight into screaming and aggression. She can be so mean, and it feels like once she's in that space, there's just no helping her calm down. Big emotions can even trigger a seizure. Then it gets so much worse because she goes straight into postictal state where she's not really coherent but still angry and aggressive. The more seizures she has in a day, the worse her behavior spirals. Even after she's come out of a seizure, her postictal period seems to last much longer than the seizure itself sometimes. Sometimes the rest of the day feels like an emotional fallout. I've also noticed she's constantly moving and can't sit still. Sleep is a huge issue for her. My theory is that because when she finally stops moving and sits still, she has a seizure. She's terrified of going to sleep and she never wants to settle down. After she has a seizure, it's almost like she has to run it out. She'll run around back and forth over and over again, very out of it until she finally snaps back to reality. She's also supposed to start school in August, and I'm so worried because her attention span is terrible. And again, the more seizures she has, the worse her behavior is, and the worse her focus gets. I just feel like I can't compete with both the attitude and the seizures at once. I'm already losing. I guess my question is how much of behavior could be related to seizures themselves versus typical 4-year old behavior or even my parenting? I try to give her space, I try to give her grace, but I just don't know what's normal and what's seizure related. And it's so exhausting, feeling like we're always fighting. She just had a VNS placed in, and we're scheduled to get it turned on Monday. So I'm really hoping that that might help a little. Has anyone else been through something similar? Did you notice behavior issues tied closely to seizure activity? Any advice or reassurance will be helped. Also, what's this VNS stuff about? The VNS stuff about, I think you should ask the doctor because you should know that when you just put it in your child's chest. But yeah, I think the seizures and the attitude, all that kind of comes along with it. And then she's 4, which it's could be both, combination of all of them. I don't know who has children or not who can say, that the attitudes of kids sometimes you don't want to be bothered. Um,
That's that's so young. I mean, God, I just I that's just so young. Wow. I mean, uh,
Four
It
that's
year
gotta
stands
old
be
out to me just thinking that poor mother. She
yeah,
already has a 4-year-old daughter who has these issues, and they have her on 4 medications. And she's contemplating whether it's her parenting or the seizures related more to these behavior problems. But her baby's brain isn't even close to done developing yet. She's
right. Yeah.
developing some
Yeah.
really, really crucial abilities at this point, and who knows what the medications aren't doing to kill that, that chance of and peaceful development. I mean, how is that baby going to be able to communicate how she's feeling? What is a post-ictal state? If she gets the zoomies when she's coming back, then maybe that's her genuinely just being scared. Why do I feel like this? Let me run it out so I can feel like I'm grounded in reality. I mean, oh, that poor mom must be thinking so much every time she sees her daughter out of it. And as far as school, I mean, start contemplating the homeschool route, see what support you can get, because harm versus good in the public school system, especially with special needs. I would never want to let that baby out of my sight. So
Look at what
God
these
bless you on that.
medications do to adults
Say that
in the
again.
mental capacity way, and imagine a kid getting the same medication. Imagine a kid getting Keppra, you know?
Yeah.
I mean, they
Yeah, I've
could
got
always
a few
try.
kids myself. Yeah, that I couldn't imagine. I didn't mean to interrupt, but as somebody that's got a few kids, there were some crazy times when they're older now, but there were some crazy times that they were hard to handle, and I couldn't imagine if they were on some of these drugs because I know what they do to my head. Yeah, I just can't imagine. I don't really know what to say to that.
I mean, like it another treatment for kids is generally the keto diet. That's usually for children. I'll just throw that out there. I mean, but if you want to get anything away from the drugs, if that does affect the child adversely, that's just a thought. All right. Well, it's 11:30 here on the East Coast, and I have to finish my dinner. So I'm going to see everyone. Madison, it was nice meeting you, and it was nice talking to
11:30 at
everyone.
night dinner?
Yeah, I'm going to make sushi, or I'm going to make
Sushi?
fish because you had sushi earlier, so that's on my mind. All right, I'll see everyone.
Says hair. Has anyone's epilepsy gotten so bad to the point where they couldn't move good and they don't really brush their hair? There is hair. They don't brush their hair and their hair gets really tangly. Not sure if that's how you spell it. And it hurts really bad when you brush it. When you brush it, do you feel better? Somebody said, I don't understand this. It feels like you're saying, is a jellyfish hard to be a jellyfish? Oh my goodness.
Sounds like a comforting thing for a person.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Says a
Sounds
question.
unrelated to epilepsy to me.
Yeah.
I mean,
I do my hair.
with what I have, I get unmotivated a lot. I mean, I still get up and get dressed and stuff, but I mean, there are times I'm very unmotivated and I don't feel like doing anything. But I mean, I still brush my hair and do the simple stuff, I guess.
Yeah, sometimes I'm like, damn, I need to get up and brush my teeth. It's about to be noon. Shit like that. Then I eventually do it. But yeah, sometimes I gotta be like, damn, I just been sitting here lazy this whole time and forgot to brush my teeth, even though I haven't eaten anything. I'm sitting here. It's one thing I try to make sure I do.
I forget to eat all the time. Like I'll feel my belly grumble and I'll think, oh, I gotta go eat. And then I don't feel like getting up and I'll just sit there and then I forget about eating. And so I skip a lot of meals and I don't mean to, but it tends to happen.
Me either. I don't have eating cues. Like there's nothing that tells me you haven't ate today. I never get that feeling. Stomach doesn't growl. I've won a full 24 without eating before someone asks me, did I eat? And then I'd be like, I don't know because I can't remember. Is there plates in the sink? Yeah, but that doesn't mean you ate. Right. Been through that. So I got another one. It says alcohol not a trigger. Hey there, I had my first TC on my 30th birthday almost 2 years ago. Epileptical discharges on EEG. Didn't want to start taking meds. For those 2 years since my seizure, I was occasionally drinking. Some days more like a bottle and a half of wine. Partying, going to concerts, etc. Never had any issue. 2 weeks ago, I had another TC and started taking the Lamictal. My question is, can we assume that alcohol is not a trigger for me, as both my TC happened in a time where I wasn't drinking. For the whole 2 years, I've been having generalized discharges on EEG, and alcohol never triggered anything. First TC was in a time of severe anxiety and panic attacks, and the second one a few days after appendectomy while I was on antibiotics. Just want to know if I have a drink or two sometimes, is that going to be a trigger or a problem at all? A trigger or no problem at all? I wouldn't drink because you have epilepsy. I can't say if it's a trigger for everyone. Really isn't a trigger for me. I never like got drunk and had a seizure, but I don't suggest it. And yeah, especially because you're taking medication. If you're always drunk,
Doesn't it just feel like alcohol never helps anything, any condition, or
right.
anything?
You're
I
diabetic,
mean,
you get high blood sugar. Doesn't help any condition. Go ahead, Madison.
I was just gonna say, like, what I was saying earlier about being, basically a longtime alcoholic, and like she was saying, it doesn't help any situation or condition. So, and from everything I've learned about seizures, it may not necessarily be a trigger, but it lowers your threshold.
Right.
So, I mean, I don't, I wouldn't have any drink. And as somebody who would love to have a drink right now, I'll never have a drink again the rest of my life. And like I said, I was drinking several nights every week, and it's never going to happen again for me just because I'm trying to be here as long as I can.
Right. One of the comments says, I am triggered by alcohol. I usually don't drink at all, but the one time I tried alcohol, I had a seizure afterwards. I was told that alcohol and lamictal do not interact. However, it can increase the side effects of lamictal and make you drowsy, dizzy, etc. Without being a professional, I think one drink could be all right for some, but definitely recommend talking to a professional since everyone can react very differently.
I'd love to hear one doctor say it's not a problem.
As soon as you said that, my doctor has told me it doesn't technically interfere with my seizures, but it does interfere with my medication, lamotrigine and Keppra. They said it can make it not work as effectively and make you feel super drunk. I know when I was on Excopri, I'd have one drink and I'd be plastered. As soon as you said that, I found one that said his doctor didn't say it bothered him. Mess with the medication, but doesn't mess with the seizures.
And I thought it was the opposite because my doctor told me that the alcohol would lower my threshold regardless of the medication just because of the damage. And maybe everybody's different. I don't know. Just in my case, I was told alcohol is an absolute zero.
Well,
As soon as you said
dehydration.
that,
Alcohol
what you
contributes to
just said was,
dehydration.
say that again, Kate?
My thing is that alcohol contributes to dehydration, and that's always been a
Okay.
trigger for me. So that's kind of another one, just another stressor. That's what it is.
Yeah.
That's a great
So
point too. If it has the anxiety just thinking about it, I mean, if
that's a
you're
sign.
worrying about is this drink gonna hurt something, even if the drink itself may not, maybe the anxiety by thinking about it does.
Right.
I mean, you said the perfect thing already. It even if it's not a trigger, it lowers your threshold. You know.
Yeah. Earlier when Madison was like, alcohol lowers your seizure threshold regardless. As you were saying that, I'm reading this, and it says alcohol lowers your seizure threshold regardless. So you said the first part for me, and I was just like, of being a trigger. The hangover is the real danger zone for most of us. Your body recovering from poison, all of your organs are functioning at a low level rate. You're dehydrated, etc. Keep drinking if you really feel it improves your overall QOL, but be very, very careful at any time you're putting your body under extra strain like that.
But you saying the hangover part, that makes sense because that night I did it drinking. It wasn't that night I had my seizure. It was the next morning, very early on in the morning, but it was the next morning that I had my tonic clonic.
Mm. You got another one. It says, I'm on the Mictal and I decided to stay away from drinking. I was started to get very sick when I was only having 2 beers. Anything harder and it was worse. As far as seizures, I've heard of alcohol being a trigger. However, based on what you described, it seems like stress is a bigger trigger for you. Severe anxiety, post surgery, all would have stress levels increase. I would bring all that up with your neurologist or epileptologist. They can help you answer your questions and hopefully refer you to someone to help you manage your stress or addictions. Someone says you can drink, just stick to small amounts or leave it out completely.
I mean, it sounds to me like the anxiety just thinking about it. Even if the alcohol had zero effect, we all know the anxiety is a trigger for almost all of us, at least. So it sounds to me like the stress alone is going to be an issue for them, at least from what I've learned, anyway.
Yeah, from what I keep reading, it sounds like it's the stress and anxiety. You got to watch that too. Got another post here. It says, question: is there anyone who can't cook or go for a shower or clean the house or go out by themselves? Because I can't. When I was first diagnosed, I found out I would never be able to do anything on my own. And when I go to the mall, I can't always walk. I sometimes have to use a wheelchair because of my legs. My seizures make my legs feel so weak sometimes. So I'm curious, is that just me or is that other people like this too? I mean, my family, they suggest these things. Um, but at the same time, they tell me that I don't understand it now that they suggest I don't do these things, but then they're like, you should cook for yourself. And then they're like, you don't need to be cooking. You could fall over in that pot. But once again, are you going to make something for yourself to eat tonight? The mind is all over the place.
Cookie, you definitely should not be cooking. You remember the fryer.
Yeah.
But you
Shower for
can't let
myself.
one-time things stop you. I don't take those kinds of restrictions seriously unless I know I'm in a cluster. And at that point, if I'm in a cluster, I'm, comatose anyway. I'm definitely not there. So I wouldn't be attempting those tasks if I physically wasn't able to. But yeah, I take that as a sore spot. I miss being able to get in the kitchen, and that bothers me.
And the part about shower or clean the house or go out by themselves, I can shower because I'm usually home alone. So you got to get clean regardless who's there or not. Can't be
No,
like,
you
well,
just
nobody's.
take precautions. Get the anti-slip mat. Get maybe a railing if that might help. If you're
Or a
somebody
shower
who
chair.
has an aura. Oh, chair. Yeah, yeah. And like if somebody who has an aura gets that really dizzy feeling, then maybe one of those handles would help. I mean, I don't know. The shower chair is kind of a last resort, I would think, but
I got a
you can
shower chair right
definitely
here in my
take
room.
precautions. Ready to go.
But yeah, I shower and I clean. I'll cook if I'm safely being watched. If there's
Yeah.
nobody in the house, I'm not cooking.
Yeah,
You know,
I got a bad deal with leaving stuff going, step out to go to the bathroom, I see something on the TV, catch my eye. Now I'm watching it for 20 minutes and the eggs have boiled and there's no more water in it and all that shit. So
I
yeah,
can agree with that part, but I miss the prep. I can't even touch a knife anymore to, get everything cut up and diced just right and, get it all
yeah.
together.
yeah.
It's the prep. It's the prep. I can understand not turning on the stove or the oven or doing something that would actually like risk burning the house down. But you know, everything else
Yeah.
that was the last step of you can't be in the kitchen, and that's annoying.
I'll cook as long as there's somebody, that's safe watching, like I said. But if not, I'm using microwave and what you call it, or the air fryer.
Air fryer, get chicken and
Or
everything air fried. Anything fast, 10 minutes.
or if I need to, I'll order out DoorDash.
Yeah, that's a good idea too. Yeah, so the cooking and the stuff about going out alone, I don't suggest it, but being that I don't have many options, and I don't have anybody to be like, oh, take me here or whatever the case. Like I went to the Weekend concert. No one knew I was even there until they seen it on Instagram.
Come on, we all want our freedom.
By then, it was 3 hours into it. The show started at 7. They're seeing pictures at 10 o'clock. Like, where the fuck are you at? When was this?
But it's shit like that that lets us live through you.
We all want our freedom. We all choose something to like escape through.
Yeah, you got to take those precautions, though. I was out there, and I knew the weekend. I knew there's gonna be lights, and I knew there's gonna be everything. So I was like, "Hey, this girl next to me." I was like, I got my bracelet. It's like, what epilepsy is? She was like, yeah, I know what it is. She was all excited and shit. And I was like, okay, yeah, I have epilepsy. That means I have seizures. She was like, huh? I was like, yeah, you don't know what epilepsy is. You just said that. You heard of it, but you don't know what it is at all. And I was just like, don't worry. I was like, I'm not going to have a seizure. I'm just letting you know I have epilepsy. And that's what this bracelet is. And I was like, there's a 90% chance that I don't have a seizure. I told her maybe 95, but you don't have to worry.
And something else we like to ask, kind of everybody is, what is something that you're proud of yourself, an accomplishment that you've already, a goal that you've met essentially after being diagnosed?
Well, considering I'm home all the time, I mean, something new. I mean, I build websites, so I wouldn't say that's something new. I guess playing around and making memes online, that's about all I've really done that's new, really. Everything else in my life, I haven't changed much other than not driving. So, yeah, I haven't really changed a whole lot. Nothing really new, I would say. So, no new accomplishments, really. No. So,
But that's the thing, even if it's not a new accomplishment or a new venture per se, it's still, even meeting like a regular goal is a big deal since you've been diagnosed, because now it's just a more impressive accomplishment in my opinion.
yeah, I mean, I just had to send out emails to the clients I have and just let them know, hey, I have epilepsy. Unless you want to find somebody new to do your stuff, you're not gonna hurt my feelings. If you do, I can still do the work. I haven't forgotten how to do it. I said, you just might have to send me an extra email in case I forget to do something. But yeah, that's about all there is. And everybody stuck with me and happy to, have me keep doing their work. So yeah, I mean, I guess that'd be something that's a positive, is I haven't lost anybody that I've done work for.
Lost any friends?
I had because I work from home building websites. There's only like throughout the years they've kind of faded off. With my age, I'm middle aged now, so I only have like one true friend other than my family. But I have a lot of family. A lot of great family. It's just like friends really. So I do still have people in my life that I get to hang out with and have fun with, and I'm just I'd say 80% of the time, because everybody has their jobs and the things they do. I'm just at home by myself because I was that way before my epilepsy because the work I do. So
I got something in me. Says focal aware seizures with euphoria. Been having focal since May, and after I realized what they were, I think I've been having them longer. Basically, sometimes my deja vu type focal seizures come with a feeling of immense pleasure, not the orgasm or anything, just an extreme relaxation and weird calmness, which always passes super quickly, but it is incredibly euphoric for a few seconds. I always have the other freaky deja vu ones where I close my eyes and groan out loud because it sucks and it freaks me out. I Googled this and apparently it's a super rare type of focal seizure. So does this happen to anyone else?
I had got distracted. I didn't hear all what you said, but it sounds like it might be something I experienced. Would you mind saying that again? I'm sorry.
It says been having focals since May, and after I realized what they were, I think I've been having them for much longer. Basically, sometimes my deja vu focal seizures come with a feeling of immense pleasure, not like orgasmic or anything, just an extreme relaxation and weird calmness, which always passes super quick, but it is incredibly euphoric for a few seconds. I also have the other freaky deja vu ones where I close my eyes and groan out loud because it sucks and freaks me out. I Googled this and apparently it's a super rare type of focal seizure. Does anyone else happen? Does this happen to anyone else?
Yeah, that sounds a lot like what I go through whenever I have my focal aware seizures. I don't know that I'd really call it mine euphoric, but mine are kind of trippy. I don't close my eyes and groan, but I like to actually like stand up and walk a little bit. I have to be really careful because I can get like kind of dizzy, um, and like kind of off balance. But mine, I kind of get like a weird trippy sensation, and sometimes they last just a couple seconds. Sometimes they can last several minutes. But I like to get up and walk around because it's kind of like I said, not really a euphoric feeling, but kind of a trippy feeling. And I figure I can't stop it. I'm along for the ride, so I just kind of make sure that if I do fall, I'm in an open area to where I'm not going to hurt myself. But yeah, I'm along for the ride, and it sounds very similar because mine are. I would describe it as a trippy, not euphoric feeling.
But someone in the comments says, "Yeah, I get those too with loud music and or memories of past flooding my mind." Another person says, "Yep, I had no idea they were focals either. I didn't know a lot of things that happened to my body. I do I, that happened to my body. I do was a seizure activity until bringing it up to my neuro. Sometimes it's worth bringing up, even the small things you think are irrelevant." Someone said, "OMG, it's a female. OMG, the rushes of joy and pleasure. I get that. I'm trying to get to my neurologist to believe that I'm having focal, but they skeptical despite an EEG that would support diagnosis of focal epilepsy. I've only ever had GTC fits, but don't I don't know what GTC is, but I didn't know all the focal seizures I was having were fits. I thought it was my
Generalized
body."
tonic-clonic.
Huh?
Generalized tonic-clonic.
Uh, yeah, so now I got to go back because I forgot what I was saying. No, I'm playing.
You know, we got grand mouths.
General tonic-clonic. Okay, yeah. Then I didn't know all the focal seizures I was having were fits. I thought it was my body glitching and that everyone did that. Well, now you know you're not alone. Someone said, "Damn, I wish I had those pictures. I wish I had those pictures to those pleasure types of seizures instead of shaking on the ground, puking on myself inside, wait, in front of my crush and everybody else." Oh, somebody listed it as a separate disease. Not personally. Fyodor Dostoevsky is suspected to have had focal epilepsy with seizures that sound as if they present similarly to yours. He remembered that during the moments just before the fit, he used to experience his sense of bliss and fulfillment, such as he had never known in his normal condition and could never experience in that condition. His mind and heart were flooded with extraordinary light. All his agitation, all his doubts and worries were suddenly and finally resolved into a great calm, full of understanding. Traveling overseas. Hello, fellow epileptics. Next week, I'm going to be traveling overseas, and I have a question about taking medication on time. I'm flying to Chicago, Illinois, to Athens, Greece, and my flight is at 4:50. So the flight is about 10 hours and 15 minutes. So I will arrive in Athens around 10:50 a.m. I take Keppra 200 milligrams twice a day and lamotrigine 100 milligrams twice a day. I'm just wondering how would I be able to know when to take the medicine on time while I'm in a plane. Also, how do you guys deal with jet lag, especially with epilepsy? I'd appreciate the advice. Um, I've been doing that. I did that before because when I go to Jersey, um, I have a layover in Atlanta, but the flight to Atlanta is 3.5 hours, and I left California at 9 a.m. and I get to Atlanta at 5 p.m., which I don't understand. So I was like, let me just put a timer on. And since I take my pills 12 hours apart. So after I got off the plane, after my layover in Atlanta, I got to Jersey at 2 a.m. and that was a 2-hour flight from Atlanta. So altogether, I'm on a plane for 5 hours with a couple layovers, and that took 14 hours. I didn't understand that. I don't think it actually took 14 hours, but that's how much time had actually passed. You get somewhere and it's 2 a.m. and I'm like, damn, I left 9 a.m. yesterday and wasn't on a plane that long, but yeah, you got to put a timer on like that. I took my pills and put a 12-hour timer on. And I think by the time I took my pills, I was still barely time. Since I take them at 10 and I got there at 2. Yeah. It was barely time to take them for me. Jet lag, nothing to play with. Jet lag, when I go over there, I usually sleep for a good 2-3 days, or I'm up till 5 and then sleep till 7 or some shit like that. My time's all fucked up for some days until I start interacting with the people who live there and their schedules. You guys deal with jets overseas, anything like that? Jet lag bother you guys?
I mean, we took a trip earlier this year that went to different time zones, but I still did the same thing as you, was just setting a timer and tried to keep it as close to those 12-hour increments as possible.
Someone in the comments said, before I had a smartphone, I traveled with 2 watches. One set to my time, to my home time, and one with my destination overseas time. With a smartphone, I can display both of my home screen using a widget. If you're on airplane mode, then your phone should stay set to your origin time, zone, so alarms and reminders will work accordingly. I never thought of that. Well, if you have a layover, it doesn't matter because then your service is going to come back. So I understand if you have a straight flight there, my time's going to change as soon as I get off the plane and have a switch planes to another plane. But that makes sense for the other person. Turn your phone on airplane mode. Someone else says, personally, I take it when I get on the plane and then when I get off. Being off an hour and 45 minutes isn't too bad, even if you want to do it right when you get to your hotel. Traveling is hard, but the next couple of days, slowly changing your med taking time by 30 minutes until you reach 5 p.m. or 5 a.m. for them, You can push it back or forward depending on when you typically take them. You can do the same thing to go back on your schedule as well. That was kind of confusing. Okay. It says Montpellier on back order. I'm sorry, I gotta see what Montpellier is. Motpoly.
I'll be back in
MOT
just a minute.
All right.
ELY.
Motpoly. Motpoly.
I've got Montpellier XR as a prescription medication used to treat certain types of seizures. It's a brand name for an extended release formula of lacosamide, an anticonvulsant, or it's an AED. It's the first and only once daily formulation of lacosamide.
Okay. Well, it says Montpellier on back order. Hi, y'all. Just giving a heads up to anyone in Texas area or further. I went to fill a script on my Montpellier a little before it was due, June 25th. Since it's brand name and they have to order it, my pharmacy usually has it in about 2 or 3 business days, but it had been over a week, so I tried to call them. Whole time was an hour before the person accidentally hung up on me. I then drove there and they said, sorry, it's on back order. Keep in mind, I only have 3 days left of it. I'm praying my neurologist responds to messages ASAP and I can get a rapid release generic version of lacosamide to get me through this back order. My biggest frustration is why they didn't call me. It's like an acne medication or something. It's literally life or death if you don't have it. Literally screwed the pharmaceutical industry. What do you guys think? I haven't been through a back order thing, and I take generics, so they're pretty easy to get.
But that can be a very frustrating situation when you're down to 3 days. You're not allowed to even place a refill less than or more than 24 hours before you need it. And the first refill on those Schedule 4s and the pills with all the regulations are the hardest ones because you can't put it on, even with the mail order pharmacies, you can't put it on auto refills. You always have to do it manually every month. They don't fill more than 30 days at a time. And mail order. Enough said right there. That can easily be more than 3-day delay, especially coming to some like storm prone areas from like out of state. There's a lot of things that can go wrong to get those medications that they say you so desperately need.
Yeah, if you run out and the pharmacy doesn't have it, I suggest going to the doctor. Because if I go to the hospital, they'll give me a prescription for more, although your pharmacy doesn't have them. They'll give me the dose for the day if I haven't taken them that day. So there's also that part. But if you're running on 3 days, don't stress it. Take those 3 days, and then if they don't have it yet, then go to the emergency room and they'll give you a dose. Possibly give you some to take home. I've heard someone say once before. But yeah, panic is the worst thing to do. Try not to panic. The next one.
And that was way better advice.
Thanks, Kate. Got one here. It says, I wake up feeling off. How do I get over this? I woke up feeling like I'm close to getting an aura. Like I haven't gotten it yet, but I'm one wrong step away from getting one. I have to keep locking in. Locking in is in quotes. I have to keep locking in to snap myself out of it as this person cannot spell. I have to keep myself locking in to snap myself out of it, and it's annoying. This feeling is pissing me off. Has anyone ever felt like this? Is there a way to overcome it? I've been doing grounding techniques and I think it helps, but I'm not sure. Please give me some feedback.
It sounds similar to things that I go through with my absence seizures because there's been several times I try to talk myself out of it, be like, no, I'm not having one because, excuse me. I don't know if there's like different levels, but my aura doesn't always feel that strong. And sometimes I question if I'm actually having one. And so it sounds to me like that's what they're doing. They're trying to almost talk themselves out of it. And like when they get angry, that's like an emotional change. And that's what happens to me also. So I'll go from angry, sometimes you'll be sad. It just depends. But it just sounds to me like a lot of what I do. And it's like they're having probably smaller aura feelings, and they should probably at least make note to let their doctor know, I would say.
Yeah, that is something to tell your doctor. One of the comments says, waking up quickly or unexpectedly will give you a seizure. The brain has a hard time switching gears from sleeping to awake and vice versa. If I don't wake up on my own, it can be hard to get up. Alarm will scare me, make me have a seizure.
I'm more likely to have a seizure when as I'm falling asleep than waking up. That is awkward time.
Yeah. Another comment says, the best I've managed is getting hydrated, usually an electrolyte drink for me. Having a snack and maybe taking an Excedrin if I feel headache developing sometimes. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Got one. What is the most profound, ridiculous cure for epilepsy you've ever heard of? I read an article in the Telegraph about a gentleman whose followers believe he can cure epilepsy by setting birds off to paradise upon the genitalia of the epilepsy sufferer. Sufferer, a word?
I just want to know, is he doing this for free, or most likely are they paying him for this service?
I don't know.
It just sounds like a big grift to me.
Yeah, setting the birds of paradise upon the genitalia. The first comment says, sounds like exorcism.
Exorcism was the first thing that came to mind, but when you describe what they're doing, what's the deal with setting the birds free of like upon the genitalia of the patient? I have a problem picturing like what the hell they're even doing. At first, I pictured like like what they do at weddings, with like releasing the doves kind of thing. Only it's some demon hunter looking priest dude doing it, and when you were describing it some more, it just sounded like a lot more awkward and suspicious in a way.
This person getting paid for this, most likely.
They must be selling a good
Dreams.
service, but probably no proof to back it up.
Selling dreams. Hi, Chris.
Hello?
You there? Oh, I see. I don't see you, but
Can you hear me?
I can hear you real good.
How you guys doing?
All right, and yourself?
Not too bad.
Um, Usually when we start for a new person, we ask you, what are you taking? When was your last seizure? And when were you diagnosed?
Diagnosed when I was 5, 6 years old. I'm currently on Keppra and Depakote. I take 750 Keppra twice a day. Depakote 750 milligrams. And my last seizure was at least Our tonic-clonic one was in March.
It could be a tonic-clonic. When was your last aura seizure? Any type of seizure?
I think that might have been today.
Oh, okay. Yeah, my last one was not last Sunday, but the Sunday before that. Diagnosed 20 years ago. So I've been in this. Wait, when did you say you were diagnosed?
When I was a child, around 5, 6, something like years
Oh,
ago, or year old.
Yeah, you probably had it longer than me. Wait, how old are you?
I am 32.
Oh yeah, you've had it longer than me. Probably
Yeah.
around the same time as Angel, 27 years, it sounds like.
Yeah,
I've
same
had
time.
mine for 20. Angel's 27, so.
I was diagnosed in 1997.
Oh, okay. So let's see here. What was the icebreaker? Oh, the icebreaker question today was that Madison didn't get either.
What type of sushi you like?
What's we'll go for that one next time. What's the most depressing thing someone has casually said to you?
The most depressing casually. Sorry, one more time.
The most depressing thing that someone has casually said to you. Let's say, for instance, someone said this to me. Why are you taking antidepressants if you're still depressed? If you're still depressed, you shouldn't be taking them. That means they're not working. And I take antidepressants for my seizures. So, I mean, that person was just, I don't know, getting off whatever they had on their chest. Yeah. If you're still depressed, why are you taking antidepressants? Tell me you need to stop taking those. No, that's not how it works.
Yeah, right. Um, Honestly, I feel like it's been a while since someone said something like that to me.
I mean, it could be anything. It doesn't have to be seizure related. Madison, you too.
Honestly, I think is last time I broke up with someone and she ended up punching me in the face and I was a bit of a douchebag.
Sorry you had to go through that. Yeah. Madison, balls in your court.
I don't know. I'm trying to think about it.
That was
I'm
big
so
time.
foggy headed these days that I don't know. I can't instantly think of anything.
Think of anything if somebody made you mad and you're like, oh my goodness, why would you say such a thing?
No, because even though I'm introverted, if somebody says something that makes me mad, I usually just tell them to fuck off. And so I usually don't really pay attention to what they had to say in the first place. So that's why it's kind of hard to stick with me because I don't really stress over it. And I was that way before I had epilepsy. So epilepsy just made that easier.
Right.
So that's why I'm not trying to not answer your question. I usually never just let things stick with me because like I said, I just tell them to fuck off. It's not my problem.
Gotcha. I got something here. It says concerts. Does anyone have any good form of glasses to wear at concerts that can be flashy? Some of the concerts I go to are very flashy, but I still want to go to them. Anybody have any suggestions on glasses you go when you're around flashing? I went to the weekend concert. I didn't wear glasses, anything. I just went and prayed for the best.
Well, yeah, but we know by now if we're photosensitive. So if the flashy gets to you, maybe it's not worth it. Maybe wait for just some daytime festival type show.
Sounds like a good idea too.
Yeah, I'm very glad that I'm not photosensitive.
You still going to concerts and shows and parties?
Not necessarily. I would definitely go to some concerts, but I haven't gone to too many.
Yeah, been to clubs and stuff. Lights don't really bother me. Like they say, 1% of the epileptic population has photosensitive seizures, and there's a lot of us. So somebody could be that one. You never know. One of these comments says, wear an eye patch. I don't remember where I read it, but covering one eye throws off the brain in a way where strobing flashing lights aren't as triggered. Again, I don't remember where I read this or if it works, but it's something worth checking out. Someone else said, going to Pixies a week from tonight, and fish on the Saturday after next. We'll report back. What's Pixies? Let me. I'm assuming Pixies might be a place. I'll just go to the next one. Can serious crisis return? I'm here to ask for help to find out if I should urgently consult my neurologist or not, or if it's not serious and I can wait. I had my first seizure at 14, and until I was 17, I had major seizures. But thanks to my neurologist at that time, I managed to stabilize, and it's been about 3 years since I had the last seizure. I had to take 150 milligrams of Depakine in the morning and 150 milligrams in the evening. The problem is that I'm a bit depressed, my schedule is off, and I can't take my medication at the right time. My neurologist then authorized me to take 300 milligrams of Depakine per day. I usually take it in the evening. That was 2 months ago. I should also point out that the following EEG scans, they concluded that I had a high level of activity at night. For about a month, I've had a strange sensation in my brain, like a sensation of emptiness or expansion of something, and it's only a certain area of the brain. I read that there's seizures where you can be conscious. Should I urgently contact my neurologist because I could possibly have a serious seizure again? The question was, is this a crisis and should they contact their neurologist? I don't think so. I think getting advice from Reddit so you don't worry. But until you actually have a seizure, then you might not want to go. You can ask people on Reddit what's going on. You know what I mean? I'm not saying take their word for it, but I
Maybe
don't
just
jump to the
compile your
emergency room these
own.
days.
Yeah.
Say that again?
I was suggesting that compiling your own data makes more sense because then you can notice if there's a trend or a habit or something that actually does warrant contacting a doctor. But until you have, kind of your own proof, the doctor's probably not going to take you seriously either. That's my perspective on it.
There's a comment that says always contact your neurologist if you're concerned. What do you mean by urgently? On call? If I were in this scenario, I would call the next business day. Doctors should always be available to at least give you guidance if you are between appointments. Good advice. Okay. Any advice for me? I feel like I'm missing out. This is a bit of a messy post, and I hope this makes sense. LMAO, but I feel like I'm missing out on so many things. It kind of hit me yesterday. I had the VNS surgery a couple weeks ago, and now I've been admitted to turn it on. When I was packing my bag, and my brain went, wow, healthy people pack their bags for vacation. I sat on my bed for 10 minutes, just staring at my suitcase. I can't work due to illness and other stuff. My parents are always worried about me. I like going out, but I always need to be careful with alcohol. My memory is shit, and I hate this so much. I just want to live a normal life and do stuff, but it's really hard. My fear of missing out is getting the best of me. Any advice helps. Thank you. Anybody got a fear of missing out? Because I don't. I had it once upon a time, like I'm missing something because I have epilepsy. I don't go to parties with friends and this and that, but I got over that. It's been 20 years now.
Yeah, been too long now.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Chris, you got
my only
okay.
problem is I still been drinking a lot of alcohol.
Is that a trigger?
Not necessarily. It's my worst, my biggest trigger is the sleep deprivation.
The first thing that came to mind when I heard that was ready and new life is that you shouldn't include anything that might trigger seizures. So alcohol is generally a easy one to give up, and along with driving and a lot of other things that might not necessarily be easy to give up, but obvious. I think is the word that I was going for. If something triggers your seizures, obviously that's not going to be part of your new normal.
Yeah, the feeling of missing out. I think I felt that once upon a time. My
Yeah,
friends were
get
going to
that.
go. My friends are going to go do this, and I shouldn't go play laser tag. I don't think it was exactly that, but it was something that my parents were like, "You shouldn't do that because you have epilepsy." And like I said in the beginning, family knew nothing about epilepsy. It was just like, "Oh, we seen it on TV. You shouldn't be around lights, or you shouldn't be around in front of your computer too long," or all that stuff. No one learned anything about it to date. No one still learned anything about it. They just go off, hey, I seen on the internet you can have a seizure if you're doing this, or you're listening to music too loud, or you're watching TV all day. Just random things. Sometimes I think it's just tell me to stop watching TV if that's what you want me to do. Instead of telling me it's gonna cause a seizure. Anybody got any advice for this person? They feel like missing out. My advice is don't feel like that. Try to get
Yeah, I
past
mean,
it. It's
pick your
hard.
battles. If you have something you really want to do, get out there and do, then make arrangements. Take the right precautions, and
Yeah,
there's
I was
nothing
gonna say
stopping
that.
you.
You can
There's
do
nothing
anything with the
stopping.
right precautions.
Yeah, it's always nice to actually do something,
Yeah.
whether it's gonna cause you to have a seizure or something.
I got another person here. It says epilepsy and weed and LSD. Hi, I'm a 29-year-old female and I've started having nocturnal seizures in December. So around 7 months now. I've had 3 so far. I'm a pretty heavy stoner. I have been for the last 11 years. I also enjoy doing LSD once or twice a year. Do I have to stop these? Also, my neuro said it's probably a regular sleep pattern and has put me on a pill. Just wanted everyone's insight on above, as I'm new to this world and no one in my immediate family or circle has ever had seizures. Uh, I smoke weed and I say it's not a problem. I'm not going to sit here and suggest it, but I say it doesn't bother me. It's not a problem. I've never done LSD, so I can't really say, but it doesn't sound like something you should do with epilepsy.
Yeah, LSD, you'll be up for several hours for sure. But I also recently stopped taking THC because I think it's been causing me more problems than it has before.
That's good. A lot of people aren't able to cut it out like that, but yeah, I like how you said you did that. Some are
Well,
stronger than others.
LSD
I
could
smoke a lot of
definitely be a
weed, and
psychological
my
trigger.
Come again? Um,
I
Madison, you have
was
something?
saying that LSD could definitely be a psychological trigger. If
Yeah.
somebody starts tripping, obviously that causes, stress. If anxiety is somebody's trigger, then LSD could definitely bring some of that on, not to mention medication interactions. So LSD seems like the riskier part of that equation.
Madison, you got something?
I was just gonna say, as far as the league goes, I mean, like I said when I first joined earlier, I smoke quite a bit. I bet you'd be hard pressed to find somebody that does smoke more than me. And my neurologist knows about how much I smoke, and she told me not to stop, not to worry about it because I mean it's not a concern for her. And she said until she says otherwise, don't change anything I'm doing. Just take my meds the way I'm supposed to. So, and maybe it's different for everybody, but that's at least what my neurologist told me. So.
Yeah.
It's definitely for everybody, but I ended up um I didn't smoke for a long time, but I've been eating a lot of edibles, and I feel like it's been causing me more problems than it has before. So I have decided for the past like week and a half to stop.
Yeah, and I don't eat edibles because they for some reason don't have an effect on me, so I only smoke. So that could be, one of the differences too, since you take the edibles.
Yeah, last time I took edibles, I was telling myself they're not working. I'm taking too many, and then I took too many, and I was like, "Well, I don't like this feeling."
Yeah, the last time when I decided to stop them, like I said, I've been drinking a lot. I drink pretty much every day, and I took one before an hour or two before I went to bed, but I couldn't fall asleep. And I was like, this is not working right.
Yeah, so I've got a comment here. It says, my neurologist has told me that THC lowers the seizure threshold, making it easier to have seizures when the time comes. Thus, going to bed stone suppresses REM sleep, making it lower quality, hence the lack of dreams for most stoners. Have I quit smoking weed? No. I would like to, though. This is just my opinion and information I have gathered so far. Another one. I think the only reason I'm alive is because of marijuana. I'm open about it with all the docs, friends, and family. My quality of life is much better with marijuana. It does wonders for my back pain and stomach sickness. Plus, it makes me a much nicer person. I've died a couple times already, and it had nothing to do with the marijuana. Now, alcohol is another story. I had to quit that shit.
Once that was a reminder too. They said they have back problems. I've had my 2 back surgeries, so for me, the weed was to get off of opiates. So, like I said, it may not be for everybody. Everybody might be different. Maybe it does lower the threshold for some people, but for me, my neurologist told me that, at least for the time being, don't stop what I'm doing.
One more comment. It says, I've tried many different products for THC and CBD, and they all have lowered my threshold and have given me a seizure. I also have nocturnal seizures, so be careful. I'd recommend you stop smoking. Unfortunately, but soon. Okay, I got one here, and yeah, it says epilepsy and open water swimming. Hi, I'm 29-year-old female. I just started having nocturnal seizures about 7 months ago. I am also an endurance open water swimmer. Is this something I have to stop now? It's the only thing that keeps me sane, and the prospect of losing it makes me depressed. Are there any open water swimmers here to do with epilepsy? Is all hope lost for me? I'm assuming you guys don't open water swim.
Nope, haven't done that since there was too many shark attacks.
Oh, so you don't swim because not because you're epilepsy. You don't swim because of the sharks.
Yeah, I'll still go in the pool.
Oh, nice.
No life vests, no floaties.
Not me. I don't trust it. Might
Hey,
wander
Angel, what
into
were you
deep
talking
end.
about on that last post? Yeah, that last one that got read. You remember what they were saying about the edibles, and you said in the chat they lie. Chris was asking what you mean about that. I couldn't remember. I gave you the thumbs up on it, but now I can't remember what it was. that part that did just sound a little ridiculous about what they were telling who made that last one.
That the marijuana lowers your seizure threshold. No, it doesn't. They're trying a whole bunch of stuff to try. I'm sorry, but they're trying a whole bunch of stuff to like get people away from the weed effect, and it's not true. I smoked weed before for a long time, and it's never affected any of my medications.
I smoked weed for most of my life, long before I was diagnosed, and I didn't get my first tonic-clonic until last September. So if weed lowered my threshold that much, since they said I had the damage since childhood, I would have thought that I would have, with as much as I smoked, I would have thought it would have done something to me a long time ago.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I do kind of agree with, but like where there's a difference between smoking and edibles, you know?
Right.
yeah.
Yeah. Like I said, I don't do edibles, so
And I
yeah.
think
Yeah.
I I have been eating edibles for the past like year and a half instead of smoking simply because where I live, I can't really smoke. And if I smoked, I would be doing dabs and it would put me in a lot of paranoia and all that.
I had a medical marijuana card, and I got that through my neurologist because I talked to him like, would this help?
And before you all say anything else, it's kind of funny. My last neurologist, I tried getting a medical marijuana card, and she's like, "You can probably find it cheaper somewhere else." And I was like, "I don't want to find it cheaper somewhere else. I just want to be able to have it legally."
I feel bad for y'all because where I live, it's legal recreationally, and because I do actually have a medical card, I'm able to legally grow, and I can have at least a pound in my possession at any given time. So
And I'm
I
in
feel for
California.
y'all that can't do.
I'm in
Yeah.
California. We pretty much got the same stuff, if not better.
Pennsylvania's trying to make it legal, but then again, you can just walk right over to Jersey, basically, and it's legal there.
Walk right
Yeah,
over to Jersey.
I live in New Hampshire, and you can't get it fucking like anywhere.
Yeah, here you don't need a card or nothing. You can walk around with 3 ounces on you, but in your home, I actually don't know how much in your home because I've never asked. But yeah,
Yeah,
we have
with
no
me
reason.
having a medical card, it's a little bit different. I mean, it is legal recreationally here, but a medical card, I have a lot more benefits that most people don't have. I I can grow 6 plants in each stage, flowering, and the different stages that the plants come in. I can grow 6 plants in each stage, so I basically have an endless supply. I wish that I could share with everybody that needed it.
I wish you could too. I think California,
Yeah,
I think I heard something like 10 plants. So, but yeah,
yeah. It's been a long time since I actually smoked some weed though, instead of eating.
I think you'll love it these days.
I have a
Um,
magic butter machine, even though they don't work for me. I can make edibles for other people. So I wish you lived closer, or I live closer to you, because I can make all the edibles you wanted.
yeah, I'm good at butter. Yeah, I make a lot of butter. Um, I heard it's pretty good. Um, yeah, for some reason, when I did make butter, we were eating it with just like random shit, scrambling eggs, making toast, making breakfast with wheat butter.
That's what's great about it, because you make the butter, you can put it on whatever the hell you want.
That's what we were doing.
Yeah.
I was like, maybe we should stop this. Maybe the eggs, and the dinner, and the ground beef for the spaghetti don't need wheat butter. But we
But
have kids around, so we're like, hey, we got spaghetti that's getting us high and cooking while we're smoking.
I'm at the point in my life where I want to try to be 100% sober, whether it's nicotine, marijuana, or alcohol. I've been doing that for the past 20 something years.
Good for you, man. That's a good goal. Um, I
And
hope you
we're
get
happy
there.
to be along with you on the journey.
I appreciate that.
We kind of deterred a little bit from the open water swimming. Anybody got any advice for open water swimmers?
I don't really do that.
Don't do it alone.
Oh yeah.
I wish my mom still had her pool at her house.
Were you a good swimmer?
I mean, I know how to swim, but I don't know if I was a good swimmer.
Okay. One of the comments says, I don't
Yeah,
think the
don't do it
answer.
alone. That's all.
Say that again.
Don't do it alone. Make sure it's somebody who can get you out of the pool and knows your seizure stuff, knows where your rescue medicines are or whatever. You know?
Yeah, I think you can do a lot of things, just take precautions. And the swimming isn't for me. I wander off from my seizures, and that's a little much because you don't know I'm
I
having a seizure, and I just wander off and shit. And I can wander into the deep end, and you think I'm just going there, and I'm not there at all. Yeah,
Yeah, I get that. And I like for 90% of the seizures, or I would say like 99% of the seizures I've had in my life has all been nocturnal, but I feel like I've been recently in the past year I've been having like absence seizures and seizures like that, where I'm just kind of like not understanding where I am and what I'm saying.
okay. Um, I was going to ask you what's an absence seizure like for you?
Um, an absence seizure where I'm like trying to tell someone like, hey, so I basically run a kitchen, a pizza kitchen, and I'm telling people to do this and that and that and that and this, but I can't really think of the word that I'm supposed to tell them. You know what I'm saying?
Is
When it's
that
like you know the word, but you can't find it.
Exactly. Like I
that's
know
an
this
absence
word, but like
seizure?
I can't think of the actual thing that I should be saying.
That happens to me so much.
Every day.
Yeah, I was gonna say I do that every day, all the time.
But
So
yeah,
yeah, mine are
this
just
is
during the seizure.
has started to me recently in like the past year or so.
Yeah. Earlier this year, it might have been twice this year, or might have been one last year, but I know one this year happened for sure. Um, just start wandering off lately. It's different type of seizures. I'm not. Someone said it's focal aware. Someone said it's that I'm not aware because I wake up in weird places, and then focal unaware. Someone told me it could actually be complex partial. Yeah, there's a lot of different kinds, but
Yeah.
I wandered off, and I wandered into people's homes. Told them it was my home. Told them you need to leave, all kind of stuff. But yeah, myself in some real sticky situations. The most
Identity
recent.
Yeah,
sharing.
What's up? Go ahead, Madison.
I was just gonna say that's not what happens to me, but I've read, being on Reddit, looking some of the stories, like what you said. I've heard several stories of people doing that, getting confused, and you know, being somewhere in somebody else's house and wondering why they're in their house, that kind of thing. And mine are just a little bit different because I'm aware of what's going on and what I'm doing. So yeah, I just is one of the things that wasn't aware of until I was diagnosed. I just thought there was one type of epilepsy that was all about the flashing lights and everything. And it's fascinating for me to hear all these stories because, yeah, I didn't know that there were different types and different situations and feelings that people have. And, it's just, yeah, it's just fascinating to me as I'm learning about this and going through it.
Buckle up your seatbelt. I got a couple stories for you. Go ahead, Angel.
Oh yeah. Yeah, and I've done the staring absence seizures too. So
Yeah, I haven't.
Yeah,
I don't.
I have had those.
So what can I say? Oh, the seizure where I wander off. I'll give you a couple stories. You might laugh. Go ahead. They're pretty funny. I laugh too all the time. So the most recent was wandering off, and I ended up into someone's home. But for context, I stayed on the fourth floor, and I woke up on the second floor, sitting on the floor in the hallway with no shoes on. Um, but I had socks on, for context. Um, and for some reason, when this guy passed me, he nodded, "What's up?" I nodded, "What's up?" And then I got up and I followed him. And the whole way, he's like looking back at me, wondering, am I following him or am I just going that direction? And then eventually he got to the door, he puts his key in, and I stopped right next to him. And he looked at me, but then he opened the door and then I just walked in. And I don't know why I thought I was doing the right thing. I told him, I know somebody here. And I think he said, no, you don't. And I went and laid down on his couch. And luckily, I was not killed that day. He sat next to me, and I don't know what was going on at that time, but I think he said something, and I got irritated, and I walked off. All I remember is coming to. Well, I remember the walking off. I don't remember why. I just remember walking off and being irritated. So I went back home, which was on the fourth floor, and I went in the house and I was playing Grand Theft Auto online before I left. So I went and picked up the headset. I'm like, "Hey, you guys still there?" And they're like, "Yeah, we're still here." And they was like, "What happened to you?" And I was like, "I don't know." I was like, "I was downstairs." Then they told me a story. They were like, "Yeah, you were crying, and then we had to mute you." I was like, "Huh?" And as I'm in that moment, I'm like, "You guys are fucking mute me, and I had a seizure." I'm thinking wrong. But I understand that. They were like, "We muted you, but you kept playing." So we didn't have a problem with that. They was like, "You kept playing, but we muted you." And they was like, "Eventually you stopped moving." So we turned it back on, and we called you and you didn't come back or whatever the case. So I know you can stand still for 15 minutes. So I wasn't gone that long before it says you've been standing still for too long. But they said for some reason I was crying and they muted me. And then the next day when I put the pieces together, I wouldn't apologize to the guy downstairs. Uh, and yeah, I told him, my bad. I think I was having a seizure from what I was told. I did some weird shit. And um, I have the post-ictal headache, so I know I for sure had a seizure. And I remember bits and pieces of what happened here. He was like, "Yeah, yeah, you were telling me you knew somebody here, this, and that." I apologize. Um, but then he told me he knew something was wrong because he'd seen me have, he didn't say he's seen me have a lot of seizures. He said, "I've seen you getting put inside of an ambulance quite a bit of times in front of this apartment complex." So I knew something was wrong, but I didn't know what. And he was like, "And you did look like something was wrong." And I was like, "Oh, okay. Well, thank you." Um, there was another situation where I walked into another home. I was going to the store and I was leaving my aunt's house. And in between the store and my aunt's house is a rehab. And I don't know if I was on the way there or back. But in the middle, I went to the rehab and I went in there and they said I started yelling, "Get the fuck out of here," several times. And I'm not gonna say luckily it was a rehab, but I think if it was someone's home and not a rehab, I might have not have best chance as I did. But yeah, they were gonna call the police, but then this one guy was like, "Oh, I seen that guy. Basically, I seen him get into an ambulance quite a few times, a few buildings away." And it was like, "Yeah, I'll go get his people or whatever the case." So it's been situations where people are like, "Oh, I seen him get put in the ambulance before. I knew something was wrong." So yeah, there's that. And then there's one situation where I didn't wander into someone's home, but I say it was a little worse. I left work one morning. I got off work at like 7 o'clock or some shit. And I lived 4 miles from work, but instead of going 4 miles home, I went to my hometown and 17 miles away. Kate, you're laughing already. I took 3 buses and a train, and when I came out of it, I was in my hometown. Like, why am I on this bus? So I got off the bus, and then since I'm from there, I knew people, and I was like, I do not like how I'm feeling. Let me find somebody. Let me go to someone's house. So as I'm heading to someone's house, I crossed the street, and I had a seizure in the post office parking lot. But the guy who seen me, the guy who actually saved me, he was like, I stopped because I thought you were someone else. I was like, that kind of doesn't make me feel good. But he was like, once I seen who you were, I seen you get in an ambulance before in front of that building before, and I know your family. So it's another situation where someone seen me get in an ambulance before. That's how bad it is. Everyone knows me. That guy getting put in the ambulance over there, basically. That's the guy that got put in the ambulance in front of that building and that building and that building. Because all these were in different cities. So yeah. Um, oh, and then when I explained that situation to someone else, this guy I know at the smoke shop, kind of got close to him, buying stuff from him so often. And I told him the story, and he was like, I think you went through something like that here. And I was like, what do you mean? And he was like, there was one time you came in here and you were kind of looking a little weird. He was like, but I didn't really say anything. He was like, I didn't think much of it. And he was like, basically the little the circle to the middle of the store has like clothes and bongs and stuff like that. He said I was circling it, going around and around for like 20 minutes, just going around looking at it. And he said he was just watching me, just wondering like, what the fuck is this guy doing? And he said finally when he said something, I said, shut up, and walked out. And yeah, as I put bits and pieces of that story back together, I remember bits and pieces of that day. I remember getting dressed. I remember showering. I don't remember walking around the house, but I remember getting to the curb and like, why am I here? And then I remember at the smoke shop. I don't remember why I was there, but I don't remember the walking around situation, but I remember going there and getting nothing and coming home with nothing. But I was like in and out of it. So as I'm coming home, I'm coming to, and I'm a block from where I was before. Yeah. So those are the wandering situations that can end up horrible. Can walk into traffic, and yeah, I was just imagining how I was looking, just taking 3 buses and a train, and I had to pay for these. So I'm wondering how did that happen? That's what gets me. It's like,
Yeah, that's wild.
how did I pay for these
It
buses and a
reminds
train?
me of a time when I managed to break my collarbone.
Ooh.
I somehow managed to wake up, fall down some stairs, and then wake back up in my bed. And my buddies that I was living with came up and they're like, dude, you're there's blood downstairs. And I ended up getting I woke up and luckily my insurance paid the $50,000 for the fucking surgery.
Oh, nice.
So that was one thing I was like, holy.
You gonna turn your camera on? It's all right if you don't.
I just don't have a camera.
Oh, you can do Zoom without a camera?
Yeah.
All right, that's good to know.
When you mentioned running the pizza shop, any seizures ever happen on the job or, just an off day?
So when my seizures came back, so when I was younger, I had my seizures. I was around teenage, and they went away. They stopped giving me medication, and I was doing a lot of drugs. I was doing a lot of alcohol, and I think because I was doing some meth at the time. I ended up not sleeping a lot and working at a pizza place where there was no AC, no heat. It didn't matter. And I ended up having my first seizure during the day, which was really fucked up. And I'm pretty sure that's what brought him back. It was either it had to be the meth and the fact that I wasn't sleeping. And that was probably 6 to 8 years ago. And being right next to a 550-degree oven, pretty fucking hot. But now I work in a better place where where I'm basically running the place and all that. And it's been a long time since I've never had unless it's been an absence seizure. I haven't had a tonic-clonic.
So I also had one, which I had a few of these, which made me think about what you said about absence seizures, Madison. I'm not exactly sure what to call this because there's a seizure where I was laying down and I can remember laying down and being thirsty. And then the next thing I remember, I'm in the kitchen and I'm pouring juice in a cup. But when I come to, the juice is like overflowing onto the counter and on my hand and shit. And for a second, I was like, oh, why am I still pouring this? I'm sitting there looking at it when I came back to. And I don't know what kind of seizure that is.
That sounds to me like an absent seizure. I can tell you countless stories of that. Like I can't tell you
That's
like the wandering
definitely
off
an
stories
accident.
like what you do, but I can tell you many stories of like missing time, and it'll be just like sometimes a few seconds, sometimes several minutes, but I'll basically lose time and I'll find myself doing something I have no idea why. And like what you're saying about pouring a drink or something,
Yeah.
sometimes I'll over pour it, and even when I see myself over pouring it and I realize what's happening, sometimes it still takes me a few more seconds before I can actually stop.
Yeah.
I don't know why, but yeah, that's what happened to me during an absence seizure. Not every time. Most of the time I can control and do, keep doing what I'm doing, but there are times where I have them and yeah, it's basically like I'm watching myself and I can't control it.
Or there's another one I had, where I don't exactly know what to call it. I just been calling them blackouts. Um, there's one where I was at the train station, and this is why you should not be alone. Um, but I push the limits all the time. Um, Otherwise, I'd be depressed and never go out if I have no one ever to take me. So at the train station, and I remember this really good. I was at the train station, and the train was coming, so I stepped back off the tarmac. There's this little spot. Obviously, I stepped back more than that because the train's coming. Um, when I came to, I was taking a selfie on my phone, and the train was pulling off. and the screen wasn't even on my phone, so I wasn't taking a selfie, but I was like this, and the train was pulling off. You can laugh. That shit's hilarious.
Oh, I've done, yeah, I'm laughing because when you say shit like that, I'm thinking in my head like similar shit that I've done that sounds the exact same, and I laugh at myself every time. But what you're talking about, whenever I explain or tell the same stories like to my neurologist every time, because if I'm not sure, every time I tell her, stories like that, she's like, "Yep, that's a absence seizure." So, I don't know for sure if that's what yours are, but whenever I tell my stories that, similar things that happen, yeah, she tells me that those are absent seizures I'm having.
Okay. Yeah, I'll talk to my neurologist about it. Well, actually, I've been pretty good since I started on this B12. This shit right here is actually really good. I
Yeah,
highly suggest it.
I've already made note because I'll probably forget in the morning, but as soon as I see my note, I'm like, oh yeah.
Shout
So
out to
that, yeah,
Nature's Made. Yeah, try it. Let me know because I knew somebody
I
who
will.
I knew somebody who was on here earlier. He said he was having nocturnal seizures, and when he started that, he hadn't had any for like 3 days. I think he said, and I think that's what he said. He'll be here, and we'll ask him again. But yeah, Tuesdays and Fridays, you guys, I'm always here. I do one-on-ones as well, but I'm gonna go to the next one. Oh yeah, Madison, I was gonna ask you about some of those funny stories you were talking about. Um, before I say my last one, another funny story. Well, other people wouldn't find it funny, but my second to last job before my family made me retire was I was working at Krispy Kreme, and wasn't supposed to be by the fryer anyway, and I knew that. But someone needed help. I knew what I was doing, so I went to help them. And I end up putting my arm into the fryer, about elbow deep, right here, maybe a little bit right here. And when I touched the bottom is when I felt the burn and came out of it and looked at it. And then I fell down and had another seizure. So what I'm thinking is I had a seizure and I touched it and then it brought me out of it and then I looked at it and then I had another one. So that was
I have that kind of thing with I punched a mirror and I had to get some stitches on my knuckle.
I haven't got stitches on the knuckles yet, but yeah. The next day I was popping blisters with sewing needles. I got the video, but keep that between us. How about one of those funny stories, Madison? I'd love to hear some more funny stories other than mine.
I just sent a picture through the chat on here. Did it go through?
I think I did see it.
Yeah, I saw it.
Yeah. So that scrape there on my forehead, that was I told you
Oh yeah.
sometimes when I have my absent seizures, I like to try to walk around a little bit. I can get dizzy. Well, that's whenever my ass decided to be a good idea to walk around when I was having that little trippy feeling. And I was here in my grow room and I fucking just fell and hit head first. And I blacked out for a few seconds. And when I came to, it took me a while to figure out what the hell was going on. I thought I was in bed sleeping for a minute. And then I realized I was laying down on the concrete. And yeah, it was just one of those times I was trying to figure out what the hell was going on, and I thought I was in bed until I realized that I was laying underneath my plants out here. But
Yeah, I have a bit of a scar from my bed what is the word I'm looking for? I likely fuck I don't know the word I'm
I know where you're coming from.
The end of my bed part of my bed frame, the bed frame. That's what
The end posts.
yeah, like the literally the worst part you could hit your head on.
What's your worst injury?
It was either that one where I have my thing or my when I was talking about my collarbone.
Anybody else? My worst one
I still think
was
the lump on my forehead was the worst one. That one that like never went away. That's the one I think about the most.
right.
I'd
That's
say that was the worst one.
the one I think about the most is my tooth. I chipped my tooth. I was digging a hole, and since I couldn't work regular jobs, I was working for somebody under the table. Um, you go to Home Depot, you grab a few people, and I knew the guy. He didn't need to go to Home Depot. So,
Well, if you want to talk about tooth, I will.
Yeah. Mine's was definitely, I walked right out to the top of the front stairs outside and face planted straight onto the concrete, and I lost my front teeth.
I basically had a very similar thing. When I was like 18, I was like, oh, I need to go to
Same
the
age.
store and get some cigarettes. And then I ended up I was like, oh yeah, I'm gonna go on a bicycle that had no fucking brakes. And I ended up hitting my face on the fucking uh road. So now I have four teeth, four, six, seven, 8.5 teeth that are all fake.
yeah, I got my front one chipped. Like I said, I was working for this guy under the table, so I was doing something. I was digging a hole to build a foundation for a patio, and yeah, the hole once it got like to 2 feet deep, I fell in it. They said, and I was having a seizure, and all they could see was my legs sticking up. So I must have fell like this. Um, but yeah, when I got in the ambulance, my tooth was not chipped. My lip was like stuck in between my tooth. And then when I pulled the lip out is when the tooth chipped. So I didn't understand that, but I think maybe it was cracked or something. But yeah, that's my worst injury. What about you, Angel? Oh, I think you said yours, didn't you?
The face plant. Yeah.
You too,
Yeah, I've been
Medicine?
pretty lucky. I've been pretty lucky. My worst is probably the forehead injury. Is I can't really think of any more.
Oh yeah, I've had some bad ones, but that was the most memorable because I think about it every time I chew or smile or anything. But yeah, I don't let it get me down.
All right, well, either way, I'm head to bed.
All right.
I enjoyed talking to you guys.
We'll be here on
Nice to
Tuesday.
meet you.
Yeah, I had a bridge input, and a couple years later, another seizure broke that one, the bridge.
Yeah, that sucks. Well, either way, I hope you all have a good night.
It says, I don't think this is the answer you want, but I'm an open water swimmer and an epileptic. However, I am currently 8 years fit free and 6 years medication free. I've also scuba dived. I had a full dive medical declared my epilepsy, etc. I certainly can't advise you to do anything against your medical advice. My first neuro doctor told me making these decisions is about risk. What would happen? to you if you experience a seizure during this activity, and are you comfortable taking that risk? Another comment says, I've scuba dived in the past, knowing the risk, had to sign a disclaimer stating that I had no health issues. I don't think anyone will promote open water swimming to you on here. It's up to you. I was more controlled back then and wouldn't do it now. My seizures aren't always nocturnal. Couple more. I've been a swimmer for a long time now, since 7, and I was diagnosed with epilepsy until I wasn't diagnosed with epilepsy until I was an adult. I don't go do open water swimming anymore, too cold where I currently live, but I recommend swimming with a friend or just someone who's able to watch you. My local pool doesn't have an official lifeguard, but someone who just watches over the pool. It's not foolproof, but it's nice knowing someone is around in case of emergency. I'm terrified I missed a Keppra dose. I take 1,000 milligrams twice a day, 2 tablets at 6:30 a.m. and 2 tablets at 6:30 p.m. This morning, when I went to take my medicine, I noticed my pill case for last night was still full. I could have sworn I took them, but I guess I didn't. I just now took my morning dose, but I am fucking scared, and I'm getting vibes that I'm gonna have a seizure. I am up to 8 months seizure free. I only got diagnosed last year, and I don't want to set back. I'm seriously about to cry at work. I know there's nothing I can do at this point except continue my day, but can anyone reassure me if I missed a dose but still took the next scheduled one without any issue, am I probably fine? To that question, I'm not going to say yes because I was 3 hours late for a dose one time and I had a seizure. But then one time I was 12 hours late and didn't have one. And so it's up to you. Double dose sometimes. Sometimes when I can't figure it out, double dose, and then I end up it ends up coming to my memory that, oh yeah, I did take it. That's why this water is gone, this cup or some shit like that. Yeah.
Sometimes you don't miss a dose at all and you still get a seizure, you know?
Yeah.
We're ticking time bombs without
Right.
knowing when the clock is going to go off.
But that's where that drug resistant diagnosis comes back to get you, because when you fuck around and take a double dose, then it's like that medication resistance sneaks up on you faster. And then they start telling you to take double doses on a regular basis, and then you get to your max dose and got to take another pill entirely.
So I go through the comments here. Says, hey dude, I'm 2 days into an EEG with no meds. Usually I take 1,000 milligrams twice per day, and I haven't had any issues yet. Just keep your head up and don't let the stress rule you. Somebody else said, just keep an eye on things and do a little extra self-care. Don't give your body any extra reason to have a seizure. Stay hydrated, eat well on time, both rest physically and mentally when you can, and try to not freak out or panic. That's extreme stress on your body that your body doesn't need right now. Missing a dose happens. You'll be okay. One says, hey, it happens. For some people, missing a dose will cause a seizure, but very, very likely you're not one of them. Do you have a rescue med like Ativan? If so, take the day off of work and take an Ativan. Then you should be set. This person, they're already at work. They said, at work and crying. Okay. This one says, stressed out, traumatizing others, having to be taken care of. How do you do it? I've gotten pretty okay with forcing myself to not think too much about the fact that I have to be taken care of frequently, or at least worried about it by my roommates. This obviously isn't always successful. All 3 of us are in our early 20s, and I'm the only one who is unemployed, SSDI pending. And since I have 1 through 3 seizures a week, aware, tonic, suffering, stiffening, breathing or writhing, not breathing, jerking, shaking, etc. Both of them, but they have to be, hold on. And since I have 1 to 3 seizures a week, both of them have to be on alert at all times. They're both my 2 best friends and closest people in my life, so it's not like they're strangers that I'm burdening. But somehow that makes it worse since I'm aware for the most part. During my seizures, I get to hear and see them from the calm routine, make sure I don't hit my head, don't hurt anything, etc. To panic and distress when it gets worse, turn purple from not breathing, the noises I make, sudden movements, etc. This feels like too much for just 2 people to deal with. They don't act like they're beaten down by it, and they say that I'm the one who has it worse, but I can only imagine the emotional toll. I know the situations like this are common in this community, but I'm just not having I'm just having so much trouble handling it. It's been a little over a year and a half since it got like this, more weekly. I just don't know what to do. I'm hoping some people have similar experiences to chime in and let me know that I'll be all right. The first question was, how do you do it? But he also wanted people to chime in and say he'll be all right. I think he'll be all right. Yeah, you're gonna be okay, man. Don't do anything too rash. But how do I do it? I don't know. I just avoid the drama. If you have stressful situations, avoid stressful situations by all means, if you can. Um, avoid things that you think might trigger you or things you want to be cautious about. There's some people, they don't even know if they're photosensitive until it's too late. So yeah, these are things you just gotta be aware of. If you have epilepsy, so know that. Anybody got anything for this person? They're stressed out about
One day at a
traumatizing.
time.
One day at a time. That's a good one. It's better than me, I think.
I like the no drama too. If you can. If you can. But since everybody knows that's not possible.
Yeah.
Be prepared and taking care of yourself and you know.
We'll
do
read
what you
one of
can.
these comments.
Remember, you're with God. God is with you.
Right. Got a comment. It says, I'll never forget the look. Oh wow. I'll never forget the look on my old best friend's face when I had a tonic-clonic seizure in front of them. They knew I was epileptic, but just being aware that a person has seizures versus actually witnessing one is completely different, if that makes any sense. Yes, it does. Especially if they've never seen a person have a seizure before. It was a gnarly one too. Purple in the face, coughing up vomit and blood from biting my tongue. Yeah, not pretty. When I came out of it, they were kneeling on the sidewalk holding me, tears streaming down their faces, looking incredibly shaken. I apologized to them for having to see that. They just said, "Don't worry about me," even though it was clear that their day was really traumatized. They were extremely protective of me after that, to the point that they were kind of basically infantilizing infantilizing me. It felt really shitty and kind of hated myself for a while, overwhelmed with guilt for hurting this person I cared about when I obviously didn't mean to. But I don't know. I think somehow I was just eventually came to terms with it, with this reality of mine. I didn't choose to be epileptic, and neither did you. I've lost touchy. I lost touch with that friend, not because of the incident. Just know life has taken us in different directions. I think it'd be worth talking to your friends about these worries of yours and how you'd seem like them to really be honest with you about how they're feeling and if they're doing all right. Them simply saying, you have it worse, don't worry, is not only brushing off your concerns about your emotional well being, but I don't know. It just seems a bit condescending, in my opinion, whether they realize it or not. You clearly care about your friends a lot. And from your post, they obviously care about you as well. Either way, you aren't a burden for having a disability, and it's not a personal failure on your part for needing help sometimes because of it. I don't know. I hope this helped, even if it's just a little bit. That helped me. Shit. That was a lot to read.
No, saying you're not a burden and they do care about you. That's the stuff everybody needs to hear and be reminded about, that's for sure.
Yep.
Um, did anyone else feel memory loss before a seizure? So when I had my first seizure in the morning, I was awake and my mom told me. But I remember that I was awake and also shockingly went to the washroom as well, where I fainted. But I don't remember this all. I don't remember this whole scene at all. Did this happen to any of you? Yes, it did. Happened to me quite a few times.
All the time, almost, except the ones that I'm aware of.
Right. Like I said, the time I went to the kitchen, I'm pouring juice all over the counter and shit. I think that's similar to that. I didn't exactly faint on that one, but still, it was a seizure. Yeah, like I said, I've wandered to the store and shit like that. So
I was
Yeah, mine
cleaning.
aren't that long, but beforehand I'll remember getting up, but not taking the trip across to wherever I ended up and it happened. So memory stops always a good 30 seconds or a minute before the seizure.
or I got a situation and I don't know how long it was because we went to Target. I don't even remember going to Target. I don't remember leaving Target. I remember getting home and they said you had a seizure earlier. So the situation at Target was I had a seizure in the store. So I guess, well, not I guess, they called the ambulance and the police and stuff came or whatever. And once I got out of the stores, I just dropped my pants to the floor and started peeing. And then that's when my uncle was like, "Oh, you guys, he's having a seizure. That's why he's doing this." And after that, I just pulled my pants up and kept walking to the car like nobody was around me. And later on that day is when I figured out I had a seizure. So, yeah, I don't know how long I was out of it. Had a couple of those situations.
Yeah, I was cleaning one time and I blanked out right there. Still cleaning, continue to clean. Next thing I know, I'm waking up upstairs in the bedroom in bed, wife telling me I had a seizure.
Or there was
You
another
think any of the
time.
scents or odors from those cleaning supplies are a trigger for you?
Huh?
You think that any of the odors from the cleaning supplies are a trigger for you?
No, I was sweeping.
Oh, yeah. Was it that dusty?
No, I kept my house clean.
Yeah, so I forgot what I was gonna say. And it's kind of coming back to me. Oh, I really wish it would. What were you saying? For me to remember what I was saying? Oh, I was saying, okay, the
The
thing
question
about
was
not,
about how long before.
yeah, there was another situation where I was sitting at the dining room table and I wasn't feeling good. So I said, did I have a seizure? And they were like, yeah, you had one earlier. You've been asking that all day. And I was like, huh? And I was like, I don't remember asking. This is the first time I remember asking. So I don't know how long I was out of it. And I guess we were at the dining room table. I think we were all talking and smoking and stuff. And they were like, yeah, you keep asking that. I was like, this is the first time I remember asking this. So sometimes I don't know how long or far I'm out of it. I'm just having full day conversations and events that I'm missing. It's crazy.
That happens to me all the time. I constantly lose what I'm doing and I don't remember it later. So I can one of my favorite memes I made was a He-Man one where he's starting to tell something and he just walks away because I can be in the middle of a conversation. I could initiate the conversation and then just stop talking and walk away and people around me are like, what the hell? And I don't later on I have no idea. I don't remember it at all. And they'll be telling me, they're like, why did you just stop talking and walk away? And I'll ask them, they're like, what are you talking about? Because I will have no idea at all the conversation. That happens to me all the time. But that could be just, the damage where I have in my head anyway, because even without seizures, I constantly forget shit all the time.
Same here. Yeah, my memory short term is over with. Destroyed. Yeah, but this person was talking about memory loss before seizure now. Let's go through a comment. It says every single time, it really sucks. I have a grand mal seizures. There's always 15 to 45-minute window that I can't remember what happened. I guess that's kind of regular for me. Then I put the pieces together shortly after, but someone said I generally don't remember around a half an hour to an hour before and the same after I have a focal seizure. Damn. I thought it was gonna say a tonic that lasted all that, but a focal for an hour and a half you lost? Someone said my memory gets pretty much wiped from the day before up to 2 to 3 days afterwards. It's pretty bad.
Please take your medication as prescribed or whatever works for you. We're not doctors.